Renukumar sir for agreeing to come to our platform.
Just a second, Anup. It's not yet live on YouTube. We are just setting it up. Just I'll give you the signal.
Yeah, please. Ravi, should I start now?
Yes. It's you can start now.
Thank you, Ravi. Good morning and Jai Bhim to all, and welcome to our Ayyankali conference. This is one of the first academic conferences that our new center, Samyak Center for Interdisciplinary Research, has just is going to organize. And I will just give you a small introduction about our center and what we intend to do with these conferences and other academic works that we are going to take up. So as you all know that Nalanda has been working since last 9 years, has been training our students to go for quality higher education in India and abroad. So we now have a large pool of our alumni who have graduated from top universities in India and abroad, and we are now trying to create a research center where our students also become knowledge producers, that they take up multiple research in different domains, and they can produce knowledge. So we started this center last year, and we are trying to build up a network of research scholars from our community, from marginalized background, so that they are also able to produce knowledge in areas that empowers our community. So towards this, we are trying to organize several conferences in this chain. This is our first academic conference. So I will just give you a brief schedule of today's session, and then I will introduce Renu sir, and then we can start the lecture. So to begin with, as you know that this is a 2 days conference. So we will be having 4 to 5 sessions every day on both days. So on the first day, we are about to have our first session now, where Renukumar sir will deliver a lecture on great Ayyankali, a leader whom we admire a lot, whose influence is actually growing now. Now many people like us who are not from South India are getting aware of his works and his life and his struggle. So it will be an honor and pleasure to have Renukumar sir today to deliver a lecture on great Ayyankali. And the second session will be it will start at 12 noon, and the session's title is Women in Research, Challenges and Learning. So 3 of our friends, Hemangi, Komal and Palashi, will be with us and sharing their views and perspectives, their learnings and experiences with us about women in research. And then our third session, we will be going beyond social sciences, and we will have a dialogue on management studies. A lot of good research work is now happening in the area of management. So today we have the honor to have with us Professor Hari Bapu, who is from University of Melbourne, and he will be interacting with Pardeep, who is a friend and who is doing his doctorate from Central European universities. And then in the fourth session, we will have 5 of our young scholars who will present their paper, who will present their academic work with us. Shadab, Vaishnavi, Preeti, Kundan and Uddhav. They are from different universities in India, and they will be presenting their work. And the final session we will have on what are the epistemic challenges of conducting research, because this is an area where we want our students to really get into it and to understand the nuances of the research. So we will have Professor Bodhi, from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, in dialogue with our friend Ravikant. So these are the 5 sessions that we have planned, and all these sessions will be hosted on YouTube live. So this is the day 1 schedule. I hope that our audience will enjoy these sessions and participate, and also you can ask questions. So whatever questions you have, please put it on the YouTube chat. We have our moderators there. They will send us the questions, and we will direct those questions to our speakers. So let's start our first session. So we have with us Renukumar sir. He's a great poet, writer, and he in 2019-20 he received Kerala Sahitya Award, and he has also written a biography on great Ayyankali. So we thought that it will be a great tribute towards the memories and of Ayyankali to have Renukumar sir with us, and he will tell us more about our great leader. So I welcome Renukumar sir. I'm so happy to have you, sir, and thank you for agreeing to come to our platform. Over to you now, sir.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are.
Yes. I'm very happy to be here with all of you. Good morning, all. Jai Bhim, all students, teachers, and my dear friends. First of all, I must thank to Samyak Interdisciplinary Research Center, Nalanda Academy, for inviting me to this important conference on Ayyankali the Great. It is a great privilege to me to have a talk on Ayyankali, the greatest social reformer of Kerala in the last century. We all know that in every part of India, we have social reformers who have fought for the civil rights of the downtrodden people and democratized the whole society. But except a few, many of them are lesser known or unknown beyond their states due to language barriers. I think conference like this will helpful to overcome such barriers to a certain extent. In this context, the endeavor of Nalanda Academy become relevant and appreciable. I will be happy if I could add something more on Ayyankali that you already know. So let me come to my topic. In my talk, I would like to give a minimum idea about Ayyankali by explaining his life, interventions, and perspectives. Please don't consider my talk as an academic one, but consider as a commentary on the topic already said. The social representation of Dalits in 19th century Kerala needs to be examined in isolation from the traditional social history of present-day Kerala. The Dalits in Kerala were marked at the bottom of the caste hierarchy and were either completely or partially enslaved in social life. The 19th century Dalits in Kerala were gifted with an unparalleled social experience created by the intermingling of the caste system and slavery. The upper caste people were able to use Dalits to fully control the productive sector and reduce social power to themselves while maintaining oppressive caste feudal values, social norms, and discrimination. Ownership and control of all resources, including land, were vested in these upper castes. It was the intervention of the Dalits to overcome the destructive and complex social conditions that denied even the most basic human and democratic rights that later became the notable plagues of the Kerala Navodhanam or Kerala Renaissance. In the social system where caste and slavery are indistinguishable, the most marginalized and ignored sections of society in Kerala are Dalits. Slavery in Kerala is almost entirely related to the caste system. All outside the Chaturvarnya system were, to a greater or lesser extent, slaves. More than 90% of the slaves belong to the Pulaya, Paraya, Cherumar, and Kurava caste who were enslaved by birth. The state of Kerala was formed in 1956. Before that, this land was divided into three parts, such as Travancore, Kochi, Malabar, Travancore, Kochi, and Malabar. Travancore and Kochi were two independent provinces, and Malabar was part of British India. Various social reform movements and social reformers played a fundamental role in shaping modern Kerala. The prominent among them are Vaikunta Samigal, Thaikad Ayyav Samigal, Aratapuzha Velayutha Panikar, Chattambi Samigal, Sri Narayana Guru, Ayyankali, Poigil Appachan, Kurumban Devathan, Pandit K.P. Karuppan, Pambadi John Joseph, Sahodaran Ayyappan, Dr. Velikutti Arayan, and V.T. Constitution of modern Kerala society and the social progress of the Dalits in the state is unique. Dalit interventions and arguments for social justice, economic equality, equality of opportunity, and self-esteem are made visible with the entry of Ayyankali into the social history of Kerala. Ayyankali began his social interventions in the last decade of the 19th century. Interventions became comprehensive and powerful in the first decades of the 20th century. Social movement of Ayyankali was quite different from the social movements of the upper caste and middle caste. While the other movements focused mainly on the caste and religious reforms, Ayyankali's movement waged a comprehensive anti-caste struggle for democratic and fundamental rights and for social justice. Ayyankali was born in a village called Venganur in Thiruvananthapuram district, the southern district of Kerala, part of erstwhile princely state Travancore. Ayyankali was born in a Pulaya family in 1863. His mother's name was Mala and his father's name was Ayyan. Parents and relatives affectionately called the baby Kali. When he grew up, his name was added to his father's name and everyone called him Ayyankali. 10 children were born to Mala and Ayyan. 2 of them had died during their infancy. 3 out of the remaining children were girls and 5 were boys. Ayyankali was the eldest among the siblings. As the subaltern people were not allowed in public spaces, none of Ayyan's children went to school. Untouchable children were not allowed in school at that time. Therefore, naturally, they followed their parents and engaged in agricultural activities and become small labor groups. Those days, like any other subaltern youth, Ayyankali's father, Ayyan too, was a farm slave. Being a tiller and a slave of a Nair feudal lord, Ayyan was also the chief of other Pulaya slaves. The role of caste was very crucial in determining the socio-economic relations of the society. The landlord-tiller relations were strongly interlaced with the caste practices such as agrarian slavery.
I think
Age. Shortly, Kali became favorite and immensely popular among his peers. When Kali grew up, his father Ayyan began to accompany him to work in the paddy fields. In lieu of education, the young Kali began learning the lessons of farming. With the involvements in the farming activities, the muscles of Kali became rigid and he subsequently became strong and healthy. The stoic walk with his head held high, above average height, unwavering looks made him stand out in the crowd. As a child, Kali could not adapt to anything that he did not yield to his own thinking and intellect. Although Kali complained to the elders of his caste about the inhuman behavior from the caste Hindus, they did not take it seriously. In turn, they scolded Kali for not following the dictum of untouchability and for being defiant. When his self-esteem was hurt, Kali could not help sans thinking about the reasons behind the Pulaya children being marginalized this way. As Kali got older, this thought grew stronger. He shared his thoughts and anxieties with his peer. At first, many did not believe what he was saying, but gradually, to favor Kali, his words and interpretations in the light of personal experience made them rise up to a different identity or realization constantly. It did not take Kali long to be the leader among his peer groups. Reposing absolute faith in Kali, these children of the same group rallied around him left and right. The number of kids in Kali's little gang increased like never before. They started moving in groups and began reacting when the upper caste members who misbehaved with them. Arguments and clashes had changed the image of Kali as a rebel and disobedient right from his adolescence. But those who belonged to his community gave respect to him and called him as Ur Pillai, means local prince, to recognizing his leadership qualities and dynamism. When Kali and his group began reacting to every injustice they could spot, as if it was natural, the upper caste members, various forms of dominations became shaky. Kali professed and believed in the dictum that self-esteem, justice, and equality could not be achieved without social conflict. He realized that along with the mind, body also to be energized and prepared to encounter the Savarna domination. Ayyankali and his team practiced the basics of wrestling, martial arts, etc. at night by accepting and practicing the disciples of masters brought from elsewhere. Thus, under his leadership, Ayyankali nurtured and groomed a group of young people who could face social evils, caste oppression, and denial of opportunity with a firm hand. The group created by him in later years were popularly known as Ayyankali Pada, means Ayyankali Force. The group would land up in a sudden wherever caste feuds reared its ugly head. After surpassing childhood and adolescence, Ayyankali entered into the live wire youth. It was during this time that Ayyankali became acquainted with the seer Taikad Ayav Sami. Even while choosing the spiritual path for the cause of social inequalities, he openly opposed the immortalities existed in Hindu society. His acquaintance and communications with the Swami further strengthened Ayyankali's mental discourse to fight against untouchability and injustice. Ayyankali became undisputed leader of untouchable youths. It was during this time that he got married. In 1888, when he was 25 years old, Ayyankali married a woman named Chellamma. The couple had six boys and a girl born. 2 out of these children died at young. Of the different freedom struggles headed by Ayyankali for the fundamental and democratic rights of the downtrodden people, the first one was Villuvandi Yatra. Villuvandi Yatra means travel in bullock cart. Villuvandi is different from typical bullock cart. It is the modernized version of bullock cart used by upper caste people for traveling. During those days, untouchables were not allowed to even walk through the public roads. Ayyankali's historic bullock cart ride through public road was happened in 1893. Wearing a white half-sleeve banian and dhoti, wrapping a towel around his head and keeping a dagger around his waist, Ayyankali daringly entered into the public road on his Villuvandi. Extending all kinds of support to the journey, a group of supporters were following Ayyankali, walking and running behind the Villuvandi. Seeing the Villuvandi with the chimming of the bells tied on the necks of the bulls, and Ayyankali standing on it, with his head held high, approaching through the public space where the footprints of the untouchables had never been spotted. The feudal caste Hindus of Bengaluru got upset. They alarmed to see an unauthorized carriage where the man dressed in unauthorized dress code and traveling on a forbidden road. Nevertheless, they got together instantaneously and began to interrupt the journey. Though in many places his travel was interrupted by caste Hindus, Ayyankali moved ahead by pulling his dagger out and giving a war cry, "Stop if you can." In different places, caste Hindus gathered together and attacked Ayyankali and his men. But he and his men never kept a single step backward. With a dagger in hand, Ayyankali leapt from the carriage and confronted the attackers. During the clashes, many were injured and fall down from both sides. Though many got hurt during the violence, eventually the withdrawal of caste Hindu brigade made the cadres of the Ayyankali camp excited. Villuvandi Yatra of Ayyankali was a great victory over caste Hindus and their denial of democratic rights to subaltern people to use public roads. Ayyankali not only was riding with his companions to the public streets of Bengaluru, but also he was riding the Villuvandi to history. Struggles for educational rights. Ayyankali's struggles for educational rights. Along with the struggles for freedom of using public roads, Ayyankali also worked tirelessly for the right to education of untouchables. Ayyankali realized that capacity and growth of community was as inextricably linked with education as it was with the landlord. He made the cadre conscious all the time, and freedom of education is a democratic right, must be won and protected, and that it requires social defenses, struggles, and confrontation beyond mere petitions. A good percentage of Ayyankali's early activities were associated with the school entry agitation. As a part of their exclusion from the public spaces, the upper caste government denied the untouchables freedom of education along with various other liberties. Ayyankali formed the Sadhu Jana Paripalana Sangam, an organization for the poor people, in 1907, to strengthen the struggles for the freedom, protection, and the resurrection of various untouchable castes whose public space were alienated due to the social evil of untouchability. Ayyankali, along with Thomas Vadya, who later became the secretary of the group, had submitted petitions to the Diwan and Director of Education requesting that necessary steps to be taken to enroll Dalit children in existing school or to start special schools for them. But the government, the education department, the school authorities, and the local elites did not consider such a need with due importance. The upper caste people were not even willing to think in terms of the children who were supposed to work in the fields and grounds and graze cattle, becoming literates. They wondered who would work on their farms if the untouchables left slave labor and allied fields to go to school and thus to higher education and gain access to government job. But Ayyankali, along with his associates, built the first school for Dalits, built with bamboos and thatched roof. The floor was leveled and coated with cow dung. 2 literates from the group who availed education via conversion were appointed as teachers, and they began teaching the alphabets to the children on the sand. But the upper caste people set fire to the school that night itself. Ayyankali and his men never thought of an attack such kind, but they quickly built another school the next day itself and challenged the caste Hindus. To prevent the further attack, they began keeping a vigil during the nights. As usual, when the upper caste came to the school with fire in their hands, the youth confronted them. The invaders never expected such a counter-attack. Though both sides got thrashed, nevertheless, the invaders suffered more injuries. Taking revenge, the upper caste began assaulting the untouchables wherever they could spot them. Ayyankali and his men did not stay quiet. They resisted the attack. Though there was momentary peace, nevertheless, as and when they got chance, the upper caste began blocking the teachers, driving away children and disturbing the peaceful functioning of the school. The untouchables were neither allowed to study in government schools nor allowed them to start their own educational institutions. Ayyankali decided to confront the arrogance of upper caste and government laws that denied them the opportunity to learn to read and write in a different way. Ayyankali's response was historic call, thus heralding the first agrarian agitations in the history of Kerala. It was under Ayyankali's leadership that the obedient social body of the untouchable caste of Kerala, which had unilaterally determined slavery, emerged from the clutches of upper caste for the first time in history. Following the denial of the democratic rights of untouchable caste children to enter schools and learn to read and write by the Travancore government and the upper caste, Ayyankali declared, "If you do not allow our children to study, we will not work in your fields. Instead of paddy, grass and weeds will grow there." Ayyankali called on his people not to work in paddy field and to make their agricultural land barren. By restricting the labor skills traditionally acquired by the untouchables in not working in the fields, it was a political bargain with the state and the dominant social groups. Ayyankali's strategic struggle for the education was highlighted by many of his biographies as labor struggle. It may be the first labor agitation in Kerala, but it was not for the occupational rights, but for educational rights. Beyond the goal of the struggle, many of them gave prominence to the form of struggle, the place of struggle, and the Marxian definition of the term agricultural laborers. Actually, it was a struggle by the untouchables for the right to education of their children by imposing labor sanctions on agricultural land. The aim of this struggle was not to make Dalits good agricultural laborers, but getting better wages. The aim of this struggle was not to make Dalits good agricultural laborers by getting better wages. The great goal behind this struggle was to save at least their children from the continuing workplace of slavery. It was not for financial gain, rather it was for the right of children from subaltern caste to enroll in the schools. It was first organized struggle among the lower caste for the right to education. The struggle organized by Ayyankali that took place in the first decade of 20th century prolonged for almost 1 year. As a result of many rounds of tripartite discussions among government representatives, Ayyankali and landlords, the agrarian agitation that democratized the education sector in Travancore was settled. Among the various human rights of the poor, Ayyankali's primary concerns was education. As a result of the persistent struggles and petitions for the right to education, although the Travancore government had issued orders in 1907, 1910, and in 1914 in favor of Dalit children, They could not enter into school and study there. In such a situation, Ayyankali, along with his associates, mandatorily tried to enroll the children in Urutambalam Girls' School. Urutambalam is a place in Trivandrum town. Following that incident, the caste Hindus burned the school where the untouchable children made it impure and subsequently prolonged social conflict between the Nair, Pulaya communities ensued. The series of conflicts happened in connection with this during the Malayalam calendar year 1090, which later came to be known as Tonnoram and Lehala. The caste Hindus and official historians terms it as Pulaya revolts. The middle caste such as Iravas, Asharis, and Muslims were widely involved in the Pulaya oppression under the leadership of Nais. They accused Ayyankali as a traitor and announced reward for his head. Seeing the increasing threat to the lives of the poor, the plunder of property, the destruction of social security, and the humiliation of women, Ayyankali became convinced that the problem could not be tackled without physical confrontation. He proved that strong hands could speak better to antisocial than knowledgeable tongues. The Nair Pulaya riots that erupted in connection with the Urutambalam school entrance lasted for about 1 week. In fact, the Tonnoram and Lehala had shattered the perception of caste Hindus that the courageous resistance of the poor people and the organized counter-attack can be oppressed by violence and continue the hegemony forever. The Tonnoram and Lehala was also a struggle in which the poor people realized the need for organized force and military character for the freedom struggle and resistance. At the same time, the Tonnoram and Lehala convinced the poor people of the strange fact that the middle caste like Iravas and Muslims were more united community with the upper caste, not with themselves. I have already told that Ayyankali had created an organization called Sadhujana Parivalana Sangham for handling his social reform activities. The attitudes of state and upper caste towards a human rights struggle waged by the untouchables were anti-democratic and inhuman. This led Ayyankali to form an organization for their own. Thus, in 1907, Ayyankali formed the Sadhujana Parivalana Sangham, an organization for the protection of the poor. It was not an organization of a single caste, but different lower castes like Pulaya, Paraya, and Kurava, etc. In a short span of time, many branches were formed throughout Travancore. The functioning of the organization were strong during the second and third decades of the previous century. A newspaper named Sadhujana Parivalini was published from Changanasheri. Sadhujana Parivalana Sangham was the next big organization in those days in Travancore after Sri Narayana Dharma Parivalana Sangham. You may be knowing the SNDP organization. It was formed by Narayana Guru. Community called Jubilee Hall Kutam. Jubilee Hall Kutam means annual meeting of Sadhujana Parivalana Sangham. It happened in VJT Hall annually. Were the specialities of the organization. In 2019, the government of Kerala renamed this VJT Hall, this Victoria Jubilee Hall, as Mahatma Ayyankali Hall. Government renamed it 2-3 years back. Among the princely states of India, before the independence, the first legislative assembly was formed in Travancore. Praja Sabha was formed in 1904 and it was called Srimulam Praja Sabha. A few representatives of Praja Sabha were nominated. P.K. Govindapilla, a member of Nair community, was represented the Pulaya caste in Praja Sabha. But in December 1911, Ayyankali has been nominated to Praja Sabha. In February 1912, Ayyankali took part and spoke in the 8th meeting of Srimulam Praja Sabha. From 1912 to 1933, Ayyankali was a member of Srimulam Praja Sabha. He retired from Sabha at the age of 70 due to health problems. The history of Sadhujana Paripalana Sangam from 1912 to 1933 and Ayyankali positions elicits special attention. It is during that this area of intervention extends from freedom movement and right to education to areas such as land, employment, reservation, and social security. Another historic incident in the life of Ayyankali is Perinadu Lehla, means Perinadu, right. Perinadu is a place in Kollam district. Gopaladasan, a prominent member of Sadhujana Paripalana Sangam in Kollam district, was the leader of Perinadu revolt. The Perinadu revolt, led by Gopaladasan, played a pivotal role in Ayyankali's civil rights struggle against inhuman caste practices. Perinadu rights were proclamation of the freedom of the Pulaya women who publicly cut down the symbols of slavery imposed by caste customs. The Perinadu rights happened in 1915 when Gopaladasan organized a Pulaya meeting at Perinadu in Kollam district, and the disruption of the event by the caste Hindu thugs paved the way for beginning of the Perinadu revolt. Though the first Pulaya meeting organized by Gopaladasan to cut down the remnants of slavery, stone necklace, from the body of Pulaya women was interrupted and attacked by caste Hindus, a second meeting was organized. It was a conciliatory meeting organized by Ayyankali to resolve the rights. In addition to Ayyankali, Dalit social reformers named Gopaladasan, Vellikara Chodi, and Kurumban Devatan were present on the dais. Ayyankali said that due to the intervention of Sadhujana Paripalana Sangam, women in Travancore have given up stone beads and necklace and started wearing blouses, and all the women have their right to hide their nudity and earn self-respect. Ayyankali concluded his speech by appealing to the upper caste community to abandon the caste symbols of stone beads and necklace and to cooperate with the work of the sisters of Perinadu who enter into a refined life. Ayyankali called two women from the front row of the audience and made them stand on the platform facing the audience, asked them to cut off the symbols of slavery in the presence of thousands of Pulayas. The women pulled out the sickles tucked behind their waist, cut their stone beads and necklace, and put them on the platform. After seeing this, thousands of untouchables women gathered there began to repeat the same thing. Ayyankali's active socio-political interventions for more than half a century have made a significant progress in the social life of Dalits and democratization of Kerala. In 1933, Ayyankali retired from the Srimulam Praja Sabha due to health problems. Even before the Sadhujana Paripalana Sangam began to face different internal and external challenges based on religion, race, subcaste identity, and political interests. The Act of Travancore government retaining the Praja Sabha membership on a caste-centric basis adversely affected the existence of Sadhujana Paripalana Sangam, which was a caste-secular movement. The formation of Travancore Hindu Pulaya Samajam in 1917 by Kurumban Devatan, the creation of Travancore Cheramar Mahasabha in 1921 by Pambadi John Joseph, the formation of Samasta Travancore Pulaya Mahasabha by T.T. Keshavan Shastri, and the setting up of Karshaka Thulilali Sangam in 1939 by K.C. Sheedangan had played their roles, hastening the end of Sadhujana Paripalana Sangam. In the last decade of 19th century, riding on the bullock cart for citizens' rights, Ayyankali, the historic personality who led Kerala from the darkness to the light of democracy, passed away in 1949 and 1941 at the age of 77. Thank you all for listening my words with greater patience and attention. Thank you all once again. Jai Bhim.
Jai Bhim, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Renukumar sir. It was very enlightening talk. We came to know about various facets of our great leader. So I have a couple of questions, and I'm sure that there will be some questions from our YouTube audience. So I will put it across once our moderators give these questions to me. So thank you so much for delivering this lecture. And I just want I will tell you about my own learnings about great Ayyankali, how I came to know about Ayyankali, and then I want to ask one question on the basis of that. I was doing my post-graduation in Delhi, and that was the time when Chengara land struggle was happening in Kerala. So I think it was year 2001 or 2. So a lot of Dalits and Adivasi organizations, and they were fighting for land. So that was the first time when I came to know about great Ayyankali, and also about the hollowness of the Kerala model of development. Because growing up, we have always admired Kerala as one of the most literate state, one of the most developed state, and one of the states where caste is, I come from a North India. So for us, caste is everywhere. Caste is so apparent, so open, right? So, but we have this notion that in Kerala, such is not the case. But once I got exposed to Chengara land struggle, I came in touch with several activists, and then this whole history of that Kerala has a slavery till last century, right? And one of the worst form of untouchability, right? And the landlessness of Dalits and Adivasis. So and when we read history books, our modern India textbooks, we are not, nobody tells us about these things. We have not, we never encountered about the life of great Ayyankali. All of us have studied about social reform movement in 19th century India. So it starts with Raja Ram Mohan Roy and ends up with Gandhi, right? Vivekananda Gandhi. So there's a complete absence of the struggles and the movement of untouchables in Kerala. And so when I started reading about Ayyankali, I was amazed that he was one of the first leaders to organize and agricultural laborers. So he worked for women rights. He worked in the field of education. So he is one of the stalwarts of late 19th and 20th century. Unfortunately, not many of us are aware about his life and struggles. So my question is very simple, that in academia, I come across many Malayali scholars. They talk about everything under the sun, but I have, why this silence on Ayyankali? Right, despite Kerala being propagated as a model state, as a state where caste is, nobody knows about caste of others, something like that. I've always grown up listening to these stories that caste is in UP, caste is in Bihar, but in Kerala this is not the case. So why is it so that there has been this huge silence or invisibilization of Ayyankali? And I'm sure there might be many other leaders whom we are not aware of, right? So my question is this to you, sir: why and how this has happened?
Nice question, sir. What you said is very correct and very relevant, I think. My explanation is that in my paper, I told that Ayyankali was passed away in 1941. But his first biography was released in Kerala, in Malayalam, by T.H.P. Chandarasheri in the year 1979. There are many years this man, this greatest man, Kerala scene, never came into the limelight of the mainstream limelight of Kerala, because of this the interventions of the CPM Marxist parties. Most of the workers, most of the followers of Ayyankali movement were dispersed to many fields. Majority of them follow the CPM line of thinking and its Marxian politics. This is one of the main reasons behind this, the later coming of Ayyankali into the scenario, public scenario of Kerala, I think.
Right, sir. Ravi, do you want to add something?
No, sir. I had a small question, very much on the lines of what Anubhai was also asking. We see that in the second half of the 19th century and early 20th century, there are many leaders in different parts of India, or so many of our leaders who have fought for education and social justice and civil rights. So is there, do you see their struggles kind of connecting, or is there a kind of overlap that you see between these? Like there's Ayyankali in Kerala, of course, Jyotiba Phule and Savitribai Phule in Maharashtra. In West Bengal, there are the Gaur Prasad and the Matua sect, which was also very much preoccupied with education and civil rights in that sense. So they are all more or less happening around at the same time, but we don't see them as a interconnected history. Do you think that there is some kind of sense in connecting these histories, or should we see them in a different light, or what are your thoughts on that?
I think the situation is, Kerala situation is very different from the other places of India. You can see that in the the first decade of 90s in Kerala, Ayyankali was struggling to get admission in schools for his children. That time, you may be knowing that our great B.R. Ambedkar was studying for his PhD in United States of America. Sometimes in Kerala, the average socio-economic development of a citizen or Dalits in Kerala is relatively better than that of than the counterparts of the other Dalit citizens in the rest of the India. This paradoxical situation is very relevant compared to this kind of life. You can see a landlord in other part of India except in Kerala. You can see a businessman in other part of India except in Kerala. But the relative betterment of a Kerala citizen, a Dalit man, is maybe better than that of other Dalit people in other states of India. This is my explanation, sir.
Thank you, sir. There is another question from YouTube. One of our audience has asked this question. What is the relationship of Ayyankali with other leaders of his time, like Narayan Guru, Periyar, or Ayodhya? Was there a possibility of Bahujan unity at that time?
I think Ayyankali had some good relations with these great people. But if we go through the biography of Ayyankali, in Ayyankali's biographies, we can have some instant of relations between them. But if, for example, if we search in Ayyankali's biography, the role of Narayana Guru in his biography is very prominent. But if we go through the biography of Sri Narayana Guru, we can see very little observations about Ayyankali in this. I think according to me, their relation was not that kind of equality was there, I think.
Right. So there was this, difference. So others have not, referenced him much, but he has plenty of. In his life there were a lot of references of other social leaders. So then see, a lot of our young students have joined today, and they want to read about Ayyankali. So one of the students has this question: is his biography available in English?
Actually, in my knowledge, it is not available right now. Some texts are available, I think so. I don't know.
Yes.
But one thing I have to tell, I have written a biography of Ayyankali in Malayalam, and it is in under translation. I think it will come out in English very shortly, I think.
That will be great, sir. I mean, we all will love to read, the life of Ayyankali. So thank you so much for this effort, and we all are looking forward for the book to come. So then there is, of course, this is a related question. How do we promote the life and the works of Ayyankali in other part of India? I mean, beyond Kerala, how do we, what we should do?
I think via translation only we can spread the ideas and life of Ayyankali to other people, especially Dalit people in other part of India. Via translation into English, we can first translate into English, then into other regional languages. We can do that, I think.
Related to this, there is this question that is the state helping, like in Maharashtra, there is a separate department. The government has put a budget to publish
the translation of Ambedkar's works.
Translation and Dr. Ambedkar's writing, and which has actually helped us a lot, because we get his volumes in Hindi, we get his volumes in English and in other regional languages. Has any similar effort been taken in Kerala regarding Ayyankali's life and works?
So far, I don't have any information about this kind of project. But 2-3 years back, I had told you in the talk that the name of Vijay Hall, Victoria Memorial Hall, name has been changed to this in the name of Mahatma Ayyankali. To a certain extent, it is a great thing. But there are people in Kerala have different opinion even about this. But so far, I didn't have any information about this kind of promoting Ayyankali. But in their write-ups, in their speeches, they include the contribution of Ayyankali along with the Marxian and Marxian thoughts and all.
Okay. And how do Marxists see Ayyankali? I mean, this is my question. I'm very curious to know how our comrades view the life and struggle of Ayyankali.
Nowadays, the Marxists in Kerala accept the ideas of Ayyankali to a certain extent, I think. Even in their party conferences, we can see the photos and flags of Ayyankali, the Ayyankali, Vaghela person. We can see there. There's a lot of change is happening. Sometimes it may be to absorb the feel of downtrodden people, to have them, to collect along with them. But earlier it was not. They didn't understand the teachings, thoughts of Ayyankali. That's why after his death, for a long period, he has been sidelined in the darkness of Kerala history, I think. But nowadays, they are coming out and they are realizing the importance of Ayyankali and Vaghela Pashan, Pambadi, John Joseph, and a few others.
Thank you so much, Renukumar sir. It was really great to have you. We are now at the end of our first session. And one thing I just want to share with you that, in a very near future, Nalanda will be happy to send a couple of our researchers to work with you and to work with you on the lives and struggle of great Ayyankali, because we feel, at least personally, I feel that Ayyankali is one of our tallest leaders, for our community across the country, not only for Kerala, across the country. His struggle to in all aspects. He was a leader for, on agricultural laborers. He worked for women rights. He worked for education. So many facets we have about him. So hopefully, Nalanda will be able to send some students who can work with you and be able to create some literature for us on great Ayyankali. So thank you so much
Thank you.
for being part of this, and thank you so much for delivering this lecture. And
Thank you. Thank you all. I am very happy to have a time with you, wonderful time with you. Thank you all. JB.
Jai Bhim, sir. Jai Bhim, sir. So thank you so much to all audience also. So we in couple of minutes, in I think 5 minutes, we will start our second session. We will have our panelist Komal, Rajak, Palashi, and Hemangi with us, and the session will be moderated by our friend Durga. So please be with us, and we are going to start our second session shortly. Thank you so much, Renukumar sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Am I
Yes,
audible
Durga.
to you?
Yes, Durga, you're audible. And the other speakers can also check their sound. And we are all looking forward to having a great session. Thank you, everyone. Over to you, Durga.
Thank you, sir. Hello. Hello, everyone. I am Durga. I hope I'm audible to all. You can check your mic once if you want. Hi, Hemangi.
Hi.
Hi, Palashi.
Hello.
Thank you. And Komal. So let's start because हमारे सब panelists यहाँ पे हैं. जय भीम all. और thank you so much for being here to us. And as our title suggests, women in research, challenges and learning. जिस तरह से हमारा जो टाइटल है वो बता रहा है कि लाइक कि इस सेशन में क्या होने वाला है, किस बारे में बात होने वाली है कि लाइक विमेन इन रिसर्च, ये पूरा जो सेशन है उसके बारे में हम जानने वाले हैं. और हमारे साथ है डॉक्टर हेमांगी कडलक, डॉक्टर कोमल रजक एंड पालाशी वाघेला, जो उनका जो भी एक्सपीरियंस रहा है इस जर्नी के थ्रू उसके बारे में जानने वाले हैं. और बिफोर गोइंग टू स्टार्ट आवर सेशन आई वांट टू टेल दैट कि we have lots of young researchers here to listen you, and especially the women, because it's all about us to know the journey that you have faced already. And from your journey I want to we want to learn a lot of things to tackle with it. So I want to invite our first speaker, Dr. Hemangi Kadlak, jo now she is working in dean as in social work in Mahatma Gandhi College of Social Work, Delhi. And please ma'am, आप आपकी जो भी जर्नी रही है, आपने जो भी एक्सपीरियंस किया है, please free to share with us. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank Nalanda Academy for inviting me such a wonderful conference, Ayyankali conference, because I could read Ayyankali when I was in Tamil Nadu, and when I was teaching students, social reformers. So one of the social reformers was Ayyankali, and from that reading, I could really understand what the Ayyankali did and how was his journey. And so therefore, I'm really thankful to you that giving me the space for such a iconic hero. On that name, you have kept this conference. So about my journey, I born in slum area and brought up in Chawl, 10 by 12 kind of house. My father is a retired sanitation worker. He was called as a scavenger. That was the word I could see on his designation. So that is my journey, and I'm the first higher educated person in man and in woman in my family. He has 2 brothers and sisters, but I'm the first person from all his brothers and sisters and from his family as well, the first educated person in the family. The journey was definitely not easy. I was not knowing how to do, what to do, but only the motivation was from my father that education is the only way for you to go for or emancipate yourself or your society. My father always taught me that I'm your biological father, or I'm your my mother and father are biological parents, but your real father is Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, and what you are here because of him. And if you wouldn't have if you wouldn't have got the opportunity, you wouldn't have been here. And therefore he always said from childhood that you have to pay back to the society, because what the privilege you are availing or you are getting is because of somebody's contribution in the past. And that ideology or that kind of socialization I have been from this my childhood. Though I was economically poor, I was not having resources at all, but that only the motivation he could give, and with this motivation only I didn't see any other things other than education. And he knew that he always told me that you cannot do any other work, because he was knowing that he is a sanitation worker, he is a scavenger, but he never told me, nor my family members told me that I'm a doctor of sanitation workers or a scavenger. And I was keep on like searching myself where my father is, what my father is working. And all other my friends used to tell me, or used to discuss that their fathers are doing this kind of such business work and this. But I always had the curiosity in my mind, like what my father is doing, and nobody's telling. Even I used to ask my family members what my father is doing. So sometimes they used to say that he's a peon, he does other work, but never gave me such kind of concrete answer. And that thirst to know my father's occupation, it made me too crazy that why these people are not giving the right answer. And one day, like I'm the literate person in my family, and therefore he used to give me for all forms for filling up. And one day, like when I was, I think, under graduation, I think in SY, so he asked me to fill up a form for his some official kind of leave or something. And there I saw that his designation as a scavenger. And I was not knowing the meaning of scavenger, because I was from Marathi medium background. And then I searched dictionaries, like what is the meaning of scavenger, what my father is doing. And then I came to know that what is the meaning of scavenger. And since then my journey started for uplifting of the scavengers whole this community. And this is the journey. And my MPhil and PhD, I took this subject because I belongs to this such kind of occupation, caste, class, gender, all these kind of layers of intergenerational intersectionality, all deprivations. And now whatever I'm here, this is because of my parents. And definitely what my father said, that my social father is my Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, and because of him I'm here. So this is my journey till now. And I'm heading one organization, a women organization, that is a Sri Vajin Foundation. Another, I'm also heading now one department of social work department. So I'm here now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your sharing your journey with us. It is really heart touching that you come from such a background. That is a really big thing to have such achievement in your life, and I'm really happy for you. And this is really inspiring for us to, like, someone like you is in front of us to be like a model. Thank you so much, Hemangi, to like आपने जो भी बोला उसके लिए थैंक यू. एंड अबाउट क्वेश्चन एंड आंसर वी विल टेक लाइक जब पूरे जो हमारे पैनलिस्ट थे उनका जब टॉक खत्म हो जाएगा हम उनके बाद में उनके क्वेश्चन आंसर लेते हैं. तो आवर नेक्स्ट पैनलिस्ट इज कोमल, रजक, and I want to invite her to talk. And she's working at IISER Mohali at Political Science Department. Welcome, ma'am. I hope you are listening. Komal, that is okay. Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible to you?
Yes. Hello.
Yeah, you are audible. Hello.
So Jai Bhim everyone, and very congratulations for organizing first friends for the researchers. And they come out of it. Generally days in India, we in academia know very well that the challenges are do have socio-cultural base. Driven from societal and cultural structure, and these kind of challenges do not only limit women's participation and representation in such spaces, but also it impacts future evolutions also, because any kind of evolution can happen through when every member of the society can participate in her or his full capacity. So obviously it's very necessary to understand the challenges and to address all the challenges. And since our society having caste as its basic structure, so obviously these challenges do have patriarchal challenges when it comes to women's representation and women's identity, but these are the caste background, and you are coming trans person. So research itself a challenging job, or researcher has to go through a lot of challenges during their research period or research work. But there is a or reduce or use our discussion for this conference. Gap, it refers basically the predominantly the absence of women and system. It refers to a situation that
Komal. हेलो आपका कंटिन्यू आवाज ब्रेक हो रहा है
to increase the gender representation.
हेलो
Okay, so the main in higher education institution to examine the behavior of researchers person in general and a Vaghela play a significant role in that high level. So not only about women, particular case of like women particularly, uh, a higher educated person play a significant role in building the nation, human capital, and the overall socio-cultural economic development of a country to make it sustainable. It helps in the understanding of societal norms, gives individuals self-reliance, and discourages discrimination based on gender, caste, beliefs, religion, and social classes. So, however, like in the present scenario, if we compare it from previous or from the past, it is somehow heartening as the women in higher education institutions.
हेलो कोमल,
हेलो
हाँ अगर आप अपना कैमरा ऑफ कर दो तो शायद कंटिन्यू आवाज आएगा क्योंकि वो ब्रेक हो रहा है.
लेट मी ट्राई.
हाँ, आप कैमरा ऑफ कर दो, आपको ऑडियो रहने दो.
Okay, am I audible now?
हाँ, परफेक्ट.
Okay. Experiences and is increasing technology. The participation of women should still shoot up. It is still very less, and there's a need to develop gender not only women, but the pedagogy be need to be changed. And provide flexibility to face a world of opportunities and challenges. So, like there are various aspects of addressing why women are very less in academia in general and in sciences particularly. So. Has been a subject of much discussion and debate. Families are beginning to value girls as equal to boys. There are still overwhelming cultural and economic reasons why female children are not so in their academic journey. Streams are women.
हेलो कोमल.
Them to so sciences are considered as masculine, and so boys are taken into the sciences. So these are the basic understanding of this, that how society and this socialization distinguish between women's interests and males interests, and it takes them to different academic streams. So, but when they come to academic spaces, and then there we have to decide, there we have to understand that what kind of problem they do have in their respective streams and their respective academic journey. So, like since I'm coming from social science background, I have like in political science, I have submitted my PhD. So there. Is in those spaces, various examples of research scholars, research interest. For instance, there are cases some scholars advised to work on some specific aspects. For example, like I know a case where our in women's empowerment contribution in women's question, like on women's question in a. So, and like I know there was a continuous debate and discussion in the department when this girl was trying to discuss and about her interest on Ambedkar's philosophy, and there were faculties who were like very dominant faculty in the department who were trying to manipulate her to work on Gandhi's contribution. Not be studied, cannot be researched, but to
Komal, hello.
interest. Sometimes faculty try to.
Hello, Komal.
Research interest. So and sometimes sometimes it's
Komal,
very
I
bad
think
and disturbing.
Komal, I think there is some major network connection, and a lot of our audiences are also saying they can't hear you. So maybe what we can do is we can listen to Palashi and we can come back to you. आप थोड़ा network एक बार देख लो if we can improve it, क्योंकि हम कुछ सुन नहीं पा रहे हैं actually. आप जो बोल रहे हो वो बीच बीच में कट कट के आ रहा है और हम फॉलो नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. So maybe we can just turn that around. So Durga, if you can just intervene and maybe conduct the session, and maybe we can come back to Komal. That will be a good thing. Just my suggestion. आप लोग देख लो कैसे करना.
Yes, sir. Even I was trying to do it, but उनका network issue है इसलिए I can't talk to her. Hello, Komal.
Hello.
Are you okay with this?
Yeah, I'm fine.
हाँ, थैंक यू सो मच. हम आपसे फिर से आते हैं, तब तक आप थोड़ा नेटवर्क का थोड़ा सॉल्व करने की कोशिश कीजिएगा. थैंक यू. क्योंकि कोमल जी का थोड़ा नेटवर्क का इशू था, इसलिए हम हमारे जो थर्ड पैनलिस्ट है पालाशी वाघेला, हम उनको इनवाइट करते हैं और उनको बोलते मतलब उनसे पालाशी वाघेला जो कॉर्नेल यूनिवर्सिटी में अपनी पीएचडी कर रही है, मैं उनको इनवाइट करती हूँ कि वो जो अपना एक्सपीरियंस है इन दिस एरिया वो हमारे साथ शेयर करें.
Thank you, Durga. Am I audible?
Yes, Palashi.
Okay. अगर कभी भी मेरा ऑडियो या compromise होता है तो बताइएगा. Just feel free to interrupt me. Jai Bheen everybody, or thank you so much for Nalanda Labs and this team for organizing this brilliant conference and for inviting me to be a panelist here. And it is so inspiring to hear of both Komal and Dr. Hemangini's journey also in this space. मेरी journey थोड़ी अलग है. मैं अपनी PhD बाहर कर रही हूँ इंडिया के, पर I'm the second generation of an educated person in my Dalit family, and so it just in brief मैं अपने personal experience के बारे में थोड़ा सा बताऊंगी, but मैं focus करना चाहूंगी कि हम as we speak about this topic is panel में, I wanted to focus on how some of my experiences have helped me understand कि कैसे you can both survive and thrive in research. So just a short introduction about me. I grew up in Surat, and मेरी life का सबसे बड़ा benefit ये था कि मैं convent school में English पढ़ के बड़ी हुई, and so that was a very big benefit. And my parents, who are both Gujarati medium educated, they're doctors, but they really insisted कि मैं English medium में पढूं. And in the conference also, I know that there is a discussion on English, and there is a very big bias in the research community towards English, जो obviously I'm sure हम सबको पता ही होगा. साथ ही साथ मैंने अपनी engineering की आगे बढ़कर, मेरे parents भी बहुत, just like Dr. Hemangini, they were very, very insistent on making sure that education is the most important thing that I focus on. And after my engineering, I realized कि मुझे technology में तो interest है, but I'm really interested in thinking about how technology and society interact with each other. तो मैंने अपने engineering के बाद जो मैंने job ली थी वो छोड़कर I started working in the social work sector. और उसके थ्रू मैंने होप किया था कि मैं ट्रांजिशन कर पाऊंगी रिसर्च में, बट विद अ लॉट ऑफ हेल्प एंड सपोर्ट फ्रॉम माय अंडरग्रेजुएट एडवाइजर as well as some other seniors, I was able to apply for a PhD outside. और मैं अभी अपनी PhD इंफॉर्मेशन साइंस में कर रही हूँ, जो कि जहाँ पर मैं फोकस कर रही हूँ कास्ट और जेंडर पे अपने फील्ड में, which is in the IT industry or the technology industry in India and Indian diaspora. और मैं एक दो इंसिडेंट बताना चाहूंगी जिससे मुझे लगता है कि हम broadly not just about women in research but also किस तरह से अलग forms of marginalization within research जो भी हम encounter करते हैं, whether you are a woman, whether you are a lower caste person, whether you come from marginalized gender and sexual positions या आप कोई disabled position से आ रहे हैं, तो उस तरह मेरे खुद के experiences have made me think a lot about two things. One is about power and second is about vulnerability. और first मैं इस चीज पे focus करना चाहूंगी कि recently मुझे एक AI आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एंड कास्ट के पैनल पे बुलाया गया था, एक लीडिंग आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस कॉन्फ्रेंस में, जो कि अभी आपने नाम तो बहुत ही ज्यादा सुना होगा, इट इज अ वेरी बिग बज़वर्ड और सब इसके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं. एंड द पर्सन ऑर्गेनाइजिंग द पैनल वाज आल्सो बहुजन एंड they invited me to be on the panel as a Dalit PhD student. और जब मुझे उन्होंने इनवाइट किया तो मैंने उनको सामने से कहा कि बट मैं सब्जेक्ट मैटर एक्सपर्ट की तरह आना चाहती हूँ, बिकॉज आई एक्चुअली स्टडी कास्ट एंड टेक, सो आई डोंट वांट टू टॉक अबाउट only the fact that I'm a Dalit woman doing my PhD on this, but the fact that I'm actually a subject matter expert working on caste and technology. तो इस नेगोशिएशन से मैंने उनको कहा कि आप प्लीज मुझे उस तरह से इनवाइट करें और उसी तरह से इंट्रोड्यूस भी करें पैनल पर. सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट बात इसमें ये थी कि मेरी फील्ड में बहुत ही कम हमारी कम्युनिटी से लोग हैं और साथ ही साथ बहुत ही ग्रोइंग इंटरेस्ट है इस एरिया में. एंड सो देयर इज अ टेंडेंसी ऑफ नॉट ओनली women but all kinds of people from different communities who are marginalized in academia to be tokenized in these spaces. And so what I really found helpful वहां पर कि obviously आप जो भी community से आ रहे हैं उससे जुड़ी हुई vulnerabilities हैं आपके लिए. और what does it mean to be vulnerable, right? Like what does it mean to do this work as a Dalit person? वो एक separate discussion है, उसके बारे में मैं बाद में बात करूंगी. But what is important is कि आप इस space में अपने terms पर जाएं और अपने terms पर आप negotiate करेंगे. आप not only because you're a woman or not only because you're somebody from a particular community, you are being invited and asked for a talk, but also to see कि आप as a intellectual, as a thinker, as a academic, as a researcher क्या ऑफर कर रहे हैं उस चीज के बारे में. एंड ये टेंडेंसी बहुत ही ज्यादा सवर्णा स्पेसेस में होती है कि they see themselves as experts and we are the people who talk about experience, है ना. And so theorization से लेकर practical experience से लेकर हर चीज में भी कास्ट का रोल बहुत ही उम्दा है. बट one of the things that I realized इस experience से ये था कि ये चीज मुझे अपने आप realize नहीं हुई थी कि one of the things that this realization was very much supported by my advisor. And so one of the biggest tips मैं ये देना चाहूंगी जो भी research pursue करना चाह रहा है, किसी भी location से आप आ रहे हैं, कि आप advisor को अपने उनके reputation या काम या prestige पे decide ना करें प्लीज. मैंने तो इंडिया के रिसर्च स्पेसेस में और भी ज्यादा हॉरर स्टोरीज सुनी है, तो आई ऑब्वियसली कैन नॉट स्पीक टू दैट बिकॉज मेरा एक्सपीरियंस थोड़ा अलग रहा है. बट उस केस में तो इट बिकम्स इवन मोर इम्पोर्टेंट टू फाइंड एन एडवाइजर हु हैज योर बैक, जो कि आपको एक टोकन पर्सन की तरह ना देखे. नॉट ओनली दैट बट आप अपनी लोकेशन को किस तरह से यूटिलाइज और उस तरह से आप किस तरह से अपने रिसर्च में उसको इन्वॉल्व करके अपनी पोजीशन को और पावरफुल बना सकते हैं, उसमें आपके एडवाइजर का बहुत ही बड़ा रोल होता है. एंड द सेकेंड इंस्टेंस दैट आई वांटेड टू टॉक अबाउट वाज, मैं अपनी रिसर्च एक्चुअली कर रही हूँ बहुत ही सवर्णा डोमिनेटेड स्पेस में, जो कि आईटी इंडस्ट्री आपको शायद पता ही होगा कि बहुत ही ज्यादा अपर कास्ट डोमिनेटेड स्पेस है, और स्पेशली इंडिया में तो उसके बारे में ज्यादा कुछ बात भी नहीं हो रही है. कास्ट इज अ नॉन क्वेश्चन इन दिस स्पेस. एंड सो रिसेंटली मेरा एक फील्ड वर्क एक्सपीरियंस था जो मैं शेयर करना चाहूंगी, जिससे भी मुझे बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट लर्निंग मिली है, जो मैं शेयर करना चाहती हूँ. मेरे फील्ड वर्क में मैंने रिसेंटली अभी ब्राह्मण women के साथ, women engineers के साथ इंटरव्यूज करना शुरू किया है. एंड सो ऑब्वियसली इट इज अ प्लेस ऑफ एक्सट्रीम वल्नरेबिलिटी फॉर मी, क्योंकि मैं अपनी लोकेशन से जब किसी को इंटरव्यू कर रही हूँ, मेरे पास ऑब्वियसली एज अ रिसर्चर एक अमाउंट ऑफ पावर है, बट सामने वाले इंसान के पास, being the fact that they are Savarna or they have an important position in the industry, they have a power of their own. तो रिसेंटली मेरे एक इंटरव्यू के बाद मेरे पार्टिसिपेंट ने अपनी कंसेंट विदड्रॉ कर ली थी कि मैं ओके नहीं हूँ इस इंटरव्यू से, बिकॉज आप एंड उनकी कंप्लेंट्स वाज अबाउट द फैक्ट दैट मैं कास्ट ला रही हूँ, व्हेन कास्ट इज एक्चुअली ब्रिंगिंग अप कास्ट डिवाइड्स द क्वेश्चन ऑफ वुमेन इन टेक, जो कि वो इम्पोर्टेंटली उस पर काम करती हैं. सो मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंटली इससे मेरे पे ये असर हुआ था कि I started doubting my own capability as a researcher, because I was thinking ki I'm doing something not right in the way that I'm not being able to get the data I need. But one of the other advisors that is advising me, who also works on caste, or I must say कि मेरे कोई भी advisor सवर्ण नहीं है, so I think उस relationship के बारे में मैं ज़्यादा inform नहीं कर पाऊंगी, but मैं ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि तीनों एडवाइजर्स जो मुझे सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं मेरे पीएचडी रिसर्च में, ऑल थ्री ऑफ देम हैव हेल्प्ड मी अंडरस्टैंड कि जो भी डाउट्स मेरे रिसर्च में रेज हो रहे हैं, बिकॉज ऑफ द फैक्ट कि मैं अपनी लोकेशन से कास्ट पढ़ रही हूँ विद इन अ वेरी अपर कास्ट डोमिनेटेड इंडस्ट्री इन टेक, it is part of the question I'm addressing, right? Like the fact that I think it is my fault, and the fact that this is my methodological challenge कि मैं बात नहीं करवा पा रही हूँ upper caste local से about caste. And so my advisor reminded me कि आप जो vulnerability feel कर रही हैं इस moment में, जिसमें आपको लग रहा है कि आपकी कोई गलती है, आप कर नहीं पाओगे ये research, आपके like you don't have the capacity to do this work, is actually part of the revelations that your research is developing. So my point being here कि आपको moments within academia, because it's such a upper caste and not just upper caste but male dominated and a heteronormative space, there will be so many spots where you will realize that, you know, you will be feeling like it's my fault, you know, I'm doing something wrong, I am not being able to fit in, but the structures are not meant for you to fit in. So आप जितना भी कोशिश करेंगी आप या करेंगे, it will be a challenge. And what is important to remember in those moments of vulnerability is that there is a way to find power in that space of vulnerability, but वो अकेले नहीं कर सकते हैं. So you need support. And one of the important things that I wanted to share here is that मेरे लिए support अलग-अलग तरह से आया. Of course, my parents and my family are very important in helping me go through this, so are my advisors, but एक supportive group of peers भी उतना ही important है. और उसमें आपको और भी careful रहना पड़ेगा, because peer stealing marginalized people's work in research communities is very common. तो मैंने बहुत ही time लेकर, like it takes, like loneliness in academia is part of what your experience will be if you're coming from any sort of marginalized community, but it does not have to be lonely all the time, is my takeaway from it. कि मैं काफी situations होती है जिसमें मुझे लगता है कोई मेरे situation को समझ नहीं पाएगा, but उसी moment पे मैं, even though my peers might not be able to understand it or not be facing the same thing, बहुत ही thankfully मुझे एक दलित बहुजन women's community मिली है जो not only research but अलग-अलग fields में काम करती है. So if anybody here is really interested in joining and getting mentorship from that community, I'd be happy to introduce them. But main thing मैं ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि loneliness is a very big part of this journey, but you can find spaces that will support you. It might not be your immediate university या आपकी immediate advisors भी हो सकता है कि बहुत ही exploitative हैं और आपको मदद नहीं कर रहे हैं, पर आप उसके बाहर देखिए, क्योंकि अब हमारी community के लोग और हमारी like many marginalized people are making their way up in different spaces. और one of the ways to really solve this problem कि आप किसी और के साथ collaborate करें, especially जब आप बहुत ही young हैं as a researcher. ये मेरी learning थी कि जब तक मैं ऐसी फील्ड में नहीं गई जहाँ पे मैंने कोलैबोरेट करना नहीं सीखा रिसर्च में. मुझे लगता था कि मुझे अकेले ही सब करना पड़ेगा, एंड द फैक्ट दैट आई विल बी really, you know, like if I don't figure this out on my own, I will never learn. I'm running out of time, so I'll just share one last incident and one last thing. One thing that I really want to talk about is कि अगर आप कोई भी marginalized section से हैं, especially if you're a woman in academia, अपने विस्पर नेटवर्क्स पे बहुत बहुत ज्यादा ध्यान दें, स्पेशली अगर आप नई कम्युनिटी ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं या नई यूनिवर्सिटी ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं. बहुत ही रिसेंटली एक स्टूडेंट ने मुझे रीच आउट किया था जहाँ पे वो बताना चाह रहे थे कि उनको लग रहा है कि वो they are not getting enough support from a professor that they expect support from, because वो भी बहुजन है और ये स्टूडेंट भी बहुजन है. एंड वो कह रही थी कि मुझे लग रहा है कि मुझे मेरा ही like it is my fault and that I'm feeling this, मैंने कुछ गलत किया है इसलिए मेरे साथ you know the people are not supporting me. एंड उनका ये भी रीजनिंग था कि इस प्रोफेसर की इतनी ज्यादा फॉलोइंग है कि मैं कुछ बोल ही नहीं पाऊंगी, मतलब मैं कुछ कह ही नहीं सकती. एंड दिस इज नॉट जस्ट द केस विद दिस पर्सन, और भी इंस्टेंसेस हैं जहाँ पे बहुत ही पॉपुलर सिस मेल बहुजन एकेडमिक्स हैं जो कि वेल नोन सेक्सुअल हरासर्स या हरासर्स हैं एकेडेमिया में. एंड द पावर नेक्सस दैट ऑपरेट्स इन अ वे इन दैट, बिकॉज हम इतने कम बहुजन्स हैं अलग अलग स्पेसेस में, स्पेशली वेरी फ्यू women and even fewer non-binary or non-identifying with any of these spaces, it becomes even more difficult for us to feel like we can seek solidarity from our own people, because the worship culture within Bahujan males is very traumatizing and very difficult to navigate for you as women. And so मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी कि उस चीज में सबसे बड़ी important चीज ये है कि आप खुद को blame definitely ना करें, and to find a different community that like the person that I mean इस day and age में भी अगर आपको लग रहा है कि आप किसी के सामने अपनी आवाज नहीं रख पा रहे हैं, जो कि हमारी कम्युनिटी के लोगों को बहुत ही ज्यादा लगता है, and as a woman you might feel it even more, find a space where you can say it without confronting this person and feel safe about it. और वो space हो सकता है कि आपको अपनी कम्युनिटी में उसी immediate physical setting में ना मिले. तो ये थोड़ी सी learnings हैं. My biggest takeaway for my experience in research, being in the space that I am in, और जो मेरे खुद के experiences रहे हैं उसमें से, is that आप पावर और वल्नरेबिलिटी के रिलेशनशिप के बारे में प्लीज सोचिए. लाइक आपको कोई भी मोमेंट पे लग रहा है कि दिस थिंग इज मेकिंग मी रियली वल्नरेबल, एंड व्हाट इज इट दैट इज मेकिंग यू वल्नरेबल, व्हाट इज इट दैट इज मेकिंग इट डिफिकल्ट फॉर यू टू नेविगेट रिसर्च और बीइंग इन एकेडेमिया और डूइंग योर व्हाट बेयर मिनिमम दैट यू वांट टू डू. तो उसके लिए आप कहाँ से सपोर्ट ढूंढ सकते हैं? एंड ट्रस्ट मी, द सपोर्ट एग्जिस्ट्स, लाइक वेदर इट्स डिजिटल नालंदा, वेदर इट इज अ स्पेस दैट इज not exactly some आपको लग रहा है कि कहीं नहीं है, but there is some space, and of course it is on us senior people in the academy to make sure that we reach out to other students. But when we are not able to, I think students should feel free to explore other spaces कि आप और हम में से किसी के भी पास आप आइए और बात कीजिए इस चीज के बारे में, so that we can negotiate the boundaries that are making you feel like you cannot be in that space anymore, right? And so that is all I have to say from my experience, and sorry if I took more time than was allotted to me, but thank you.
Thank you, Palashi. It was really hello. It was really insightful experience and advice for us. और आई होप कि ये जो आपने जो भी बातें हमारे साथ शेयर की, ये फ्यूचर में जो यंग रिसर्चर है उनको बहुत हेल्पफुल होगी, और इसके बारे में और भी जानेंगे. तो हमारी जो सेकंड पैनलिस्ट रहेगी कोमल रजक, जो जिनका अभी हमने बोला था कि हम लास्ट में उनका लेंगे. तो कोमल जी, अभी आप एबल है बात करने के लिए? लाइक नेटवर्क इशू आपका यूज है?
हेलो.
हाँ, अभी आवाज आ रही.
Okay, so I just have changed my location.
Thank you.
So let's see how would it work now.
Okay.
So,
You can start.
Okay, so I was talking about what kind of experiences I have observed and I have seen in my department in University of Delhi. So I was talking about, hello, I was,
You are audible.
I was talking about how the research scholars interested are gaslighted by the faculties and manipulated according to their own choices, and the scholar, especially the women scholars, because it's easy sometimes to manipulate them and to discourage them to research on some particular issue. So there are cases when the female students were manipulated not to work on Ambedkar and to work on Gandhi. It is not, I'm not saying that Gandhi is not like worthy to work, or one should not work on Gandhi, but the point is the researchers' interests are declined, researchers' interests are discarded at such places. Academic spaces, as Palashi rightly has mentioned, that these spaces are very much Savarna spaces, Savarna dominated these spaces. So academic writings and academic interests also are developed in that way, when discourses from that understanding and ideology. So for this kind of understanding, there is a larger structural issue and larger structural aspect of this kind of dominance and this kind of manipulation of the interests. So there are when we like see these spaces, these are the not only gender related but very much caste related challenges in learning, not only like social science related research, but also technical science and technology related core researches as well, and it's a very universal phenomena. So these challenges could restrain female students, and especially the women coming from a specific background, to achieve their fullest potential, towards academic discourses and academic evolution. And disciplinary choices, as I already have mentioned, also affected by the socio-economic factors, and these socio-economic factors are not confined to their family background, but it affects them at larger level in these spaces, how to navigate in those spaces. So in case of scheduled caste, scheduled tribe students whose representation remains marginal in higher education, and and their experiences and their academic intervention not only get affected by by the by the by the by the representation of their community, or their representation over there, but through the pedagogical dominance as well. So when you see the literature, and when you are into research and you have to deal with the literature, so and especially if you are having specific experiences and coming from a particular background, so you don't relate to that literature, because it is very much Savarna dominated, Savarna oriented. So you don't find this literature very much relatable. For example, I was studying Hindu Code Bill, and when I was into this literature review for my research, so I did not find any work coming from Ambedkarite perspectives. There are two, three works on Hindu Code Bill, which which is Nehru based, wherein that Nehru did this and that, and there was no discussion, no mention of Ambedkar as a important leader of the Hindu Code Bill. So and these kind of things are there, and in that way also your choices are like, for example, in my case it happened that I was suggested to work on Gandhi and instead of Ambedkar. So when I was going through the literature, I somehow found it that idea a positive that if there is no literature on Ambedkar or Ambedkar's writings in academic spaces other than Ambedkar's volume, so there is no point of researching. So at some point of time, I was also getting carried away from that idea. But there are people. There are groups with whom I got connected, from whom I was getting some positive nuances, positive leads, and then my guide is also a mid-right person, so through him I was getting some positive leads, so I could work on that. So there are many such points where when you get put off because of this Savarna Brahmanical patriarchal mindset and that manipulation. So women coming from particular background, for example, Dalit women or scheduled caste women, are the most affected by this kind of academic spaces, which are very much stratified, and not only in their disciplines but in their programs and institutions, in their pedagogy, in their interaction. And when you find yourself in a very caste imbibed, gender imbibed spaces, for example, your peer group, your hostel, your classroom, your in general your academic space and interpersonal relationship in these spaces are very much caste imbibed. Caste is very much there. Or and even if you want to stay away from the caste issue and you are not working any issue related to caste or gender, you get into all these aspects because your research will be reduced to zero down to caste, or it will be like it will be reduced and confined to caste issue or gender issue. So these are the problems, and not only like it is not general academic problem, but it is very much that caste in mind problem. So such kind of disparities are reflected not only vis-a-vis caste and tribe, but also at the regional level, also in different provinces. Disciplines boundaries not only limit choices are of women and women of specific background, for the women of Dalit background. So higher education in that way is further denied to the disadvantaged groups, and especially women from rural background, from the poor economic background, and these are the reasons why why parents may be unwilling to spend on education as well as other aspects of it. So like it is not that very it is not one way kind of thing, and it is not in black and white that at one particular level it is decided, but at every level you are put off, you are discouraged to study further, to go further in your academic journey. So the various social role expectations are not happen at home, but in academic spaces also. You are supposed to research on some specific issue. For example, if you are a woman, then will be advised to work something on women related issues. In like I coming from political science background, so political theory is considered kind of masculine idea. So in my center, women are discouraged to study on to research on political theory related topics, and they are very much advised and suggested to work on some field work based women's issues, or and what kind of problems they are facing in general, like their domestic problems or otherwise problems. So these are the very much patriarchal attitude very much imbibed, and it is affecting women's academic evolutions and academic interventions. So these are the aspects, and then these are the points where which increase not only gender gap, which increase gender gap in academic spaces, but caste variation also it creates. So, and other than that, privatization also is like one add-on point, where like when there's a discussion of privatization of academic spaces, universities and colleges. So there is always a discussion of that women disadvantaged castes and communities, and the women of those communities would be the one to be affected by the privatization of the academic spaces in universities. So the professional education is denied to the disadvantaged groups in general, and especially those are poor, and those are at the rural background. But then again, in those groups also, women of those communities, like disadvantaged groups, would be the one to be affected by these decisions because of socio-economic reasons. Resultantly, more women and Dalit women are taking up courses in general education, as these are the easily available and are cheaper as compared to professional courses. Professional education requires several years of studentship and higher financial investment than the general education. And so this is how like they get into the professional vocational courses rather than the academic further academic discourse, to engage with the further academic discourses. So when you see like it does not happen in the abstract. It has a complete socio-cultural traditional aspect to get into women in general in the non-scientific discourses other than the men. Then when it comes to disadvantaged groups, so till now there are more in the social sciences and humanities than the scientific science and technology related courses. And then again there is a discrimination or discrimination and discouragement towards their research interests and their research topics, which made them to stop their academic journey or their academic interventions, and not to engage very actively with their academic interests. So these are the problems. And like when it comes to like what kind of advice is given to the younger researchers, I mean, like when we are in our own spaces also, our own collectives also. So if you are a woman and your academic journey, your academic development, your academic interventions are not considered as is not considered as an evolution in itself, but it is kind of overburdened on you, like in terms of benefits of education. For instance, women's education is taken as an individual's is not taken as an individual's education and its benefits in her individual capacity, rather than it is imposed on women in the normative sense, normative burden of the family society, and hence the country to be benefited by women's education. For example, like you might have heard that if you educate a son, you educate a person, but when you educate a daughter, you educate a family. Like there is an overburden that after getting educated, she will have to educate family, she will have to educate the burden, she will have to educate the nation or the country or the society. But I feel these are the overburden on women. It should not happen in that way. Women's education contribute in the society, benefit the society the way education does. So it is taken in that way only, that it should not be an added value or added burden on women. Women is an individual, and she developed the capacity and academic potentials in the same way a man can contribute and help the society, contribute into the nation building and the society building for that matter, community building for that matter. So every citizen's education implies to benefit the surrounding circumstances cumulatively in the same way, whether it is men, whether it is women, whether it is some upper caste, whether it is any Dalit, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, or any person for that matter. So the term education in that way carries with it carries with the notion of progress and empowerment, which is so taken for granted in this regard, in this particular regard, and that interrogation of the term, its content, and the implication of its easy and widespread acceptance becomes barely even possible. So, like to my fellow community people and other people also, my that's my request and kind of like urge that it should not be like if woman is getting education, she's into higher education, she should not be overburdened with that help the family. She should not be overburdened in on the value that she would be like these things, societal constructs would be benefited in that way and differently. So it is taken very neutral, in very neutral terms, that if a man can, the way men can help the society, the community, the nation building program, in the same way women's contribution, women's education will help in the same way. So education in that way, and higher education particularly, should be taken as the this patriarchal caste oriented value free notion and value free point in that regard. So this is my this is my this is from my side in this conversation, and other things I may discuss when it when we are discussing about this panel thing. So I hope I guess I'm stopping there, and yeah.
Thank you, Komal. Hello. Thank you, Komal, for sharing your experience. It is really great. Like you talk about all the aspect that you experience while working while working in academia. Thank you so much for your journey. Now I want to open this platform to open for question. If anybody want to ask question, we can put it here. Before मतलब audience से आने से पहले, I have some question to ask our panelists. Like everyone is here, right? So I want to ask a question like आपने अभी रिसर्च के एरिया में काम किया है, you have experience about it. So do you consider in future the shift happen in terms of like academic literature policy or any administrative change? आप ये देखते हो कहीं पे कि ये हो सकता है? पैनलिस्ट से आप कोई भी आंसर कर सकते हो.
क्या क्वेश्चन है तुम्हारा?
मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि डू यू कंसिडर इन फ्यूचर द शिफ्ट कैन हैपन इन टर्म्स ऑफ एकेडमिक लिटरेचर पॉलिसी, एनी काइंड ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव चेंज?
देखो, that's what, like, I didn't say what I wanted to say, but I will say within 2-3 points. Any education or any research has to have some result in the society. Okay, so there should have a direct connection between your education and reproduction of your country or the social reconstruction. And it has been seen that जो महिलाएं हैं, women हैं, वो जो है ज्यादा करके social science में दिखती है, medicines में दिखती है, and very few we see in the maths or STEM kind of thing or IT and other sectors. So अगर आप बोल रहे हैं कि and whatever the researchers we are doing, at least in social science sphere, So we have to have some kind of solutions to the problems, and therefore that is the goal to study. Otherwise, there is no point just to discussing. And that should be the main aim of your research whenever you are searching for something, or you say that this problem is really important to discuss or to study. For what? For to give an answer. That means what? In a different areas, in academics, in policy, in administration, and that solution, this is your responsibility. This is not like any publisher's responsibility कि आप जो बोल रहे हैं कि उसको ये करें, तो ये रिसर्चर्स की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि हाउ दैट योर रिसर्च can be more contributive for the result or for answer to this problem. तो डेफिनेटली जब हम कुछ रिसर्च कर रहे हैं तो वो पॉलिसी लेवल पे किस तरीके से उसको हाईलाइट किया जाए या किस तरीके से उसका पॉलिसी बनाया जाए, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव लेवल पे कैसे उसको बनाया जाए, कम्युनिटी लेवल पे उसको किस तरीके से इम्पैक्टफुल या किस तरीके से उसको मटेरियलाइज किया जाए, तो वो सारी चीजें वो आती ही है जब आप कोई एक रिसर्च सोशल साइंस एटलीस्ट रिसर्च कर रहे हैं. तो इवन इन अदर रिसर्च ऑल्सो लाइक that's what, like I always give example of Columbia University when I went and visited Columbia University. So there is in the Columbia University, between that there is one tunnel, और वो जो लेडी बता रही थी कि वो जो टनल नहीं था अंदर, और वो एक there was railway track and Columbia University में बहुत बड़ा गैप था. So they want to create a social engineers, they want to create a social doctors, they want to create a social teachers. What does it mean? कि जो भी आपके स्किल्स है वो सोशल डेवलपमेंट के लिए आए, ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट के लिए आए. तो वो जो कनेक्शन है आपके स्किल का और ह्यूमन एंड सोशल कंस्ट्रक्शन का जो एक लिंक है वो हमेशा बरकरार होना चाहिए, भले वो आप किसी भी फील्ड के हो, भले आप साइंस फील्ड के हो, टेक्नोलॉजी फील्ड के हो, एनी काइंड ऑफ फील्ड. But that should have your approach key, how your research, how your collaboration, how the discussion, whatever you are doing, how it will be developed. And therefore what I always feel that the developed countries, why they are developed, because they give the answer to the problem and they literally implement that. Here हम जब करते हैं वो सिर्फ theoretical या ऐसे बात करने के लिए करते हैं या उसको implementation level पे नहीं जा पा रहे, क्योंकि there are different reasons. Maybe political will, and I always believe that when there is a will, there is like way. तो हमारे यहाँ पे पॉलिटिकल विल ही नहीं है, तो इसलिए बहुत सारे जो चीजें हैं वो बहुत कुछ हम करना चाहते हैं वो नहीं हो पा रहे. बट इट डजंट मीन कि वहाँ आप ऐसे ही चुपचाप बैठो. जैसे अभी मैं मेरा एग्जांपल दे रही हूँ कि जब महिलाओं सफाई कर्मचारी के साथ में काम कर रही थी, महिलाओं का एक आया कि वो खुद बोले कि हमें अपना खुद का एक अलायंस बनाना है, महिलाओं का अलायंस बनाना है. इट वाज देयर इन माय माइंड कि महिलाओं का अलायंस बनाना है. तो कैसे बनाए? वो कोई नहीं बना रहा है, कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं बना रहा है. then I got an opportunity कि I'm heading one organization. Then I felt no, I should have a national level alliance of women sanitation workers, and we have started. We are mobilizing women sanitation workers. So I have not stopped, because when I was collecting data, I knew that this is the gap. This is a gap in the field. How I will fill? Now I am filling this gap. So this is my responsibility. This is nobody has asked me कि नहीं हेमांगी तुम ये करो. किसी ने नहीं बताया मुझे. ये मुझे लग रहा था, ये मेरी जिम्मेदारी है कि मुझे समझ में आ रहा है कि ये रिसर्च गैप है, ये प्रैक्टिकल गैप है, ये फील्ड गैप है, एकेडमिक गैप है. तो वो being a researcher, being a community member, being a woman, or whatever it may be, being a human being, I feel that, and this is, you have to own the resources. We are resourceless. I know that we are resourceless, but यही आप tuning बताते रहेंगे we are resourceless, we are resourceless. No, somewhere you have to feel that impactful कि नहीं, मुझे अभी किसी भी हालत में मुझे सिर्फ उसको अभी आगे लेके जाना है, कुछ तो करना है. तो ये आपकी बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है. ये आपका कॉल है कि आपको किस तरीके से उसको लेके जाना है, किस तरीके से उसको करना है. अभी मैं अलग अलग इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे एडवाइजरी बोर्ड पे हूँ, ILO, WHO, वर्ल्ड हेल्थ, SNV, ये सारी जो बड़ी बड़ी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस है, इंटरनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, उनका एक प्रोजेक्ट चल रहा है सैनिटेशन वर्कर्स के में, आई एम रिप्रेजेंटिंग इंडिया। तो वो क्यों मैं पेनिट्रेट कर रही हूँ इंटरनेशनली, व्हाई आई वांट टू हैव अ रिप्रेजेंटेशन, बिकॉज I want to lead my community. I want to make the changes in the society. I want to make the changes in the policies. वो बहुत स्ट्रक्चरल लेवल पे, बहुत लार्जर लेवल पे शायद नहीं कर पाऊंगी, लेकिन जितना मेरे से हो सके, अगर आप अप्रोच रखोगे तो ही कुछ चेंजेस हो सकते हैं। अगर आप सिर्फ एकेडमिक लेवल पे, रिसर्च लेवल पे आप रिसर्च करके उसको बाइंडिंग करके आप रख रहे हो, देन देयर इज नो पॉइंट एट ऑल। you need to have your actions very mentally and उसको बहुत impactful और उसको बहुत ही courageously उसको resourceful बनाना है आपको। वो किस तरीके से बनाना है, this is your call, this is totally your call। so ये जो है, तो आप चेंजेस ला सकते हैं, आप बहुत सारी चीजें कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि मेरे इतने छोटे से अभी पीएचडी के लेवल में और पीएचडी के बाद का मैं एटलीस्ट 3 साल हो गया है, मेरे पीएचडी का 2 साल, लेकिन मैं खुद को देख रही हूँ एज ए रिसर्चर, एज ए एकेडमिशियन, एज ए एक्टिविस्ट, मैं खुद को देख रही हूँ ट्रमेंडस चेंजेस, एंड आई रियली फील वेरी इम्पैक्टफुल एंड आई एम रियली फीलिंग वेरी रिसोर्सफुल। वो आपको बहुत उसको इन्वॉल्व, खुद को इतना डीपली उसमें डालना पड़ेगा, और यू हैव टू जस्ट फेस इट। वो कोई भी हो, कैसे भी हो, और वो टाइम पे आपको डिस्क्रिमिनेशन हो रहा है, कोई टॉन्ट मार रहा है, जो कुछ भी है, टेक इट लाइटली, क्योंकि ये आप ऐसी ही कम्युनिटी में या ऐसी ही सोसाइटी में है जहां पे आपको यही चीज मिलेगी। मेक योर माइंड दैट वे। लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी आपको किस तरीके से करना है, कैसे फोर्स बनाना है, ये आपकी जिम्मेदारी है। और मैं हमेशा स्टूडेंट्स को और इनको बोलती हूँ कि लार्जर मूवमेंट जो है, बहुजन मूवमेंट है या जो अम्बेडकराइट मूवमेंट है, उससे डायरेक्ट कनेक्ट हो जाओ। उससे डायरेक्ट कनेक्ट होने के बाद आपको पावर महसूस होता है, उसको आप पावरलेस फील नहीं करते हो, क्योंकि एकेडमिक स्पेसेस में और यहाँ पे आपको बहुत डिग्रेडेड किया जाता है। मैंने खुद फेस किया है, इवन अपने खुद के दलित प्रोफेसर के सामने बहुत उन्होंने कास्ट, इवन उन्होंने जेंडर से बहुत टॉन्ट मारा था, लेकिन आई टुक इट। व्हाई? बिकॉज आई न्यू दैट अम्बेडकराइट जो होल लार्जर जो मूवमेंट है, उसने मुझे बहुत बैकअप किया है, या वहां से जो लिटरेचर आया है, वो लिटरेचर से मुझे फाइट करने का बहुत करेज मिला है। तो डोंट गिव अप। और ये छोटी छोटी चीजें है, वो क्या एक छोटे से इंस्टीट्यूट में क्या है, वो क्या ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या रहेंगे, प्रोफेसर रहेंगे, उससे ज्यादा क्या है उनकी हैसियत। So don't go on that professional kind of position. You have to build your own kind of empire. That's what I would say. You have to build your own empire, and you have to be very resourceful on your own way.
Thank you so much, Hemangi. इस तरह से बात की, I think I hope lots of young researchers got what they want. पालाशी, आप इस पे कुछ बोलना चाहोगे?
I don't think I can top Dr. Hemangi's comment of building your own empire, जो कि बहुत बात है। एक चीज मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी कि अभी के एकेडमिक स्पेसेस में, स्पेशली इन इंडिया, डिस्पाइट द फैक्ट कि हमारी कम्युनिटी के लोग धीरे धीरे दे आर मेकिंग देयर वे इनटू इट, बहुत ही ज्यादा सोर्सेज और बहुत ही ज्यादा रिसोर्सेज डाले जा रहे हैं टू कीप आवर पीपल आउट, एंड जो कि सबसे बड़ी चैलेंज है, बिकॉज ऑफ द फैक्ट कि एक बात तो ये है कि आप अपनी खुद की रिप्रेजेंटेशन अगर फैकल्टी में नहीं देख रहे हैं, तो आप खुद को भी उधर जाते हुए इमेजिन नहीं कर पाते हैं। सो दैट इज वन बिट ऑफ इट। बट द सेकेंड पार्ट ऑफ इट इज ऑल्सो दैट कि स्ट्रक्चरली जो यूनिवर्सिटी स्पेसेस हैं, वो डिजाइन ही है हमारे स्टूडेंट्स और हमारे लोगों को बाहर रखने के लिए। तो उसमें आप अपना रोड कैसे बनाएंगे? मैं तो बहुत ही प्रैग्मेटिक और स्ट्रेटेजिक रूट कहूंगी कि one part, and some of it is also coming from my own experience, and I will not go in too much detail because I know we're running out of time, but मैं जिस एक्सपीरियंस से आई हूँ, बिकॉज मेरे माँ बाप जिस कम्युनिटी में काम कर रहे हैं वो अगेन लाइक बिकॉज इट इज अ मेडिकल कम्युनिटी डोमिनेटेड विद अपर कास्ट एंड दे वर वन ऑफ द फ्यू और वन ऑफ द वेरी फ्यू पीपल दैट दे न्यू हु वर दलित. उन्होंने अपर कास्ट के साथ कैसे स्ट्रेटेजिकली अपनी पोजीशन बढ़ाई जाए उसके रिलेशनशिप्स बिल्ड किए. It also comes at its own cost, which is a different conversation altogether. पर मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी कि अगर इस स्पेस में हम पॉलिसी वाइज देख रहे हैं तो at this point there is no policy that is welcoming lower caste students. In fact, with the NOS cancellation और भी ज्यादा मुझे लग रहा है कि everything is working against our students to make it. तो हम लोगों को ही साथ में आना होगा so that we are able to make these spaces possible for our students. So for example, मैं जब हर साल जो भी PhDs के लिए बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स हमारी कम्युनिटी और हर कम्युनिटी से अप्लाई करते हैं, मैंने एक रूल बना लिया है कि मैं बहुजन कम्युनिटी में भी मैं कुछ ही कम्युनिटी के लोगों को हेल्प करूंगी और मेरी रिसोर्सेज मैं उधर ही स्पेंड करूंगी बिकॉज ऑफ द फैक्ट कि I have limited resources and I will spend them on supporting the people that I think really need it the most. So this is just a very small example. So मुझे लग रहा है कि I don't have too many hopes from the administration at this point of time, whether it is in private or government तो भूल ही जाओ. So my hope is with the people from our community who are actually managing to enables our students and researchers. So this platform is one example of it. But going forward, मुझे लग रहा है मुझे उसमें ज्यादा भरोसा है at this point of time than administrative and policy work. Like having our back, you know. Yeah.
Thank you, Palashi. There is one question. How can professionals support academics in this circle? We don't have much as an individual, but within such workshop, we must do whatever we can. Like, I think it's suggestion as well as question.
कोमल, आप एड्रेस करना चाहेंगे इस क्वेश्चन को?
Hello, Komal.
Okay, yeah.
क्या है दुर्गा तुम्हारा क्वेश्चन?
How can professionals support academician in these circles?
अच्छा, सो जैसे अभी नालंदा एकेडमी कर रही है एंड दिस इज रियली वेरी, दे आर डूइंग वेरी वंडरफुल जॉब. और जिस तरीके से ये अय्यंकाली कॉन्फ्रेंस बनाया है और उस तरीके से फिर अभी अलग अलग रिसर्चर्स को जुड़ा रहे हैं. इसके पहले भी मेरा एक फ्रेंड है, वो IIPS से है, और हमारा ऐसे ही टॉक चल रहा था कि क्यों ना हम जो भी बहुजन समाज से आए हैं, दलित समाज से आए हैं, क्यों ना हम अपना एक ग्रुप बनाया जाए और हम ही लोग अपने जो स्टोरीज है या अपने जो रिसर्च है या अपनी जो फिलॉसफी है उसको किस तरीके से रिसर्च में लाया जाए और किस तरीके से पेपर्स पब्लिकेशन हो या फिर बुक पब्लिकेशन हो, उस तरीके से हम किया जाए. क्योंकि जैसे कोमल ने भी बोला कि लिटरेचर नहीं है, तो मालूम नहीं, लेकिन मेरे फील्ड में सफाई कर्मचारी के इसमें बहुत सारा लिटरेचर है, जैसे भंगी है या फिर बहुत सारे ऐसे हैं. तो मुझे बहुत सारी चीजें वहां से सीखी मैंने कास्ट से रिलेटेड, हाउ कास्ट एंड ऑक्यूपेशन इज लाइक ये. और जब वो पढ़ के मुझे लगा कि क्या रिसर्च गैप है. सो दैट इज व्हाट योर कंट्रीब्यूशन इज, टू फाइंड आउट द रिसर्च गैप इन द एकेडमिक्स एंड इन द फील्ड लेवल. तो जिस तरीके से अय्यंकाली कॉन्फ्रेंस जो है, तो ये जो है ये एक कॉन्फ्रेंस तक सीमित ना रहे, तो ये एक अभी थिंक टैंक बनाया जाए रिसर्चर्स का. और जो भी हम, जैसे अभी हम मेंटरशिप कर रहे थे, मैंने मेंटरशिप किया 2 स्टूडेंट का, और भी जैसे हार्वर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी के में इन्वेस्टिगेटर, प्रिंसिपल इन्वेस्टिगेटर करके काम कर रही हूँ, तो उनके जो स्टूडेंट है उनको भी मैं रिसर्च गाइड वगैरह कर रही हूँ. तो ये जो रिसर्चर्स का काम करते हैं, मेंटरशिप करने का काम कर रहे हैं, तो वो कंटिन्यू रहना चाहिए, वो थ्रू आउट ईयर रहना चाहिए. और वो किस तरीके से अभी हम बरकरार रखें, इस रिसर्च की कम्युनिटी बरकरार रखें, और जो रिसर्च जो आ रहे हैं, जो हमारी जो यंग जनरेशन आ रहे हैं, उनको भी हम इन्वॉल्व करते रहे, और किस तरीके से ये जो बिल्डअप हम कर रहे हैं दोनों रिसर्चर्स का, मेंटर मेंटीज का, वो कंटिन्यू बनाया रहे, और ना कि सिर्फ ये कॉन्फ्रेंस तक लिमिट रहे, तो ताकि जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जो आएंगे तो वो गैप नहीं मतलब महसूस करेंगे, या फिर वो आइसोलेटेड महसूस नहीं करेंगे। क्योंकि क्या रहता है, सभी का मेंटल स्टेटस जो है, जो एक जैसा नहीं रहता है कि बहुत इंथुसियास्टिक या बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट ओरिएंटेड या ऐसा उस तरीके का नहीं रहता। कभी कभी उनका लो हो जाता है या बहुत सारी चीजें होती है। तो ये जो ग्रुप रहेगा मेंटर एंड मेंटी का दोनों का, तो उनको एक पीयर ग्रुप भी मिलेगा मेंटी के रूप में, और रिसर्चर जो है, मेंटर जो है, वो उनके में एक गाइडेंस का भी एक मिलेगा। तो ना ओनली एक एकेडमिकली एक उनको एक सपोर्ट मिलेगा, तो सोशली उनको एक सपोर्ट मिलेगा, मॉरल सपोर्ट मिलेगा, और उनको एक लिटरेचर वाला जैसा भी सपोर्ट मिलेगा। जैसे हम सफाई कर्मचारी के जो पेपर लिख रहे हैं, तो हम एज ए जो भी हमारे जो फ्रेंड्स हैं उनको मिलके हम सफाई कर्मचारी के ऊपर पेपर लिखते हैं। तो हमने अपना एक खुद का एक नेटवर्क बना के रखा है, लेकिन ये सभी लोग होता है वैसा नहीं है। तो लेकिन अगर अयंकाली जो कॉन्फ्रेंस जो भी ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं, तो मैं उनको एक रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी, तो ये जो है ये सिलसिला आप कंटिन्यू रखें, और उसी तरीके से जो मेंटर और मेंटरशिप का जो संबंध है वो बरकरार रखे, तो ताकि नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जो आएंगे उनको ये क्वेश्चन नहीं रहेगा कि हमें कहाँ से लिटरेचर मिलेगा, हमें कहाँ से इनपुट्स मिलेगा, हमें कहाँ से मॉरल सपोर्ट मिलेगा, हमें कहाँ से ये सारा चीज। सो ये वैक्यूम जो है, या जो उनका जो अंदर का जो इनहिबिशन है, वो नहीं रह के वो कंटिन्यू रहेगा। इस मतलब वो एक ये पार्ट रहेंगे ये मेंटर एंड मेंटरशिप का प्रोसेस का, तो वो आप कंटिन्यू रखो।
Thank you, Hemangi. Before closing this session, मैं ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि अगर आप अपना ऑडियो ऑन करते तो हम एटलीस्ट एक स्क्रीनशॉट ले सके, क्योंकि हमारे पास अदर ऑप्शन नहीं है तो सबको एक साथ लेने के लिए। तो कोमल, नो ऑडियो, सिर्फ वीडियो ऑन कर दीजिए ताकि हम एक स्क्रीनशॉट ले सके। थैंक यू कोमल। I hope it's done. Thank you so much everyone. आपने अपना जो जर्नी, जो एक्सपीरियंस, आपने जो रिसर्च से लेकर हमारे साथ शेयर किया, जो हमारे लिए बहुत वैल्यूएबल है, और हमारी जो फ्यूचर रिसर्चर जो टीम उभर के आएंगे उनके लिए ये हेल्पफुल होगा बहुत सारी चीज़ों से निकलने के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच एवरीवन, आपने अपना टाइम दिया और अपना एडवाइस दिया। कोमल, आपको कुछ बात करनी है?
No, actually, I was about to talk about the questions in academic policy, but that was dealt very well by Palashi and Hemangi, so I guess I want to speak.
अगर आपको बोलना है तो आप 2 मिनट में बोल सकते हैं।
Thank you very much, but yeah, I was also thinking on the same line that to policy level pay it may not it may not materialize in that way, but yeah, in academic spaces, for example, there are some faculties who are having that kind of understanding, who are very much into Ambedkar's philosophy, and they are helping their students. So it's not only that non-institutional setups also, like there are Nalanda Institute, या फिर this Ayyankali, these contributions and these activities are there, but in academic spaces also, with the help of some Ambedkarite oriented scholars and professors, there are groups who are helping students who are coming marginalized sections and who are interested in researching on the topics and the issues related to these scholarships and the philosophies like originating from the marginalized sections. So yeah, there are certain groups and they do organize their activities for the scholars who are coming from the same background. So yeah, there are some changes at that level, and there's a continuous academic learning and academic creation of academic discourse in the conventional university setup also, but very small and very limited scope is there. But yeah, there are processes, there is evolution on that regard. So that's something I wanted to add on what Hemangi and Palashi were saying.
थैंक यू कोमल, आपने खुद से होके बात की. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर इनसाइट्स. और ये जो हमारा जो सेकंड सेशन है, मैं यहाँ पे खत्म हो गया. मैं ये याद करती हूँ और सर को बोलती हूँ कि वो जो हमारा वर्कशॉप है उसको आगे लेके जाए. थैंक यू सर.
थैंक यू दुर्गा, थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ आवर पैनलिस्ट्स. एंड जैसा कि आप सबने अपनी बात रखी, और हेमांगी स्पेशली आप जैसे बोल रहे हैं कि ये कॉन्वर्सेशन यहाँ रुकना नहीं चाहिए, वही हमारा भी गोल है कि दिस बिकम्स अ सीरीज एंड अ नेटवर्क, और हम अपना एक नेटवर्क बनाए जहाँ पर यंग रिसर्चर्स को एक्सपीरियंस्ड हैंड्स के साथ कॉन्वर्सेशन मिले और वो अपना प्रोजेक्ट और अपना काम आगे बढ़ाए. तो उम्मीद करते हैं कि उसमें आपका और आप सभी का हमें सपोर्ट मिलेगा, और आप जुड़े रहेंगे. एंड वी कंटिन्यू टू मेंटर यंगर रिसर्चर्स गोइंग अहेड. Speaking of younger researchers, our first speak session is coming up after the lunch break, जहाँ पर we have 5 young researchers who are all coming up with their first kind of a proper research presentation. So we'll listen to them. So we'll right now take a break from ये break का session है. 2 बजे हम वापस मिलते हैं. 2 p.m. we'll start our session with Hari Bapuji and Pardeep. where वो मैनेजमेंट स्टडीज में, रिसर्च में किस तरीके से सोशल इंक्लूजन और सोशलॉजिकल वेरिएबल्स के साथ में काम किया जा सकता है, और करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए, क्योंकि मैनेजमेंट स्टडीज एक बहुत ही एपॉलिटिकल टाइप का डिसिप्लिन समझा जाता है. तो क्योंकि हम अलग अलग डिसिप्लिन देख रहे हैं, तो इट विल बी अ वेरी गुड सेशन. देयर बोथ रियली ग्रेट स्कॉलर्स, इंटरनेशनल स्कॉलर्स जो हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे. और उनके बाद हमारा जैसे कहा फर्स्ट स्पीक सेशन है, और वील एंड टुडे विद द लास्ट सेशन जहाँ पर प्रोफेसर बोधी आएंगे IISS से, जहाँ पर हम एपिस्टेमिक रिसर्च और रिसर्च के क्या पॉलिटिक्स होते हैं, साइटेशंस वगैरह के ऊपर डिस्कशन करेंगे. तो बहुत कुछ है आज के सेशन में. होपफुली ऑल आवर ऑडियंस विल बी देयर. लंच के सेशन के बाद हम मिलते हैं, आप सभी से जुड़ते हैं 2 बजे के बाद. थैंक यू टू ऑल आवर पैनलिस्ट, थैंक यू टू दुर्गा, and see you all after the break. Thank you. Welcome back to all our audiences. We are into the second half of our day one session. अभी हमारे पास एक बहुत ही interesting session आने वाला है, जिसपे we have Pardeep, who is currently pursuing PhD from Central European University, and he is already an extremely accomplished scholar and has multiple diverse research interests. And he will be in conversation with Professor Hari Bapuji, who himself is a name that needs no introduction. He is an extremely accomplished and leading researcher from the University of Melbourne, with interest in international business, strategic management, economic inequality, and social inclusion, and many other interrelated topics. I will not take up too much time, and I will not try to introduce both our panelists in depth, because I'm sure I will not be able to do justice to them. And we are all very looking forward to this important session, because for us it unpacks a field of study which is extremely popular in India, which is management studies. And management studies के बारे में about management studies, it is often the pedagogical practice in India, especially, that it is considered a completely apolitical field, where professors and institutions in even the top management institutions will come and insist that students don't connect social inclusions and social research with business topics, with research in management and business areas. So we have with us two scholars who are doing precisely that, and are doing very vital intervention in that space. So let us hear them today. A very warm welcome to Pardeep and Hari for joining us today. Over to you guys. We are looking forward to hearing. Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes,
Professor Hari, can you? Okay, that's great. That's great. So I will be leading the discussion, and I'll be asking Professor Hari some questions and his experiences. And Ravikant has a little bit introduced Professor Hari, but let me do a bit more. I think it needs more because of the kind of work he has done and he's doing. And so, yeah. So Professor Hari is a professor of professor in a Department of Management and Marketing at University of Melbourne, Melbourne Business School. And his interests, we will go and I'll ask when I'm asking more in personal questions maybe. But he has published in top journals in the management. I would say, like, if you know, like movies have Oscar, then Academy of Management is a kind of Oscar for those who are publishing in management. So Professor Hari has done that, and many big journals he has published. And he has published a book as well, I think, named Not Just China, on product recalls. And his interests are wide, as Ravikant just mentioned. And his research has been used in policymaking, and he has written in New York Times and other practice-oriented magazines and newspapers. So yeah, that's a little bit more, but I will be asking more questions when I'm. So before that, Professor Hari, I asked you, I think we planned like that, and we were like, you would like to share your screen and present a bit, tell us more the state of the research in management, how social issues are perceived, and how people are, what other researchers are doing, and what's the state of that.
Yeah, no, I haven't prepared any presentation.
Okay, okay, no problem with that. Yeah, okay,
just then talk. But
okay.
I want to once again emphasize that if any of those who are watching, if they have a question that they would like to research, right, and they want to see how that can be framed as a business question or a management question. It's something that will be of interest, that we can do that, so that we know that management or business is not very different from other areas that we normally think of when we are researching. Okay, so we will ask for those questions. So those of you who have any questions, please do let us know so that we can discuss those and talk about how those can be framed as management questions.
Yeah, so listeners who are on YouTube can maybe comment in the comment section, and then I will pick from if some of those persons come. So till then, I will start with discussion on Professor Hari's experiences and how other researchers are doing and what is missing and things like that. So let me ask Professor Hari first. You have about 20 years of experience, more than I think that in this field, and your research interests have changed over time from product recall, which is kind of operation management, and then going towards economic inequality, and then much more under economic inequality, these social issues in management. How this journey looked like how did you move from that side to this side, which is like more for-profit oriented to kind of non-profit side of the businesses?
Yeah, so I think that probably is one of the biggest myths that that we have, is that anything that relates to society is not the realm of the business, right? So even if you look at what's happening, for example, in the case of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, right? All the businesses are talking about it. All the corporates are taking action. So there is a reason why they are doing it, right? So it's not like business is removed from society or societal problems and issues. So that's a myth, or that's a misconception that people have had for a long time, and that is slowly changing. And we see again, like in the last 20 years that I've been following management research closely, I've seen a huge shift in the extent to which we are able to discuss societal issues. So going back to how I changed, or like why I keep moving from one topic to another, is because I think it really boils down to what is it that I see myself, or what I see as the role of an academic in the society. Okay, I think as academics or as researchers, we have a very, very privileged role in the society. Nobody gets paid to read and write and talk about issues, right?
Yeah,
and
that's true.
And we are getting that opportunity, or we are being paid by the society to talk about them, or to look at the problems that they don't have time or resources or skills. Right? So that is the fundamental belief which has over a period of time shaped in me, and that's the belief which allows me to move from topic to topic. So I pick topics which I see as important for the society at that time. So when I picked the product recalls, it was partly because I wanted to discuss that in the classroom. So I was curious about what was happening. So I picked it, and then unexpectedly it became a big hit, so to speak. It became quite popular, and it changed the way the discussion was taking place with respect to the product recalls and the role of China. And that gave me a lot of confidence in terms of what we can do as researchers. Okay, and then a little after that, the inequality became a central issue because of the Occupy Wall Street movements and all that. And then I was curious about this, as to like, when inequality is studied by so many other scholars, economists and sociologists, why management scholars have not studied. So I started to understand the importance of inequality or economic inequality and how that affects businesses. So that became an important question for me. So then I started working on that. We did quite a bit of work on that, and that also gave me better understanding of some of the things that happen in my own surroundings back home in India, are the things that were happening in India, right? Before that, I never really did any research on India. But then I felt at some point, I was seeing all the different things, right? That is evolving. So I felt that caste, instead of reducing with economic progress and technological progress, I felt it is actually increasing, and it is becoming more and more pronounced, and the atrocities have not stopped, right? And then I thought, okay, this is something that let's take a look at it, right? And it affects like nearly 2 billion people, right? And if you only talk about, if you talk about all the Bahujan, Dalit, Adivasi, all of them put together, we're talking about a huge population, like 1.5 billion or maybe even more than that. I'll have to do the math now. So it's a huge population that is underutilized, and it is a business problem, right? You can't improve, or you can't become a $5 trillion or $10 trillion economy with 70 or 80% of your population not getting enough opportunities. So this is about how I pick my own topics, right? So then caste became the most important thing, and I realized that much was not done by the management scholars. There was a lot on gender and race and all of those, but not on caste. So then I thought, okay, good. So it's a good opportunity for me, right?
So you started mentioning about Indian context, and I want to come to that. And so, what according to you, like, is the present state of social issues, how they are researching in Indian context, especially with regard to management, if we see, and what things do you think are missing still? Like, still we see there's not much going on, because if we see how many papers are coming out and what kind of research is going on. So can you maybe tell us like a little bit like present state of research, especially with regard to social issues in management in Indian context?
So again, like I haven't done a proper research on this to speak about it confidently, but I just give my general impressions. So what I see happening is that there is a lot of work on innovation and social entrepreneurship, social innovation, social entrepreneurship, that kind of a thing. And then there's a lot of work on trying to address poverty, so those kind of things. But what is missing, in my opinion, is the consideration of the structural problems that are there, like whether it's caste, whether it's religion, whether it is gender. So those structural issues are missing from the conversation, and those are slowly getting picked up. So that I think is what I see in the management research area, and a lot of them in fact try to research the same problems that scholars world over are researching. They try to take a very neutral or I think, as Ravikant probably would say, like in an apolitical perspective. But I think the context is important, right? So that I think is missing to some extent. So
especially like these days, the diversity related research is going like around the world, like people are talking, and in India also, like maybe from last 10-15 years, I would say, maybe when they have started talking about diversity in management and diversity in business schools and all these things, still they, I think, focus more on they focus on gender, but in gender as well, like one aspect of gender, male or female only, or rest aspects are still missing. And then, as you said, like caste is already been sidelined. Intersectional aspect goes missing, right? I would say that. And how about like I have few questions actually. Also, as earlier you mentioned like research is going on, but in like when I mentioned like when research is much more focused on like big enterprises, but you're mentioning like okay, these the social enterprises, social innovations, and all these aspects are coming around. Definitely, it's a big area going on, and students who want to do that. And in that also, I would say like, do you see that these aspects where like, especially in NGO research, like non-profit or social enterprises, there also caste goes missing? What could be the reasons? Like, I can understand a bit more in for-profit, because in for-profit they are a bit, we can argue they don't have much more like as per in maybe notions and norms, maybe they don't have kind of a benefit of addressing maybe in these, but these other type, these non-profit organizations, they are dealing these kind of issues, right? Social inequality, discrimination, but still in that research we see caste goes into missing. So I want to come to that next question, that what could be the main reasons that these aspects go missing, especially like again in Indian context, like social issues in management broadly go missing. What are the kind of, you see the main reasons behind that actually?
Yeah, so if you ask the scholars from India who are researching social issues, they would say that the social issues are not missing, right? Because they've been researching corporate social responsibility, various aspects of that, but it was probably not as critical as it could have been. So in fact, very recently we just finished writing the introduction to a special issue on imagining ethical organizations in South Asia. So there we talk a little bit about this in terms of why, when we talk about South Asia, it hasn't really talked about some of the ground realities. And what we think has happened is that one, it is the expectation of the journals. Journals want things to be context free. They want universal truths. They want universal principles, kind of a thing. And unfortunately, those universal principles and truths happen to be framed in the Western context. So that is why caste becomes almost like a context. So when you say, like, for example, caste, right? They say like, oh, it's a problem of India, or it's a problem of some other country, right? And so they try to equate it to either race or a class, something that they try to understand. So that's one problem. Second problem is that context, they don't take interest in context. They say like, what theory are you generating out of this? Right? So you need to generate some theory or talk about context in a way that it informs some theory. So that is the second problem. And I think the third problem is the profile of the people. Okay. No, third problem, let me say, is the nature of caste itself, right? Okay, then we go to the profile of the people. So if we know roughly that, forgetting about the non-binary aspects, we know that, for example, the gender ratio is 50-50, right? So, so if you walk into a room and you see like the room is full of men, you know that there are no women there, right? But if you walk into a room full of, let's say, upper caste, and there is no representation from 70 or 80% of the population, you would not know it, right?
Yeah,
that's one invisibility of it. And also like how caste operates is very complex, very deep, right? So it operates on your mind in terms of stereotypes of who is good, who is bad, who is good at what, and it operates in a very subtle ways, right? So, and we know, for example, from behavioral science research, that even subtle similarities can result in people giving favors to each other, right? So Yeah, so those are like, really, really subtle, very unexpected similarities. But in this case, in case of caste, you have introduced similarities in terms of last names, and then in terms of arranged marriages, which means like, your family becomes the same caste, but you don't know that, you see them as family. So this is a very complex construct for anyone to deal with.
Mhm.
And then the profile of the people who became scholars in the South Asian context, they're all from the not all, the vast majority of them are from the upper caste or upper class, and till recently men, right? So they didn't really see the problem. They didn't have an idea that this is a problem, right?
Mhm.
And there was no discourse on that either, because the idea was that again, in terms of, if you think about the development, the idea was that let's develop, let's grow economically, let's develop technology. The other problems can be taken care
Mhm.
by other people. So that was the belief. So they were not really equipped, or that was not a priority. So these are all the kind of reasons why I think it never really got picked up. Right? So
yeah. And especially like who come from marginalized communities, and who are from the bottom of this caste hierarchy. And if they want to research, what kind of challenges do they face, especially like, because they have interest to break this system, and they are much more kind of willing, and they're much more, I would say, want to go towards this side because of the various reasons, because our research areas and research topic that we decided much more, I think, depend on what background we have, what kind of access we have to resources and research topics. So when they enter into this field, I think, what's your opinion? Like, I'm just gonna throw my opinion on that, but I would like your opinion as well. Like, when we enter into, like, I entered as a marginalized community, a marginalized person into this field, people try to set themselves into the existing norms, because that's where we can publish easy in a way that is much more accepted, as you were saying, in the Western context, where caste is not very well known, but most of the good journal are operating from Western countries. So those who have this benefit of breaking and challenging this system, what kind of challenges or resistance do they face when they go towards this research?
So I think we've been talking for a little over 20 minutes now. So let's now shift the focus to you. So you give the answer to this. You give your opinion, then I'll give mine.
So yeah, that's what I'm meant to say. Like, there are quite a bit of challenges in that there is a lot of resistance. First, as I've been saying, like, people do not want to talk about it, and then if we see that, like, if I see that, okay, someone is not really interested into this topic, and I will not get published, and I will not, if you don't get published, you will not get job, or you will not get career, and so people people like me would try to adjust our research, adjust our topic, and adjust our methods that fulfill those dominant narrative, dominant research, and dominant norms. So that, I think, bring a bit of put a person into a situation where we feel helpless to the extent that no matter I want to do this, I am much more willing, and I'm good into this thing, then still I cannot do this because of the external pressure, the things which are not in my hand. And so yeah, that kind of, I think, put much more pressure to fit into the norms. And the type of research and the type of ideas that I would have brought out much better, and might be good to progress this research and this field, goes into missing, I would say. And that I think is a big issue here, like how to change this whole structure that has been already been built around this, that unless you fit into the norms, you will not have a career. Especially in Indian context, I would argue that it's much more strongly like old boys club kind of. So you have to do this research, but and in this way only if you want to do. And then only, like I can give one example, like much more research these days is coming like around yoga and meditation and management. It's much like, you know, that positive aspect. And then if you have to do this research, you have to talk only about, mostly like if I have read, they talk about from India, it's coming mostly from India, and they talk only like positive aspect only, like meditation is good, productivity increases, and health and this benefit for the employees. But recent research, like coming mostly from outside IISER, I would argue that they have argued that this meditation can even lower the productivity because people delay decision. Then when our mind and things go calm in the thing, and you start delaying decision, you become a bit of more lazy, and you don't. You are not very engaged into this in the organization after that. This research, people from INSEAD, they did that. So yeah, so that also I see a bit of troublesome. Like if you are doing research and you are from India and you have you want a career in India, you have to fit into the norms. You have to do and present it that way only. That's it. Otherwise, you don't have a career. So unless you are outside, then you have an advantage that you can talk a bit more openly and freely. And here like here I am talking, sitting here in Europe, I can talk cost like openly, and anyone they will accept it, they will appreciate it, and they will say, okay, this is a good idea, you can do it, and you can look from this side, that's right, and they will give suggestion. But same thing if I am talking in Indian business schools and Indian universities, it's a death of your career, I would say. So yeah, so let me come back to that now to you with that. So how do you see your career has would have evolved in India if this same thing you were doing in India?
That's a bit hard to visualize, as you know. I don't know if I would have been able to do so many different things that I've been able to do because the environment in India is very different, and but it is definitely a challenge. I don't mean to underplay that challenge at all. But I also say that if we focus on those challenges, we will never be able to get anything done. Okay, we will never be able to do anything, anything that's meaningful, at least meaningful in the way that we think it is meaningful, right? So we have to make those sacrifices, and we have to make those compromises and all of those kind of things, right? So, all of us who are able to, all of us who are able to read, to get education, and to move in reasonably elite spaces, right? We are again extremely privileged. So we have to use that privilege and realize that what we are, that we can do with less, as in we don't need a lot of comforts, we don't need a lot of money, we don't need a lot of appreciation, because we don't get appreciation from the childhood, right? So nobody tells you're the best and all that kind of stuff. So considering that we don't need so much, I think we can take a lot of risks, right? So taking that risks is important. And I think I'm actually remembering what Ravikant had tweeted the other day after the UP election. So there's a lot of discussion about UP elections. So then he said, I think he tweeted saying that what is one election in the history of 3,000 years of resistance, right? So the fact that that the fact that a lot of people who are caste oppressed or religion oppressed or gender oppressed have been able to reach to this point itself is a major achievement. Okay. So for the sake of going further, if we keep compromising, there is no end to it. So at some point we have to come to terms with it and say, okay, I'm going to do this, right? I'm not going to settle. I'm going to question this, or I'm going to make that choice. Okay, so I think that's one way to approach that. So
So definitely we have to pay the price in terms of maybe low number of grants or low number of collaboration with other people and career opportunities. These prices definitely one has to pay and have to be ready in terms of if someone wants to research. Okay, let me maybe switch to a broader topic then. If someone is situating this similar research, but situating into a broader marginalized group, then I think it would be much more acceptable as I see your research try like that. And I think that's anyways the way to get published. You have to situate somewhere and try to argue that, okay, this caste aspect is something others have done with respect to race or class or the gender and other groups, and then we try to bring into that. Would that be easier to sell? I mean, sell means like publish and being accepted by others broadly.
So that's where again. So actually, so let me answer this first. So that's where I think we also need to be a little bit understanding that our role is not just research publication, but also our role is education in this case, right? So you have to, if you're a teacher in the classroom, right? You can't be at this level and say you have to reach up to me, right? I'm talking, only like this way. You have to understand me, right? So you would have to go to the student, right? Similarly, in this particular case, like the other researchers on the other side, unfortunately, they are in a powerful position, but you have to also educate them. You have to explain it to them in their own terms, so that your ideas get accepted, and together you research the problem, as opposed to thinking that I am researching and you are resisting it. Okay, I think that shifting of thinking is very important. That is how you become collaborative with others, and you see them as collaborators as opposed to being your competitors or those who are opposing you. And that also reduces a lot of stress for you, because once you see them as someone who's opposing, then all your energy is going to that as opposed to going to your research, right? So
and let me, I have a question from Pankaj actually. He would like to know that how someone can research and align into kind of sociological areas, their research, especially tribal rights, and what could be the challenges, and in Indian context, if someone wants to then come back and get some job. And I think we discussed a few things around that already. And mainly, like, if we see right now, broadly this topic, this social issues in management, this area is developing, I would say, a bit separately. Like, but if someone wants to challenge this, or the established field like operation management or the finance, accounting, marketing. So in these areas, if someone is interested into challenging these fields and do some research around social issues in finance or social issues in operation management, so how could one start with, or what from where one should start?
Yeah, I think we have to start from where the field is, or where other people are in terms of being able to have that conversation. Okay.
Yeah, but other people, if they have not, like if I see finance, no one has talked like how casting. There was one paper I think I could a year ago or something like that. So one paper is not nothing, you know. So we don't have main people. Other people are just talking other things which are not even related to social, like how it impact finance field. So from where someone should start.
So that's a good question. So it reminds me of that, you know, that the story that everyone tells in the marketing classes, right? So someone went to a place where nobody is wearing shoes and thought, okay, like, you know, I can't sell here, and the other person thought, well, I can sell to everyone, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's that probably is a bit cliched answer, but you know, that could be one way to think about it. So for me, so I think having that that mindset that I'm taking this risk for a long-term benefit, I think that is very important, and so that sets you in the right frame of mind to begin with. And second, where do you start? You always start with the research, right? If there is no caste, for example, in finance, you go to see what has been done in terms of race, what has been done in terms of gender or class or any other similarities, right? And then you pick from there and try to position your research along those lines, right? So that's you. Of course, you always have to start with what the current state of knowledge is, right? And then from there you pick up and then start building it, right? So I don't know if that answers the question. Like, for example, you mentioned tribal rights or tribal knowledge, right? That's completely under-researched in India from you know, not just India but also like South Asia and even outside, right? It's a ripe area for research, and in fact this is something that we're currently writing about. Is that there is a lot of work that can be done by combining the indigenous populations in our Adivasis in India and South Asia, and the indigenous populations outside, like in Canada, Australia, New Zealand, right? So there is so much that can be done by comparing and contrasting their experiences and their knowledge. And indigenous education, indigenous engagement is a big thing in the West now, right?
Yeah.
So if you can bring to that, I think that's going to be a phenomenal opportunity, in fact. So yeah, so there's a lot of opportunity for sure. So you would face difficulty, and I will never say that it is going to be easy, but you will also have much higher rewards, right? You know, then you become leader of a field. Then you can help other people. Then you know, you get known, or you know that you made some difference, right? As opposed to, like, you know, I wrote 10 papers on on innovation of something, and didn't matter to anyone except that I got my tenure, I got my professorship, right? So,
yeah. So okay, I'm gonna ask much more personal question, I think I would say. So what surprised you till now in this while you've been doing this research, especially on social issues in management? What was the much more surprising aspect till now?
I think really the most surprising aspect for me is the amount of acceptance that I've received from the colleagues, right?
Okay.
When I started any of the researches, I never expected that I would get this level of support. Okay, I did get resistance. There is no doubt about it. Okay? I did get resistance.
Do you I'm interrupting. Do you think this is because of the nature of the research and the people who are involved into this research are much more empathetic? Is that one of the factors you would argue?
No, I think I think that is one aspect, but also in general, the academic enterprise is one where we are trying to be very curious, right? We're trying to understand new things.
Yeah.
So anyone who talks about something new, people are interested to know.
Yeah.
Right. So I have, I don't have problem getting collaborators. And in fact, like, a number of times, some of the people said like that they collaborate with me because I talk about new things, right?
Yeah.
And that's why we get into academics, right? Like to look at new things, to learn new things, and question, write, think. So that's the excitement, right? So you're trying to shift the thinking in a new direction. So you get support otherwise also. It's a question of framing it in a way, and it's not easy again. But all the time saying is that it is possible, and we should not get disheartened.
Yeah. Okay, another question is around what comes next? I mean, how this field is evolving. How do you see this field, like social issues in management?
So I think there's going to be more and more integration between social issues and business. Okay.
Yeah.
And a few years ago, for example, or 10 years ago, it was a wish for me and for people like many because I came late into the social issues. For many scholars before me, it was a wish to see it. Right? But now I see, and I'm sure like a lot of other scholars see it as more of a reality now. Otherwise, you don't see all the journals now in management talking about impact, talking about stakeholders. Talking about stakeholders 20 years ago was yeah. So it wasn't really appreciated, right? But now everyone talks about stakeholders. Right? So I see more and more integration, and that way I think more and more opportunities for people. Yeah, just to finish that sentence. So more and more opportunities for people who actually understand the problems on the ground.
Yeah. Okay. So what led to this change actually in last 20 years? Like I understand there might be many factors here, but could you highlight maybe a few? What led to, because 20 years ago, as you were saying, it was kind of stigma, definitely, like you in business and management now, no one wants to talk about these issues.
Yeah.
So technology could be one issue, a factor, would you say, that and this Black Lives Matter, I can see that has led to a lot of changes in the last 5 years, I would say. And then your work on income inequality around 2010, the Occupy movement.
I think a lot of factors are playing in it, and again I think it's a collective thinking in terms of what is important, right? So it is again, like some people may not agree with it, but it is unfair to think, or it's unrealistic to think that that anyone, whether it's business or any individual, is only looking at making money, or everyone wants to be good. It may not be too good, but at least like they don't want to be bad, right?
Yeah.
So I think there is there's more rethinking about the changes that are taking place in terms of climate change, in terms of inequalities, so how the business can play a positive role, right? That is definitely something that people have started to think about, and that opens opportunities for, in general, a broader conversation about all social problems, right?
Yeah. So actually, let me ask again. In the beginning, you mentioned about this Russian, like against Russian, there have been businesses are taking sanctions. Similar trend we saw in terms of when Black Lives Matter movement was going on, and organizations were coming forward and investing a lot of in Black communities, trying to do different things, and but similar trend in Indian context we have not seen till now, like with respect to caste, if I say, and people, it's a big issue, one of the big social issues in India. So why?
So I think in general, businesses have kept themselves away from the social issues, and in general, like, or at least the contentious social issues, you can say. Like, they definitely did a lot in terms of the community development, or like, the area development in the neighborhoods, or some CSR. But engaging with some of the contentious issues, they haven't particularly done it. And I think there the idea was that, again, we try to grow as a country, try to gain progress and all that. That became more important than getting rid of inequality, for example, right? This happened even in the Chinese context, right? When Deng Xiaoping, when he said, like, let some people get rich first. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So then now they're talking about inequality. They want to talk about moderately prosperous societies. That's the current president's vision, right? So I think it's a bit of an evolution, and the fact that there is a lot of interaction with the world businesses now, that is also going to make some difference in terms of the issues. Whether it's caste, whether it is religion, all the other problems, right? Gender, yes, there's been some movement on gender, but on others it hasn't. And the gender movement also happened happened quite a bit because of the globalization, or the IT industry and all of those things happening, right? So similarly, I think the other things will also happen over a period of time. And again, they don't happen on their own. We need to also start talking about that, right? Until somebody diverts the attention to it, it remains a problem that's unaddressed, right? So,
yeah. So I think we have last 10 minutes or something.
Yeah, there's some questions. Yeah. So go ahead. Yes. Yeah, so,
no, I don't see which question. Okay, is there anything?
In the chat box also I've put, you can check in the Zoom. Yes.
Ravi, could you maybe check, because I cannot see. I don't know. I have blocked YouTube because of my kids.
No, not on YouTube. What I've done is in the Zoom chat box.
Oh, sorry.
I've copied those questions
Okay.
from YouTube.
Okay. How can we manage our limited resources, especially in education? There are very few resources, and I don't understand this question. Professor, could you maybe see that question?
No, I mean, I don't think, again, like, maybe again, I'm not the right person to say this, but at least I don't think resources are necessarily a constraint in getting anything done. And this itself, what we're doing now, and what Anup has done with Nalanda itself is an example, right? I think it, in a matter of a few years, the change that Anup has brought with Nalanda Academy in the education space, it's phenomenal. I don't think he started with a lot of resources.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah. I think that's something that we have to keep in mind. But that may be a more specific question. We related some specific resources, but broadly, this is what I think. Resources are not necessarily a constraint to do good work.
Okay. And you can see the second person as well.
Yeah. So is there any convergence or praxis between the research or academic part of the management studies and actual business practices? I mean, definitely there, we see quite a bit of movement of ideas from research into practice. One of the biggest, because we're talking quite a bit about inequality, and that's also my area of work. So we can see the diversity, for example, is one of those things that did come from research, but as well as from a lot of regulations and broader public conversation about those things. So there can be more conversation. There is always a gap between research and practice, but I think probably we do also have some translation and some implementation in practice. Yeah.
Okay, so I think that was the question, but let me ask now, what are the implications of this missing link on businesses, society, and research? Like these, when these aspects, social aspects, go missing into the research and businesses, and people don't talk about it, what are the implications of this?
Yeah, so I think one is that we're underutilizing the opportunity that we have, whether it's people or their ideas and all of that, right? That's one. So I was a human resource manager before I got into academics, so I see it as a great waste of resources, right? And also, like, I mean, if you talk about it more philosophically, like, it's a waste of human potential, right? So so that's one. And the second is, as I was mentioning earlier, it's not just about making money, right? I mean, how bad or how miserable one person would be to always think that my job is to make money, right? So you need to have some excitement that and something that brings you happiness, something that brings happiness to others. So that excitement will go missing, right? And broadly from a research perspective, I think what the new understanding that we can bring, that will go missing, right? So because we are always going only in the same whatever limited boundaries, right? We're not pushing the boundaries. So that would be the implications. I don't know if that's the kind of thing you're.
Yeah, definitely. I like another. I think earlier, like this convergence between research and practice, like same thing. Like when policy making, we don't know what kind of policy we should have for caste, in improving the caste diversity within the organization. If we have not researched this, we will not have that
exactly
policies as well. And okay, I think we talked a little bit. I just maybe want to put into a difficult position probably, and how much caste of the researchers play a role in the social identity of the researcher play a role into the type of topic person is researching, and who gets researched, what is being researched, and whom we are citing in a research paper, or what method we are picking. How much role is there in all these areas of the social identity of the person?
Yeah, no, I mean, there's definitely like a huge role, right? But as researchers, and more importantly, as human beings, our effort is to move away from that, right? So move away from and question what has been given to us as the identity, right? It's very easy to remain in that and remain in that, that limited space. But to really push that and to really rethink and relate to other people as human beings, that I think is a bigger issue. So yeah, so I think it does play a role, but we should also push against that.
Right? Definitely. And as you already know, I think like it's very difficult to disassociate our social identity when we are trying to do, especially this kind of research. Like if you come from marginalized community and you are researching around marginalized, and It's a big challenge.
It is a big challenge. There's absolutely no doubt. It is a big challenge. But at the same time, and again, I don't mean to underplay the challenges of anyone, right? Who doesn't face a challenge?
Yeah, of course.
Everyone faces a challenge, right? So that's one aspect of it. And the second that I would say is that, particularly when we come from a marginalized background, you need to ask, who gave you this identity? It's not an identity that you pick, right? So why do you have to let that weigh on you?
Yeah.
So that's a questioning that we also need to ask, right? So if someone says that, because you are a woman, you can't do this, right? So if, as long as you keep accepting that I'm a woman, so I can't do this, you will never be able to do that, right? So you also need to push that. It is hard. I'm not saying it is easy, but I'm saying that it just has to happen naturally. So.
Yeah. So definitely, like a few weeks ago, I was reading that this our social identity definitely play a role when we are researching, and especially as an interviewer, like I am getting a data and all that, and it can change the results to the extent that so similarly, like if someone from the dominant group is researching, so his results can be like, this has been argued that it can be different if someone doing the same topic research, and he will find different. So how to kind of balance between these two, like where the separation layer is there, like.
So that is where, again, we try to take the help of others, and then once you publish it, somebody will question it, right? I should probably not be talking about this study, because I really plan to write elaborately on this one. That there's one particular study which I from very, very famous economists who said that the caste discrimination doesn't exist, right, in the study that they conducted. But a few years later, they said, using the same data, or the way they started reporting it is that it exists in one particular context, not in other, right? So this, I think, is because of the bias, probably, but also because it is outside. Somebody will question it, somebody will interpret it differently and ask you, right? So it is a process. It's a natural process of research. We all have blind spots. Some have more, some have less. Some we have maybe different blind spots. Pushing against them is what we have to keep doing.
Okay. I think we will run out of time, but quickly, what to do to challenge these things which are missing? What as a young researcher can do, or what's your advice for someone who wants to go toward this research?
So I think I would say, one is that first recognize that it is going to be hard. There is no doubt. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. But the second thing is, I don't think there is anyone from a Telugu speaking background here, but there is a saying in Telugu that someone who is stubborn is powerful than a king, right?
Okay.
So imagine that you are that stubborn person and push against that, right? I think that's what I would say. That.
And last. So if someone wants to do this research, would you suggest doing it in India or abroad? If someone has an opportunity, like to do in India or outside.
If you have both the options, then of course I would recommend doing it outside, purely because of the infrastructure and that you would be away from the context to be able to. First of all, if you're talking about caste as a social identity, you need to uncondition yourself from that caste, right? That cannot happen as long as you are in an environment that is that's conditioned by caste. So that's defined by caste. So that is one reason why you need to get out. And second, of course, there is quite a bit of infrastructure outside, or more support outside for it than it is in India. But that doesn't mean you can't do it in India.
Okay, yeah. So that was it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Unless you have something to add, or I missed.
This was a fascinating conversation. If you may, I wanted to ask a question to kind of both of you also, kind of coming also from my experiences of teaching MBA students here in India, right? Like it's very fascinating because they're famously wishy-washy. And you were mentioning this, that, when it comes to social issues, they do take stands, but not controversial social issues, right? So there will be a tiger conservation campaign or something of that sort. So my approach is obviously a little because of my training in marketing and those sort of areas. And what I've observed is that marketing and politics is, seen contiguous with controversy, right? So the tendency is to damage control and take middle of the road opinions. And that's what young MBA students, you give them a case study, they will give you like this is also there, this is also there type of solutions. But in a caste society, this sort of a neutrality as a practice tends to basically create an upper caste echo chamber, right? Which again, not at all from a point of view of social inclusion, from a point of structural efficiency. Upper caste is a minority culture, so it deeply limits your marketing capacity and outreach also, right? Even today in India, in all marketing MBAs, they will teach you to do segmentation on SEC, and SEC segmentation does not include caste. So it just looks at class. So in that sense, what I'm trying to get at is that there is a tremendous case to be made that by not including this, forget social inclusion, it is not good research or pedagogical practice in an area like marketing itself to begin with, right? So can that be a viable route to bring caste into the discipline of management studies and research, where because the reluctance is, okay, caste only enters that classroom, MBA classroom, in the form of reservation. I am students and reservation debate. That's not the approach I'm coming with. Like, can we, make a case for a better segmentation strategy based on caste, or a positioning strategy based on caste? Is that a viable route at all to consider? And what are your thoughts, both of you, on this, if this makes sense?
Pardeep, you go, please. I've talked a lot.
Okay. So, yeah, definitely. I would say, like, especially with respect to marketing, we have seen like a lot of time, like this Facebook advertisement is been the caste is like that advertisement was like, okay, someone is nagging some girl in the video, and then that name is Kamble, because that signifies it was the lower caste person. That was withdrawn after there was a backlash. So one example. Another example was there, especially Kent dough making thing, okay, dirty hands. People are coming, and then like your house servant, she's making with dough with dirty hands. So buy our Kent dough making thingy. And these things will go missing because if there was caste diversity, I would argue that there was a caste included into these within the organization, even like Kent or the other Facebook and all these other organizations. So these issues would not arise. Like, this is marketing, and these issues will not come. They could have kind of blocked these things. Like, so okay, they were sensitive toward these issues. So with respect to even you explained quite well, like in the MBA classes, especially in India, this is a dominant kind of teaching narratives that, okay, you have to do this only, like this is it, and there is no other thinking. So that is the mostly goes on. And I don't know, like Professor Hari would have more thoughts on that. I definitely.
That's a great point. And I think the problem or the reason why it has not been accepted or not been appreciated is because they don't know the difference, right? Like, for example, when you say, like, we need to, C.K. Prahlad said that, poor people need to be given dignity. right? Now, if they don't know that the dignity, you can't give dignity, just based on money, right? For example, right? So once you shine light on that, once you divert their attention to it, then it becomes understandable for them. But until then, particularly because we've been taught that making money is the most important thing. So you think that if you have money, then you would get it, right? But they don't know. So if you can divert the attention to that, I think it all becomes an extremely viable project, and I do definitely see that happening, right? We never expected that bottom of the pyramid, for example, would become a huge thing that companies would latch onto, right? So it's just a question of time and getting the right message and right people and all of those things. It'll happen. So at least I'm optimistic. So
yeah, okay,
cool. I think.
Great. I think we are just out of time. Thank you so much, both of you, for this extremely stimulating conversation. It was an absolute pleasure. And, not just today, like since it goes on YouTube, it becomes a resource for our younger scholars to kind of refer to and think through later on. So thank you so much for your time, Mr. Hari, Pardeep, both of you. And with that, we'll kind of take our leave. If you're done. Please have a nice day. And thank you also reminding to all our audiences that both Professor Hari and Pardeep are sitting in two very different parts of the world, in two very different time zones. For you both to make your time in sync with our conference means a lot. Thank you so much for joining us today. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pradeep, Ravi, and everyone else. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. To all our audiences, हमारे जो जितने भी सुनने वाले हैं, हमारा ये थर्ड सेशन अभी खत्म हुआ है. अभी हम एक छोटा सा 5 मिनट का ब्रेक लेंगे और 3:15 से हमारा अगला सेशन जो है अकॉर्डिंग टू द शेड्यूल वो शुरू होने वाला है. इन दिस अपकमिंग सेशन जो शुरू होने वाला है 3:15 से, ये हमारा फर्स्ट स्पीक सेशन है. इट इज अ वेरी स्पेशल सेशन. Personally, मैं बहुत excited हूँ इस सेशन के लिए because in this session we will have our emerging scholars, early track academics, a lot of them जो अपना पहला research लेके आ रहे हैं present करने के लिए. So we will have a panel of 5 researchers with very interesting diverse projects जिन पे उन्होंने काम किया है. And moderating that session will be Dr. Ajay Kohli, who will be moderating that discussion, and we will sit through 5 interesting research projects which have been selected from hundreds of people who kind of registered for the Ayyankali conference, और उनसे निकाल के हम ये converts किया है हमने ये जो रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं. तो हम इनको देखेंगे और हमारे यंगर इमर्जिंग स्कॉलर्स जो है अर्ली ट्रैक एकेडमिक्स हैं, फर्स्ट टाइम रिसर्चर्स हैं, इनकी प्रेजेंटेशंस को हम सुनेंगे. So we will meet after a short break at 3:15. See you all then. 5 minutes, we'll be back. A very warm welcome to all our audiences. Welcome to our first speak session. जैसा कि मैंने कहा कि इस सेशन में we'll have our emerging scholars, early track academics and first time researchers presenting their original research projects which they have worked very hard in, बहुत मेहनत की है, और I'm very excited to listen to them. And without taking any of their time, I'll hand over the session to Dr. Ajay Kohli, who will be moderating this session. Thank you, Dr. Ajay, for kindly agreeing to this. And over to you now, and please take over the session.
Thank you, Ravikant, and jab him to everyone. So from morning, we are having fantastic session back to back, and I'm sure your energy is very high, and we will continue with the same energy for this session as well. And as a moderator of this session, I have the responsibility to help the 5 early researchers to, complete their presentation, right? And in the order as it mentioned in the poster. So first we'll start with the Shadab, then Vaishnavi, then Preeti, then Kundan, and then Uddhav. Okay. So each one of you will have like total 10 to 12 minutes, right? And you can use the first 1 or 2 minutes to introduce yourself. What are your interest research areas? Where are you? What are you doing right now? Like, and from where you are joining this session, right? And then you can start your presentation. And once all of you finish your presentation, we can take up the questions from the audience, and as well as in case you have questions for each other also, I think they are welcome, right? So I think this format, okay, any other information anyone of you are looking for? Okay, am I audible? Okay, and please strictly look at your mute option if you are not presenting. So please, mute. Okay, somebody tell me how to unmute. Okay, Preeti Chandra, there is an option next to your video. You have to click on that, mute and unmute. Okay, and I got my voice is breaking. So, okay, all others can hear me because I got one person saying I'm not able. Others can hear me. You can just say yes, so I can say that. Okay, right. Yeah, thank you. So, right. So please watch. If you are not speaking, you are not a presenter. So make sure that you're mute, and you can keep the video off also if you want to. It's okay. But you are presenting, then you should keep the videos on, right? So if no other query, then yes, I would be very happy to start with Shadab. So yes, Shadab, please.
Thank you. Is my voice coming okay? Let me just share my screen. So it is actually disabled. I cannot share my. Hi, I am Shadab. I am currently doing my PhD in the Department of Social Work, Delhi University. Basically, I am from a coastal village in Kerala. And my topic is basically about the social mobility of coastal Muslims. This topic, A Note on Fish Tench, is my working paper. I want to thank for providing this space to share my paper. Actually, I'm quite anxious about my presentation, but thank you. So let me just begin. Okay.
Shadab, your screen is not visible yet. If you have shared the presentation, it is not yet visible. Okay. Can others see it? Because I can see it.
No, it's not visible. The
Not
screen
visible.
sharing is not visible.
Yeah. Yes, now it is working. Yeah. Okay, your audio is off, Shadab. Yeah, please speak now.
Okay. Basically, there are 4 social groups in Kerala among the Muslims, such as Tangal, Mapila, Osan, and Puslan. These coastal Muslims are known as Puslan community. In a sense, the meaning of the word is new convert. In a sense, it provides the impression that they are not fully Muslim or they are not the practicing Muslim in a proper way. Even though other untouchable converted to Islam largely, they could themselves integrate with the Mapla Muslims, but the Puslan, the coastal Muslims still bear the burden of inferior social status. There are so many researchers about describing the social distancing between the inland Muslims and coastal Muslims. Then some of them are argued that the possible reasons for the fishing as a continuation of occupation and geographical demarcation. So this one, Saidalvi argues that the Mapla Muslim rationalized the discriminatory practices based on the Islamic concept of purity, knowledge, morality, and piety. And the inland people usually rationalize or justify that the coastal Muslim miss their prayers on time, or they do not cover the female do not cover their head properly, or they're speaking in a high, loud voice and in un-Islamic ways. So it is the central concern of this paper is that if you look at the literature on the social distancing and discriminatory practices between coastal Muslim and inland Muslims, the concept of smell, how the smell contribute to the social distancing and what are the role smell plays is completely, in a sense, absence. The word stench means this, it is a more derogatory than smell. It sends the meaning that this fish have a very, very bad smell. So in this paper, researchers tried to unfold the role of fish stench in maintaining the social distancing. So the literature has been in the consensus that it is not the actual smell, but it is actually the ascribed smell that is people are saying about, and it is based on this ascribed smell. There, the criteria of inclusion or exclusion is based on the smell of ascribed smell. It is not the real one. So the literature also says that the smell is a body marker, and it is also closely associated with the class, race, and nationality. So regarding one of the Malayalam author says that he problematizes the term fish stench and vegetable smell, the power that involved in these words, and he unfolds the embedded caste logic in this term. He says that the term fish stench presupposes this term presupposes the clean vegetarian food and dirty and stingy non-veg. After the release of the movie Parasite, especially, then the discussion on smell further kindled, and Libin Ram argues that there is a historical exclusion of academic writing on smell, especially in India. And he specifically mentioned about this fish stench, and he says that the narrative of smell consider the subaltern body as inferior. My writing is largely based on the qualitative data researcher conducted fieldwork in both inland people and coastal area. See, there are so many stories. This narration of clean inland people and very dirty coastal people it is perpetuated with so many stories. One of the familiar story among every inland people is that one day an inland girl was married to a fisherman at her husband's home. she was exasperated with fish and she could not bear it. After a couple of weeks passed by, then she said, when I reached here, the fish stench is gone. I made the fish stench vanish from the coastal area. She proclaimed it. But the fish stench did not go. She became used to it. The story concludes. This kind of story is very common among the inland people, and it sends the message that it is not having a marital affair with the coastal people. If you have any marital affair with coastal people, you also become one of them. You also stench, means you also smell like them. Then you are not clean. This kind of story is very common among Indian people. Indian people you usually say the story. And this Gulf migration, as I said earlier, I situate this study in Malappuram. Malappuram is the only place where Muslims are majority, and this district is heavily dependent upon the Gulf migration. And inland people largely make their living by participating in the Gulf migration. This Gulf migration helps to the concealment of labor identity. If you go to Gulf, you will say, I'm working in a company. This helps to conceal your labor identity. And when they come back, they bring a special aroma of Gulf. So this demarcation between coastal and inland is based on this migration also contribute in this demarcation. And the inland people say that it is a kind of a respect or izzat, means if someone is in Gulf and you are using the material or something, it provides a different smell. And it divide the inland people as a very smelly people, and the coastal people are very smelly, and inland people are very orderly and clean. And this stories and narration plays a critical role in continuously defining and redefining both themselves and others. This inland people will say, when their child is not taking bath, they will say that you smell like a pusla and go and take bath. They are teaching their child the ethics of cleanliness with the advice of don't be like them and be like them and be like us. And this kind of saying is very, very common among the coastal people, among the inland people. And they also says that the coastal girls smell sardine. Sardine is a fish. And it also sends the impression that it is not worth marrying a coastal girl because she is always have a bad smell. So as I said earlier, this rationalization is based on the Islamic concept of purity, knowledge, and morality. This discussion of smell is also closely associated with the Islamic concept of cleanliness. One of the respondents says that they are very committed or bothered about the cleanliness, but at the end, what happens? They still have a fish stench. And another person explains that because they are not washing their clothes as in the Islamic way, that's why they still, even after their job, they have a smell because they do not clean their clothes because they're cleaning in un-Islamic way. This Malayalam word, there is a divide between those who practice this cleaning in running water and those who do not practice in running water. Those who are not practicing in running water, they are considered as not clean. There are basically two types of water in Islam. One is tahur water and another one is mustamil water. The tahur water can purify other thing also, but the mustamil water cannot purify the other thing. And once you clean in the tahur water, it automatically become mustamil water. So the idea is that at the end you should clean in the running water. And this person saying that they are not following this practice of cleaning in the mustamil water. This is very interesting to note that this idea means criteria of cleanliness is based on the Islam and not any notion of any European standard. And this another findings. There are some places named Chapangadi. Means the Chapa means shed. These were the places where they used to make their fish dry. But this name Chapangadi also send the impression that there is a very stinking area, and the people who are also from that area also, they are also stereotyped based on this place. So whenever they go to any town, they carefully hide the name of, and they will say nearby places, I come from this area. They carefully hide the name of Chapapudi, or because, and it is very interesting to see the new trends, because this new trends is that if you look at the new names in the coastal area of Malappuram, it will be in English, like Saddam Beach, New Beach, Almond Beach. These are the some of the places. And the Malayalam word Kadappuram usually have a very negative connotation, and they, when we say they are the Kadappuram people, means because that be this, that means provides the impression that they are primitive and they are bad. But the beach means helps to provide some kind of mobility and challenge the narration of England people. And of course, the fishing community unraveled the embedded the caste logic or in it. And one of the coastal persons said that fishing community never knew they smell fish stench until they meet or interact with an inland person. And they also complain that when the inland people buy the fish, or they always try to, most of the time they try to keep proper denomination when buying fish. Or suppose if you are buying fish for 100 rupees, you will keep exact 100 rupees. They believe that the money in the pocket of fishermen also carry, that also has a fish stench. And finally, this story actually very well negate the narration of Indian people, and in which he says that it says that it is all in the mind of Indian people, that everything is because of their superior caste like minded. And he says a story, means Khalid is a fisherman. He says one of the story, KP, a wealthy and well-known Indian person acquainted with coastal Muslim long back. It was a time Indian people maintained strict distance from coastal people and believed a derogatory image of coastal Muslims, stinking people, inherently violent. Interestingly, KP has become a close companion of many coastal Muslims. He happily invited coastal people for the wedding of his son. He also informed everybody the same. The family members were very anxious and curious to see the coastal Muslims. They were only aware of the imagined coastal Muslim, and finally the wedding day arrived. Everybody was keen to see the coastal people, but they did not distinguish any. Finally, they asked KP where the coastal Muslims were and why they didn't come for wedding. KP replied, they were here, had food and left. Don't distinguish them. The story continues, but it properly reveals that the story is a kind of self-explanatory. And he says, the Khalid also said me like he was working in abroad and as a fisherman, and he acquainted with so many Indian people, and he says that everybody closed his friendship with there, and nobody, when they're back, nobody contacted him, because here in Kerala he's still a coastal people. They don't want to make a friend with a coastal person. So I end my presentation here. Thank you, JB.
Thank you, Shadab, and yeah, thank you. Now I would like to request Vaishnavi.
Yes, sir. Yeah. I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, Vaishnavi.
Hi. ओपेरामध्येच आहे ना ते.
And Vaishnavi, also, when you share your presentation, please make it full screen. Yeah, thank you. You have done it. Good. Yeah, please start.
Jai Bhim to all. I am Vaishnavi Bagde. I am currently doing my master's in medieval history in JNU. I came from the rural part of Pune district in Maharashtra. So my in this paper, I addressing the social memory of marginalized caste through the Bhim Gits. So my title of this paper is Our Memories, Our History are always in the making, understanding the social memory of marginalized caste through the Bhim Gits. 1 minute, sir. My slides are not changing.
You can use the arrow, left and right arrow.
Okay. Okay. Okay, sir. In this paper, I want to show how the people in marginalized section are connecting their social memory with Baba Sahib Ambedkar and his action and Ambedkarite politics and movements and struggle of our people. And I see this. I see the Bhim Gits written by Lokshair Vamanda Kadaks and Shantanu Kamble, Shair Vittal Umap, and other shairs who wrote about Ambedkarite movements and life of Baba Sahib Ambedkar and about the operation and struggle of people who come from the marginalized community. So generally I see through this paper we have like some kind of social consciousness about our collective memory through this Bhimgite, and this Bhimgite create the like self dignity, create the notion of consciousness in our mind, like about the self dignity struggle of our people and life of Baba Sahib and the Ambedkarite politics and other things. So I'm referring the Eric Hobson about by virtue of living among the individuals other than themselves, all human beings are conscious of the past. To be part of any human community, it is locate oneself with the relation to one's history. So I see the the people who listen the Bhim Gits and from generation to generation, and like our grandparents and parents are listening Bhim Gites and telling the stories of Baba Sahib and about the struggle of our people. Like I refer some important events like Manusmriti Dahan, Mahad Satyagraha, Kalaram Mandir Satyagraha, and conversion to Buddha Dhamma Namantar movement and life of Baba Sahib. So we generally see this as a collective memory, and people from marginalized section associate themselves with the Ambedkarite thoughts and connect their social memory with these events. So the individual makes memory social through the Ambedkarite politics and Ambedkarite movements and Ambedkarite's lives and its impact on their life. So I am talking about this, and I focus on the Bhim Gits which are written in Marathi language. So for example, I am giving examples of the song written by Kiran Sonawne and sung by Anuruddha Bankar, like माझी आजी म्हणायची ओबी जात्यावर भीम बनला सावली कोटी कोटीच्या माथ्यावर. So we see that the like social memory of marginalized community is passing from one generation to another, and they have a kind of conscious notion in their mind. He is Baba Sahib is their like father, and they have Baba Sahib's action has an impact on their life. Baba Sahib's action led their something important change in their life and their history. So I noted down, I give the reference of these lines. So next point is Bhim Git as a social memory, Bhim Gita as a social memory and history. So there are many historians who work on the collective memory and social memory and history part. Basically, it is a kind of literature review and and a work of historians about memory. So Maurice Hobsbawm argues that the memory is shaped by group identities, and people always remember that experience that happened inside the social group. So he claimed that the identities shape the memory, and always recall events that takes place inside the social structure, like in family or community experiences. So we can see that Mahad Satyagraha. Marginalized people from marginalized community visited Chaudhar Chade on every 20th of March every year to recall the historical event of Mahad Satyagraha. And they are recalling that memory, and it is a big historical event. And these people, some large people are visiting this place, and they have a same notion in their mind. Yes, and they are connecting this historical event emotionally and collectively and socially also. So it is an event for them, as it is related to their freedom, their history, the first important step of freedom in their history, getting about the Mahad Satyagraha. Later period, Chris Pickman and James Pentress converted this term into social memory. They have a it is the same kind of this concept is has the same meaning, but they morely talks about how social situation affect the group identities. As a result, concept of social past, we see Bhim Gite having a massive impact on our social memory. So communities have their past that are vastly different from the documented in state archives, and how modern historians view their history. According to social memory theorists, the community myths and stories include some historical realities. Like we see the many historians tracing the social history of ancient India through the Ramayana and Mahabharata. It is a mythology and epic. But in my sense, I see the Bhim Gits are not mythology and epic. They show the reality of past, and they have a originality in it. And we can connect this Bhim Gits with other written works also, which are we can connect. Baba Saheb Ambedkar writings and speeches and other government of Maharashtra published books. We can connect the see the similarity between the genealogy and chronology and the explanation of the events. So I don't think that the social memory and history are different in the sense of Bhim Gits, because there are in modern time, the Leopold Ranke, who is a positivist tradition historian, who forcefully believe that the history and memory are different. But before the 18th century, many generally history is written through the memories and stories. But in the enlightenment, in the era of enlightenment, and there is a new tradition of writing history in enlightenment era. They are focusing on more about the objectivity. So for instance, in this sense, I have see in the Pune district gazetteer, it does not mention the important historical events like the establishment of first girls school at Bhidewada and Pune Pact, which are important for the our history, history of marginalized community. And they have a very important event in the history of our community. But this government document doesn't mention the these points, but Bhim Gite does. We have some Bhim Gites on this, like Phule Savitribainni Shala Mulinla Davili. And here we can see that even we don't know the singer and writer of this, these songs. This is bad, very bad condition about this, about our history also. So there are, and about ignorance of government on the Bhidewada. So people are writing about it like Bhidewada Bolla. So it is Bhidewada Bolla is a song about the like ignorance by government and current condition of Bhidewada, and government doesn't give importance to this main architecture, which has a very very great impact on our history. Like we can see that the Phule Bhidewada can be, it is a first step of our freedom and freedom of our girls. So later is Maurice Holbrook, who says that memory not only captures but also reconstruct the past. And he also asked the question, can memory become the source of the history? So and another historian is Dr. Andrew. He thinks the link between the memory and history, in which memory reflects what truly happened and history reflects the memory. It's far too simple. He claims that the distinguishing between two is becoming more difficult as social groups influence the both memories and histories. So yes, we can see, we can refer this argument to like I give one example, like there is a one book called written by there is a one book, the last Hindu king, about Prithviraj. We can see in that book how the memory is changing according to time and how historical events are representing according to time and changing the narration of about the last Hindu king, and that's why he is arguing that some social groups can influence the both memories and history. But in the sense of Bhimgit, I argue that yes, Bhimgit people doesn't distort any kind of history in the Bhimgits. They reflect the original like chronology in it and explain the things in very good manner, like using good metaphors and like explaining the all events in proper manner. Like we say when we see the song of Namantar movement written by the Vilas Ghogre, Jaltoy Marathwada, we see the references of the people who died in that movement, Pochiram Kamble and other peoples, and when we see, like, we can't say that history and social memory are different in the sense of Bhimgits. So they are, so I think, so I see the Bhimgitas are a rich oral source of history to trace our history. So for example, I'm giving some example like Uddharali Koti Kule. It is written by Vamanda Kadlak, tracing the impact of Baba Sahib on our life and history. Second is Jaltoy Marathwada by Vilas Ghogre, tracing the Namantar movement. Jivala Jivacha Dan by Vamanda Kadlak, tracing the history of Baba Sahib education and his struggle. Jari Sankatachi Kala Ratra Hoti by Vamanda Kadlak, relating our struggle with Baba Sahib and forming community memory. So,
Vaishnavi, sorry to interrupt you. You're doing fantastically good, but just we have to see the time as well.
Okay,
Can you please summarize in next 1 minute, maximum 2?
Yes, sir. So, like all social memories contain the seeds of prior practices and validate our social order. I see these Bhimgits are validating our social order and creating the sense of our history in it. So I observed by correlating the Bhimgits with other written books, I also talk about this, that there is also about the conclusion, the Bhimgits are a social memory and it transmits history from one generation to another. They have a chronology, explanation, individual can relate their history and memory through these songs. Bhim Gita are good source of history. Some songs can also be primary sources because they are first handwritten accounts of people who were part of these historical events or present at the time. Also, I had some another kind of analysis. We see the tradition of Warkari movement about the Kirtanas and Kabir's Dohe, but it is a kind of anti-caste like anti-caste tradition. But it is within the Hindu religion. But I see Bhim Gits as a very solid counter culture to the dominant culture. So, I like Bhim Gite has a massive impact on our life, especially the section of marginalized community. Thank you. Jai Bhim to all. And these are my references.
Thank you, Vaishnavi. And we have the limitation of the time, but that doesn't mean your idea has the limitation. Your idea is fantastic, and I think definitely your mentors and your own teachers will help you to to further improve it and get it in public, so that people can read more about it. Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Vaishnavi.
Thank you. Jai Bhim to all.
Yeah. I would like to invite now Preeti Chandra.
Hello.
Yes, Preeti.
Yeah. Hello, Jai Bhim, everyone.
Jai Bhim, Preeti. If you have a presentation, please.
Yeah, I have. I'm sharing it.
Yes.
Is it visible?
Not yet.
Wait.
It must be up on your computer. Yeah, now it's coming up. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Please make it full screen and then you can go ahead. There is an option at the bottom, just next to the plus sign at the right bottom. There is a plus minus sign, percentage. Yeah, just next to that, there is option. Yes. Make it full screen and at the bottom right, where the 64% is written, just before that, there is option.
Where it is?
Bottom right, bottom of your screen. Yeah. Bottom of your presentation.
Wait.
Where you have the option of plus and minus, 64%.
64%.
Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I am Preeti Chandra.
I
doing
think
PhD
still
in Department of...
one second. Still, we are not able to see it full screen.
Yeah. I think it is paused.
I think you have to stop the sharing and then you have to make full screen, then reshare. Yeah, then it will work.
Okay.
Stop the sharing once. Yeah.
For share. Then.
These are the limitations of the Zoom. So yeah.
Yeah. I'm very new to it. I'm presenting on first time on Zoom. That is right.
So it is like first you have to make it full screen and then share the screen. Then it will work.
Then sharing. Now, is it fine?
Okay, it's still coming same way, but it's okay. You can continue, I guess.
Yeah. So, I'm doing PhD on understanding reproductive health services, a Dalit feminist perspective. So in this research, I am actually like evaluating public health services on reproductive health services, basically. So in this, I have chosen the Dalit feminist standpoint theory, where why Dalit, especially why Dalit feminist theory, because there are many like Dalit feminist perspective catches the idea that feminist perspective is for the upper caste Savarna women. Thus, it is imperative to develop a perspective called Dalit feminist, which could give importance to the Dalit women issues at it needed. The reason why this particular perspective emerged, that mainstream feminist perspective was unable to understand the complexities of the Dalit women as a whole, since the Dalit women issues are different from the so-called upper caste women. How it differs as their social positioning in the society is different. That is why there is a my broader research questions are like to understand the socio-economic position of these women in the region and their subjective experiences of discrimination faced by them in the like hospital or in availing reproductive health services. And third is, do these women exercise agency in availing reproductive health services? I have used like qualitative research method design, and my study is located in Uttar Pradesh, Barabanki district. I have like interviewed total 35 women, in which 20 Dalit women and 15 upper caste women, because I have not made equal, because I am not able to get these women due to like caste identity and my unmarried identity, because at that time I was unmarried. In the socio-economic section, I found that the whole village has a different setting for people living. Like Dalit people live in this exterior part of the exterior, or say interior part of the village, apart from upper caste people, and their even education is like very much low from the upper caste, and there are like segregation. And now coming to the, like, I'm doing fast. I found that hospital premises is the most women where families complained about the promotion of privatization of healthcare services, such as buying medicine or other related stuff from private medical stores instead of giving them free of cost from the hospital, since it is meant to be free, but they are not like getting free. And there were like unavailability of gynecologists at the public hospitals, which create issues in getting health services. So there was only ANMs and not ANMs or nursing staffs who were able to handle the delivery in the hospital. And there were also issue of like infrastructure. And the last is Dalit women have a different kind of agency compared to upper caste women. Dalit women household status, since Dalit women household status are nuclear, so they are more free to exercise their agency from the very first day of marriage, and they are not into the fringe of kinship relation to like upper caste women who are who make decisions in under the influence of their kinship and family. And what one thing was like the son preference was there, which was son preference was there in also Dalit families, which was output of like which was like upper caste. Sorry, sir. Yeah. Sir, actually, I'm done.
Yes. What happened? You're doing okay.
No, I'm not
Hello?
okay actually. Hello, I'm done, sir.
Okay. Yeah, you can stop. Yeah, no issues. Okay. Okay, we know that, when we are the first time scholars, we have our own anxieties speaking and presenting.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
never mind that, it is completely okay. And you are not the first. We all were there in your stage. Okay, so don't worry at all. Okay. And we really appreciate that you're making this effort. And making effort is the only way, to control this anxiety. And please do not worry that it is only with you. No, we all have this fear, and gradually, we will try to control it. But yes, thank you so much for your presentation, Preeti. And I
Thank you,
will
sir.
now like to invite Kundan. Yes.
Yes, sir. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, Kundan. Yes, Kundan. Kundan, you can go to the view and then go to the full screen. There is options. Yeah, view, go to and then you go to the full screen. Yeah.
Is it okay, sir?
For me, still it is not okay. Yeah, you can dismiss this one. Yes, you can go ahead. No issues. Yeah, please. Kundan, please go ahead. Yes, start.
Yeah, okay. So, Jabim to all. My name is Kundan Kamble. I did my bachelor's in English literature from Central University of Karnataka. And currently I'm trying to pursue my master's overseas. So I'm preparing for that. Hopefully, maybe next year or this year, I will go abroad for my studies. So the title of my paper is a comparative study of Black Panthers and the Dalit Panthers movement. From the Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yeah, you're audible. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So the title of my paper is a comparative study of Black Panthers and Dalit Panthers movement. As you look at the title of my paper, so I'm going to do. I did a study, comparative study between the Dalit Panthers and the Black Panthers movement. In these two movements, there are similarities and there are differences, and there are many more things to learn from each movement. For this study, I have chosen a speech by Bobby Seals from Black Panther movement and an article article by Rajak from the Black Panther movement. The comparison between these two movements, like comparing these two separate geo-socio-political contexts, haven't been extensively done. So both movements they suffered a lot by the oppressors, and like there were the many difficulties for the both movements to emerge and and do the assertion against the misdeeds by the rulers. So while doing research, I came across Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar saying like he wrote to the scholar. He was a great writer, Dr. W.B. Du Bois. So the Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar wrote to him a letter that concerning that the Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar is concerning and the student of and the student of Negro problems. So he stated that the position of Negroes in the United States in America and the position of untouchables in India are the similar. So that was the major reasons to do this study and bring some inputs in front of you. Also, I wanted to do research and I wanted to find out that about the literature of assertions that how this Black literature is existing, and how the Dalit literature is existing. Also, I wanted to do research for that, like how these activists were they were approaching to the oppressors, how they were writing about the oppressors and all. In Indian context, we know that there is a caste system, there is a Varna system, and this Varna system holds all the powers, and which didn't let the Dalit people to have the power and to have the freedom. So in Indian context, we have this Varna system, which is controlling all the people and all the communities. Similarly, in America, there is a racial discrimination. There is a racial structure where people are being divided on the basis of color. So the black people and the white people. So the white people dominated over the black people. So in 1960s and 70s, there was the assertion against police brutalities and whatever the misdeeds were happening with the black people. So there was the civil rights movements and all. And after the civil rights movements, just Black Panthers emerge, and like the Bobby Seale was on the chairman, and VP Newton was the co-founder of the Black Panther movement. So basically the purpose of this movement was, to fight against the racial discrimination and have the decent life in on white land, because these white people were not letting black people to have all the rights, like right for vote, and to have decent life, to have their own house, and also to get education and all. Similarly, that in 1971, there was a strong assertion against atrocities, caste atrocities in India. And there emerged a similar kind of movement, similar kind of party in India called Dalit Panthers. So their main motive was to fight against the caste discrimination and the caste atrocities, because at that time the caste atrocities was at peak. So basically, the Black Panther movement, when it emerged, it got famous after the article which was published by Rajak called Kala Swatantra Divas, Black Independence Day. After that, there were many new, there were many people who were joining the Black Panther Party, and it was getting strong and strong, and it was spreading all over the Maharashtra. So, but due to some political issues and the political touch to the party, and a little bit clashes between the Panthers, that it got dissolved by mistakenly, you can say. So for this study, I have chosen, like I did qualitative research for this, and I did the content analysis between these two texts. So the first thing which I came across is the tone of the speech and the article. The what article is saying indirectly, and the what speech is saying indirectly, and like in what context the both are saying, both are speaking. So if you look at the speech of Bobby Seale, he's like he's talking about the police brutalities on the black people in the United States, and Rajak is talking about the caste discrimination in India. So when we look at the words, when Rajak writes, it's like kind of aggressive. If you are a Marathi speaker, if you come from the Maharashtra, and if you read the article of Rajak, it will like boil your blood. It's the kind of words he uses, and the kind of tone he uses is really asserting, really showing that the how young scholar, or the how young Dalit activists think about the current scenario, and how he feels about the current scenario. Then there is a rebellious, exactly, there is a rebellious approach, in his article, not in his article, in also the Bobby Seale's speech. But Bobby Seale's, when Bobby Seale's talk, he talk little bit different. He talk little like slightly different from Rajat Hale, because Rajat Hale, he addresses the oppressors and the audience directly. But when it comes to Bobby Seale's, he kind of like, he takes the another approach. He like takes the metaphorical approach, that he tries to explain all the things by telling the story. So the language which is being used in both in the speech and in article is the ordinary language. Rajat Hale uses the ordinary Marathi, which is the countryside Marathi, which is easy to understand for all the people, all the Marathi speakers, not only from cities or who are studied in like who are well educated and all, but for the people who live in countryside, and if someone reads for them, so they will get they will really understand what Rajat Hale is saying. And the same for the Bobby Seale's, like the English he uses, it's like day-to-day English which is being spoken in United States. So the when we look at the words, there are if an Orthodox Marathi speaker comes and reads Rajat Hale's article, he might find that the Rajat Hale is talking in inappropriate way, or he is using the inappropriate words, because there are 1 to 2 incidents which Rajat Hale is explaining in his article, and that is really crucial. That if you read that article and those incidents, you will find that that the Rajat Hale, he with the words he uses are really good, because what words you will have instead of that when it comes to you, or if that incident happens to you. So for the Orthodox or the ruler who are like, for the people who are ruling over the Dalits, or the who are oppressing a particular community in India, Dalit community, they might feel that the Rajat Hale is using the inappropriate language or the inappropriate words in his article. So Rajat Hale's writing style, it is freestyle, and it is really inspiring young people, young Dalits writers, and young Dalit activists like us for coming in front of the people and coming into the mainstream society and write about our assertions, about our stories, and about our journeys. So as I said that in the last slide, that Bobby Seale uses metaphorical language to describe his assertion and to describe his thoughts and the plans for the Black peoples. So first, Bobby Seale starts his speech by telling a story where a thirsty man is trying to get a clean water, but because of there is a spring, and there is a hog, there is a pig in the spring, in the clean water. There are pigs who are like polluting the water, and that's the main reason where the thirsty man is not getting the clean water to drink. And then he explains that the thirsty man is the Black people, and the hog, they are the white people, who are like not letting the Black people to have decent life and the decent education and the right which are rightfully theirs. So these are my outcomes from like analyzing both the texts, one is from the Black literature and one is from the Dalit literature. Thank you.
Thank you, Kundan. Yes. Now I would like to request Uddhav Shinde to start presentation. Uddhav, can you hear me?
So yeah.
No.
I'm just sharing my screen. Just give me a sec.
Yeah. No, you have to cancel it. There is a arrow button next to it. Yeah. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. So first of all, I would like to thank Vaishnavi and Kundan. Vaishnavi has covered the points about the counterculture, and Kundan has talked about the assertion for the existence of Dalits, right? So they both have given me some kind of background, and thanks both of them, because my half of the work they have done it. So I will be talking about the documentary, and that documentary is from a village called Nirwadi Budruk, and it's in Selu Tahsil of Parbhani district. And the documentary which I have made, that's in three part. And the first part is about the history of making of Vihar, how the Vihar has been made. And part second is about the woman participation, right? The woman participation to make a counterculture against Hinduism. And third part will be about transforming that Vihar into a knowledge center, opening a library, right? So I will be talking about now the history of the Vihar, and that the Vihar name is Bharat Japan Maitri Buddha Vihar. So this is all about the story. So I would be very comfortable speaking in Hindi to explaining the story first, right? So I will be talking in Hindi onwards, now onwards, right? So ये बिहार बनने की जो बात है, वो चालू होती है एक इंसान की इच्छा से, राइट? जो गोविंद खंदारे नाम का एक इंसान था, 1972 में हमारे गांव में रहता था वो, और उनकी उनकी ऐसी इच्छा थी कि मेरे लैंड, मेरी जो जमीन है उसके ऊपर एक विहार बनना चाहिए, राइट? तो उन्होंने ऐसी इच्छा लोगों के सामने पेश की, और 1983 में हमारे गांव में एक भंती जी आए थे। तो वो भंती जी ने एक प्रवचन दिया था, तो लोगों को वो प्रवचन इतना अच्छा लगा, तो वो इंस्पायर हो गए बुद्ध के थॉट से। तब तक कुछ बुद्ध या किसी भी चीज के बारे में मेरे गांव के लोगों को पता नहीं था। जैसे ही उनको प्रवचन उन्होंने सुना, वो 1984 में हुआ था प्रवचन, एंड उससे ही ये 1983 और 1984 में लोग बुद्ध के विचार से प्रभावित हो गए, बाबा साहब उनको पता चल गए। तो फिर उन्होंने एक सत्यशील गायन पार्टी बना ली गांव में, और वो गायन पार्टी से दूसरे गांव में जाते थे। अपने गांव में भी जयंती मनाते थे अम्बेडकर की। तो होता यूँ था कि बाजू वाले जो गांव रहते थे, हमारे निर्वाड़ी गांव के आजू बाजू में गांव जो भी है, वहाँ पे जयंती मनाई नहीं दी जाती थी। वहाँ पे बहुत लोग क्या बोलते हैं उनको, स्टॉप कर देते थे। वो क्या मिरोनुक बोलते हैं हम मराठी में उसको, जो रैली होती है बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर की जयंती के दिन, वो नहीं जाने देते थे गांव से। तो फिर ये सत्यशील गायन पार्टी उन गाँवों में अपना भजन बोलने के लिए रात में जाते थे, और अगले दिन जब बाबा साहब की जो रैली चलती थी, वो एक प्रकार का आश्चर्य ही है, क्योंकि लोग उनको मिरोनुक या रैली नहीं निकालने देते थे। लेकिन वो फिर ये सत्यशील गायन पार्टी वाले जो लोग हैं, जो मेरे गांव के लोग हैं, 4-5 लोगों की टीम थी, वो हर एक गांव में जाके फिर वो रैली निकालते थे, राइट? एंड फिर ये ऐसा होते होते फिर 1986 में न्यू बुद्धिस्ट लोगों ने हमारे गांव के 1986 में एक ब्लू फ्लैग लगा दिया था ऐसे जगह पे जहाँ पे पहले मरी माई का मंदिर हुआ करता था। अभी मरी माई का मंदिर यानी कि पुराने जमाने में महार लोग इस देवी की पूजा करते थे, तो उसी जगह पर फिर उन्होंने ये ब्लू फ्लैग लगाया 1986 में। तो फिर ये जो ब्लू फ्लैग लगाया था, तो फिर हमारे गांव में मराठा कम्युनिटी भी है, तो फिर वो मराठा कम्युनिटी ने रात में ही उस फ्लैग को तोड़ फाड़ के मंदिर में लगा दिया। हमारे गांव में एक बड़ा सा मंदिर है, पुराना महादेव का मंदिर है, फिर वो फ्लैग वहाँ पे लगा दिया उन्होंने। और फिर झगड़े हो गए फिर दोनों कम्युनिटी के बीच, न्यू बुद्धिस्ट और मराठा कम्युनिटी के बीच 1986 में। तो फिर 6 साल के लिए पुलिस हमारे गांव में स्टे करके रुकी थी, क्योंकि ज़्यादा कुछ झगड़े ना हो या कुछ वायलेंस ना हो। तो फिर फिर 1986 में इतने झगड़े हो गए थे कि लोग डर गए, न्यू बुद्धिस्ट लोग डर गए कि वो बोले चलो अभी ये खून खराबा हो जाएगा, तो फिर इस चीज़ को स्टॉप कर देते हैं। फिर बाद में क्या हुआ, तो बाद में 2010 में एक जापान से हमारे गांव में भंतीजे आ गए। तो ऐसे ही प्रचार प्रसार के लिए आए थे, लेकिन उनको कुछ लैंग्वेज वगैरह अपनी इधर की कुछ पता नहीं थी। लेकिन फिर उन्होंने फिर रिक्वेस्ट किया हमारे लोगों से कि यहाँ पे मुझे कुछ तो भी रुकने के लिए जगह बनाओ। तो फिर गांव वालों ने, न्यू बुद्धिस्ट लोगों ने एक धम्मकुटी उनके लिए रहने के लिए बना दी। तो फिर ये जो धम्मकुटी बनाने का जो प्लान था, तो वो प्लान भी मराठा कम्युनिटी ने इसके लिए अपोज किया, क्योंकि वो ऐसा बोल रहे थे कि जो भी जगह आप जो गोविंद खंडारे ने डोनेट की है, वो तो छोटी सी जगह है, आप आगे लगा रहे हो, आप आगे बना रहे हो ये धम्मकुटी। तो वो ऐसे जगह पे बना रहे थे जो कि हम कॉमन प्लेस बोलते हैं ना, गायरान जमीन बोलते हैं, कॉमन प्लेस बोलते हैं, उस जगह पे उन्होंने धम्मकुटी बना दी। तो फिर से झगड़ा हो गया। तो फिर ये सेकंड टाइम हो गया था कि ये झगड़ा होने के कारण फिर से 6 महीने के लिए पुलिस गांव में रुक गई थी, झगड़ा ज्यादा ना हो। ये झगड़ा क्यों हो रहा था ज्यादा, क्योंकि फिर से पंचशील ध्वज जो था, ये भंते जी ने वहां पे लगाया था धम्मकुटी के आगे। तो वो रात में ही फिर वो जो झंडा था, पंचशील ध्वज था, वो ओपन डेफिकेटेड प्लेस में फेंक दिया गया था। तो लोग और ही वायलेंट हो गए, न्यू बुद्धिस्ट लोग, क्योंकि वो बहुत हार्ट टचिंग था उनके लिए, क्योंकि वो बहुत दुखी हो गए थे उस बात से। तो फिर झगड़े बहुत बढ़ गए थे। तो आजू बाजू के लोग भी क्योंकि रात में ऐसा होता था कि रात में मराठा कम्युनिटी के लोग इनके ऊपर हमले करने की सोच रहे थे। तो तभी आजू बाजू के गांव के लोग आते थे, इन लोगों को सपोर्ट करते थे। रात में गाड़ी में बैठ के उनके लोग आके इनको सपोर्ट करते थे। बेसिकली इतना सारा झगड़ा वहां पे हो गया था। लेकिन 2010 में फिर ये अभी जो बुद्ध विहार के जो अध्यक्ष है, जो मेरे दादाजी है, उन्होंने फिर FIR इन जो 19 लोग थे, जो लोग अपोज कर रहे थे धम्मकुटी बिल्डअप करने के लिए और जो झंडा फाड़ के फेंक दिया था, तो वो 19 लोग जो थे मराठा कम्युनिटी के, जो झगड़े करने पे उतर आए थे, तो उनको फिर FIR दर्ज करके उनके ऊपर केस कर दिया फिर न्यू बुद्धिस्ट लोगों ने। तो फिर ये होने अभी एट्रोसिटी कर दिया उन लोगों के ऊपर, मतलब केस फाइल कर दिया, FIR कर दिया। तो फिर मराठा कम्युनिटी ने फिर न्यू बुद्धिस्ट लोगों का हुक्का पानी बंद कर दिया। मतलब ट्रैवलिंग उनके गाड़ी में बैठ के ट्रैवलिंग नहीं कर सकते थे। उन्होंने पानी बंद कर दिया था गांव का, और इवन दुकान भी बंद कर दिए थे। दुकान में से कुछ आपको नहीं मिलेगा। फिर चक्की बोलते हैं हम, जो आटा पीसने जाते हैं, वो भी बंद कर दिया था। तो ओवरऑल सब बंद कर दिया था 1 साल के लिए, राइट। तो फिर आगे जो ये बंद कर दिया था सारे चीजें, तो फिर इसके लिए फिर ये जो लोग आपको दिख रहे हैं, यही लोग फिर हमारे गांव के भजन मंडली की टीम है, जिन्होंने जाके फिर जिला मतलब को कलेक्टर के ऑफिस के सामने फिर धरना कर दिया। तो फिर वो ये जो प्रोटेस्ट वो लोग कर रहे थे, तो उनको 2010 से लेके 2015 तक ये प्रोटेस्ट करना पड़ा। मतलब वो जो भी पानी बंद कर दिया था, जो भी चीजें उन्होंने बंद कर दिए थे, उन सारी चीजों के लिए उनको प्रोटेस्ट करना पड़ा। और साथ में ही क्या हो गया था, साथ में ही उनके लोग जो थे, बाकी के लोग जो थे, ये इतने लोग तो यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे, लेकिन गांव के दूसरे लीडर लोग भी जो थे, उन्होंने फिर आजू बाजू के अपने रिलेटिव से, फ्रेंड से पैसे जमाना चालू कर दिए। मतलब वो फंड्स जमाना चालू कर दिए। किस लिए? क्योंकि विहार भी बांधना था साथ में। तो दोनों चीजें साथ चल रही थी। प्रोटेस्ट भी कर रहे थे लोग कुछ, और कुछ लोग विहार बांधने में भी जुट गए थे। तो बेसिकली फिर इनका जो फाइट था, जो वो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे, तो इनका फाइट बेसिकली वो कॉमन प्लेस के लिए था, जो हम गवर्नमेंट की जगह बोलते हैं या गायरन प्लेस बोलते हैं। तो फिर वो कॉमन जगह के लिए झगड़ा चल रहा था, क्योंकि गोविंद खन्ना ने जो डोनेट की थी लैंड, उसके आगे वाला जो स्पेस है वो पूरा मरीमाई के आजू बाजू वाला जो भी प्लेस है वो गवर्नमेंट का, वो किसी का नहीं है ना, गायरन जमीन है। तो वही उस जगह के लिए भी फिर वो ये लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे। तो फिर जब विहार बन गया, सब विहार तो 2018 में कंप्लीट हो गया, लेकिन अभी विहार में बुद्ध मूर्ति नहीं थी। अभी ये जोड़ जाड़ के उन्होंने कैसा भी जुगाड़ करके विहार बना दिया था, लेकिन अभी मूर्ति खरीदने के लिए उनके पास पैसे नहीं थे। तो इसके लिए क्या करें, तो फिर उन्होंने एक नासिक के एक बिजनेसमैन है और समता सैनिक दल, उन्होंने एक प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज किया था जिंतूर में। जिंतूर एक तहसील का नाम है परभनी जिले के। वहाँ पे 10 दिन के लिए श्रामणेर शिविर रख दिया। हमारे गांव से भी 4 लोग पार्टिसिपेट किए थे, भंते जी बने थे, और उन्होंने चिवर ले लिया था 10 दिन के लिए। और फिर ऐसे 10 गांव के लोग वहाँ पे जमा हो गए थे 10 दिन के लिए, और उन्होंने श्रामणेर शिविर अटेंड किया। और फिर उन 10 गाँवों को फिर वो समता सैनिक दल एंड मोहन बाबा डगले जो बिजनेसमैन है नासिक के, उन्होंने फिर वो मूर्ति दे दी। वो लेफ्ट साइड में आपको दिखते होंगे, वो 10 मूर्ति 10 गाँवों को दे दी। तो हर ये जो 10 मूर्ति है, तो वो मूर्ति ऐसे ऐसे विहारों को डोनेट की है, जो बहुत, वो विहार जो है बहुत क्या बोलते हैं, उनकी स्टोरीज, विहार बनने की स्टोरीज जो बहुत क्या बोलते हैं उनको, उन्होंने बहुत मेहनत से की है, प्रोटेस्ट किए, असर्शन किए, बहुत सारी चीजें किए, इसके वजह से वो विहार बन सके है। तो फिर उन लोगों को इन्होंने मूर्तियां दान दे दी। तो हमारे गांव में जो जब मूर्ति लेके आए थे, तो फिर हमारे गांव में महिला मंडल की टीम भी है। तो अभी जो वैष्णवी ने जो पॉइंट प्रेजेंट किए थे, जो कि ओवी गाने का जो सीन है, वो जो महिलाएं ओवी गाती है, जो ओरल हिस्ट्री की वो बात कर रही थी। तो ओरल हिस्ट्री उनके, अभी ये महिलाओं के पास कैसे आई ओरल हिस्ट्री, राइट? बाबा साहब के विचार, बुद्ध के विचार, फुले के विचार कैसे आए? तो वो ओरल हिस्ट्री के थ्रू आए हैं। लेकिन कैसे? तो वो वैष्णवी ने सारा बताया था कि शाहिर लोग जो है, भीमराव कर्डक से लेके आदर्श शिंदे तक जो पूरे टीम है, तो फिर ये जो शाहिर लोग हैं उनसे ही इंस्पायर होके गांव में भजन मंडली की टीम बनी है, राइट? तो भजन मंडली गांव गांव जाके भजन मनते थे, बोलते थे, राइट? तो भजन गाते थे, और फिर वो गाने फिर ये महिलाओं ने सुने, राइट? महिलाओं को कहाँ गाने सुनने मिलेंगे? इन्हीं के थ्रू मिल सकते हैं, जो गायन पार्टीज है, भजन पार्टीज है। तो फिर उनसे सुन के, या अपने मम्मी से, बड़े लोगों से, या दादी से सुन के इन्होंने वो गाने वो क्या बोलते हैं, वो दिमाग में बिठाकर वो बोलते रह गए, है ना? तो हमारे गांव में जब वो बुद्ध मूर्ति 20 फरवरी 2022 में अभी आई है, तो उस दिन फिर उन्होंने फिर वो ग्राइंड मिल पे, स्टोन पे, फिर वो राइस को ग्राइंड कर दिया और राइस का खीर बनाया, राइट? तो बेसिकली खीर जो है, जो वो बहुत पवित्र मानी जाती है बुद्धिस्ट में। तो फिर उन्होंने हर महीने वो खीर बनाने का प्रोग्राम अभी उन्होंने फिक्स कर दिया है, इसी दिन से, मतलब 20 फरवरी 2020 से जो वेलकमिंग सेरेमनी का उन्होंने प्रोग्राम बनाया था, उसी दिन से उन्होंने ठान लिया है कि हर महीने हम खीर बनाएंगे, वो भी ग्राइंड मिल पे। और फिर वो उसके ऊपर वो भी हो, पालना हो, और जो भी फोक सॉन्ग हम बोलते हैं ना, वो फिर वो वहाँ पे गाने लगते हैं। तो फिर अभी ये चीज, बेसिकली मेरा टॉपिक यही है, जो और ये टॉपिक मेरे दिमाग में आ गया है अडर्न हकार में कि जो कल्चरल की बात वो करते हैं, उससे आई है। क्योंकि हम फोक सॉन्ग के ऊपर ज्यादा ध्यान नहीं देते। हमारे अगर मोबाइल की हम लिस्ट देखेंगे तो उस पे पूरे हॉलीवुड या बॉलीवुड के सॉन्ग हमें मिलेंगे, लेकिन इन लोगों के सॉन्ग हमारे पास नहीं होते, कि जो वही होती है, जो पालना होता है, और उसमें इतना बड़ा मीनिंग छुपा रहता है। 14 15 कड़वे के जो सॉन्ग्स रहते हैं, ये महिलाओं ने अपने दिमाग में डाले हुए हैं। तो वो ऐसे ही नहीं डाले हुए, उसका बहुत सारा मीनिंग है ना? और जब हम उनको सुनेंगे तो क्रोनोलॉजिकली हमें सब पता चलेगा कि बाबा साहब का मूवमेंट क्या है, बुद्ध ने क्या क्या किया है, फुले ने क्या क्या किया है। तो ये सारी चीजें हमें उनके गाने के थ्रू पता चाहिए। और इंटरेस्टिंग बात यह है कि ये सभी महिलाएं ज्यादातर अडानी होती है, पढ़े लिखे नहीं होती है, राइट? तो फिर इन लोगों ने कैसे काउंटर कल्चर पैदा किया है हिंदुइज्म के अगेंस्ट, राइट। तो ये चीज बहुत ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग है। और हमारे गांव में जब विहार बनने का जब काम चल रहा था और जब झगड़े हो रहे थे, तो यही महिलाएं साथ में आके रात में ये गाने गाती थी, राइट। तो गाने ये इंटरेस्टिंग के लिए या किसी को इंटरटेनमेंट करने के लिए नहीं है, ये उनका असर्शन है, ये उनके थॉट्स है, राइट। तो ये महिलाओं ने जो गाने होवी या पालना जो भी आपने दिमाग में डाले हुए हैं, बेसिकली वो आप हम सभी को इंटरटेनमेंट करने के लिए नहीं है, वो उनका असर्शन है खुद का। तो ये सारी चीजें। और फिर और अब मैं थोड़ा सा मेरे गांव के बारे में थोड़ा सा स्ट्रक्चर बताना चाहता हूँ, बस 1 मिनट में। तो हमारे गांव
उद्धव 1 सेकंड, या आपका काम बहुत शानदार है, सच में बहुत कुछ नया जानने के लिए मिल रहा है। मैं थोड़ा सा लेकिन समराइज करते हुए आपको 1-2 मिनट में इसको
ओके
ठीक है, थैंक यू।
सो लास्ट में अभी मैं इसको समराइज करने की कोशिश करूंगा कि मैं अभी मेरे गांव का थोड़ा स्ट्रक्चर बताऊंगा कि जब तक मेरे गांव के लोग महार थे तब तक हिंदू लोग को कोई भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं था, राइट। जैसे ही वो न्यू बुद्धिस्ट बन गए, राइट, तब फिर उनके ऊपर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन चालू हो गया, राइट। तो फिर क्या हो गया, तो फिर उनको एक लैंड दे दिया गया सेपरेट, क्योंकि वो पहले तो सामने रहते थे, राइट। लेकिन फिर बाद में उनको एक लैंड दे दिया, 14 एकड़ का लैंड दे दिया, जो कि साइड में दे दिया गया था। फिर वहां पे उनका रिसेटलमेंट हो गया, राइट। तो फिर मजे की बात यह है कि जो हिंदू टेम्पल्स है वही लैंड के ऊपर है, जो गायरन जमीन हम बोलते हैं या गवर्नमेंट की जमीन हम बोलते हैं, उस लैंड के ऊपर फिर हिंदू टेम्पल्स भी उन्होंने बनाए थे। लेकिन जब विहार बनने की बात आ गई थी, जो थोड़ा बहुत स्पेस वो मांग रहे थे, क्योंकि विहार जो बन रहा था वो गोविंद खंडारे के लैंड पे बन रहा था। वो लैंड वो तो प्राइवेट है, राइट, वो तो गवर्नमेंट की नहीं है। लेकिन उसके आगे वाला जो स्पेस है, थोड़ा बहुत स्पेस चाहिए था झंडा अपने ध्वज उभारने के लिए, तो वो भी मिलने के लिए तकलीफ हो रही थी, क्योंकि वो तो स्पेस गायरन जमीन या गवर्नमेंट का है, उसके ऊपर तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होना चाहिए था। लेकिन इसी के लिए तो ये 2 बार झगड़े हो गए। 1986 में भी 6 महीने पुलिस गांव में रही, 2010 में भी रही, राइट। तो फिर ये सारी चीज बेसिकली वो कॉमन्स के, जब हम बोलते हैं ना कि एक कॉमन प्लेस के ऊपर या पब्लिक स्पेस के ऊपर जो लोगों का असर्शन है, और जो हम एग्जिस्टेंस की बात कर रहे थे कुंदन भाई, तो फिर वो जो असर्शन है वो पब्लिक स्पेस पे अपना असर्शन दिखाने के लिए ये विहार बनाया गया है, ऐसा मुझे सीधा कहना है इसमें। और फिर आप देख सकते हैं इस फोटोज में कि लेफ्ट साइड में जो आपको दिख रहा है वो पुराना मंदिर है हमारी माँ का, और राइट साइड उसके बाजू में ही विहार बन गया है। तो फिर आप ये बहुत ही मतलब पास में ये सारी दोनों भी चीजें हैं। और जो लेफ्ट साइड का जो वो पेड़ के आजू बाजू का जो स्पेस है वो अभी भी कॉमन प्लेस है या गायरन जमीन है, लेकिन वहां तक पहुंच नहीं है। आपको वो झंडे के लेफ्ट साइड में जाना, आप नहीं कुछ कर सकते, राइट साइड में आप सब कुछ कर सकते हो अभी। तो इतना सारा ये सारी चीजें है। और या सो दैट वाज ऑल अबाउट माय डॉक्यूमेंट्री। एंड नेक्स्ट मैं प्लान कर रहा हूँ इन फ्यूचर की जो 9 अभी ये 10 गांव थे जो जिंतूर प्रोग्राम में पार्टिसिपेट किए थे, तो उसमें से हमारा गांव भी था। और जो 9 गांव की स्टोरी है वो भी सेम ऐसे ही कुछ ना कुछ है। तो फिर आगे चल के फिर मैं उन 9 गांवों का भी डॉक्यूमेंट करूंगा। और ये चीज़ मैं इंस्पायर हूँ ग्रामसी के विचारों से, क्योंकि उन्होंने जो ऑर्गेनिक लीडर्स की बात की है ना, ट्रेडिशनल लीडर और ऑर्गेनिक लीडर्स। तो जो ऑर्गेनिक लीडर्स है गांव में, जिन्होंने ये असट करके ये पब्लिक स्पेस के ऊपर विहार बनाए हैं या स्टैच्यूज बनाए हैं अम्बेडकर जी के, फूले के, सभी के, तो फिर उनके वो जो स्टोरी है वो मैं कैप्चर करना चाहता हूँ। और वो जो 9 गाँव हैं उनकी स्टोरीज में आगे चल के डॉक्यूमेंट करने का प्लान कर रहा हूँ। जस्ट थैंक यू।
थैंक यू उद्धव। और आपका काम बहुत शानदार लग रहा है। और आपने डॉक्यूमेंट्री का जिक्र किया, तो डॉक्यूमेंट्री का लिंक आप जरूर यूट्यूब चैनल के कमेंट में छोड़ सकते हैं, क्योंकि हम लोग फिर बाद में डेफिनेटली देखना चाहेंगे। वेरी हेल्पफुल। ठीक है, थैंक यू। और आई थिंक वी हैड अ फैंटास्टिक सेशन फ्रॉम स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम शाहदाब, who talked about how smell, when people, there has been occupation put on the people, and then how a smell related to that occupation is became a thing for the separation. Then we heard from Vaishnavi how she thought ki Bhim Geet, can be how Bhimgeet are so inspirational and which helps them to separate from mythological songs and then the reality, and her work is fantastic. Then Preeti, she discussed about the healthcare and the Dalit community in UP. Then Kundan discussed, how he is working about to connect the Black Life Matters and the Dalit movement, and he is working on that. That is fantastic. And then Uddhav, he has shown just now how difficult it is when you want to peacefully or with complete following the system, you want to practice your religious fundamental rights, and how it becomes difficult for you. I was really touched when he was showing if that one Bihar, one community has to face this much stigma, troubles, problems, so we can think about कि जब बाकी सब लोगों ने बनाया होगा तो उन लोगों की अपनी अपनी एक स्टोरी रही होगी और उन सबको कितनी मुश्किलें झेलनी पड़ी होंगी उसके लिए, definitely. So yes, I think so. If we have some questions quickly, and if someone can read from the YouTube, because I'm not able to see the YouTube. अगर कुछ questions हैं तो we can quickly take Ravikant bhai, some questions.
I can't see any questions on the YouTube, and we are a little behind schedule also.
Yes.
Right. So I think if you don't have any thoughts, we can kind of close this. But I would request all the, like maybe Preeti can also turn her camera on if possible. So that way, at least we should take a memorable picture, and it is a great shadab also. Yes, because this is really a remarkable panel, and so glad that could hear all of you speak together. Just 1 second. Give me 1 second.
You will also like to keep your video on?
What? I didn't get you.
You also want to keep your video on, if you don't mind. Yeah.
No, I am happy to be on video always, but like this panel was about our scholars, and very happy to hear. And some the way we kind of put this together was also because some of the work speaks to each other. Like it's not very direct, but it kind of builds onto each other. So it's really lovely to see it all come together. And my big request to all our scholars is, please don't stop here. The whole point of this exercise was that, your work gets introduced to us and a larger audience. And ये शुरुआत है. Please हमको इसको आगे लेके जाना है. We all have to stay connected. And as as academics who do this, I'm very excited by personally very excited by all the lovely work that you all have done. So thank you for sharing your work with all of us. And we'll close the session. And thank you so much, everybody, for this particular session.
Thank you.
All right. So for our audiences, we just have our final session coming up, which will be a dialogue where I'll be speaking to Professor Bodhi. We will be talking about the epistemic challenges of doing research. So we'll take a quick 5-minute break, and we'll come back actually we are behind time, so I think we'll come back at 4:40. So just hold on for a couple of minutes, and then we can start. All right. Lovely seeing you. Just give us. Welcome everyone to our final session of the first day of the Ayyankali conference, and it is a great pleasure to join Professor Bodhi from IISER in this conversation on the politics of doing research. हमने इसका एक बहुत बड़ा ऐसे dangerous सा नाम रखा है, epistemic challenges of doing research. Politics, like actually the proper title of the session is Epistemic Challenges of Conducting Research, Methods, Politics and Practices. It's a lot of big words for young scholars, but hopefully we will be able to like unpack them. And like, you know, Professor Bodhi needs no introduction. He's done a tremendous amount of work. His scholarship has been extremely influential for a lot of our young scholars. And I don't think I'll be able to do justice to introducing Professor Bodhi, but nice to have you with us, and so happy to have this conversation with you. So do you have any ideas how you want to start, or should I, like, you know, introduce set our topic, and what do you think about it?
It'll be a good idea if you start, Ravi. I'm also a little bit confused as how to pitch the whole thing, so we can.
Right.
Yeah.
We've had a couple of rounds of discussion on this going so far. So what I think we can start by talking about is, since the whole conversation that we are about to have follows from all these different presentations that we've been seeing through the day. And like, you know, one of the things that stands out in these conversations is the, you know, kind of academic gaze of what the research is and what is legitimate and what is not legitimate research, even in terms of topic. Like in our second session today, for instance, where the panel was about women in research, I think it was Dr. Komal. She was talking about the fact that, you know, like when women researchers enter a department, they are immediately told that, you know, you should do research on other women, or it is almost expected. So you're slotted in. And speaking from caste and marginalized perspectives, when a person from a marginalized caste or a tribal background enters, especially a social science department, it is almost implicit and expected that they will go back to their own communities and do research on themselves and try to kind of bring out all these issues between of their community. But if you flip it around, when a Brahman or a Kayas or a Baniya enters a social science department, this strangely does not apply to them. Upper caste or a Savarna scholar, for instance, a Brahmin scholar is almost casteless in the sense they can talk about Dalit cultures, they can talk about tribal cultures, they can talk about gender, they can talk about anything as such. But this idea or this sort of academic expectation that, you know, if you're coming from a certain background and, you know, you're good for this kind of research, which does not seem to sort of apply to a lot of Savarna scholars, seems to indicate that already before even any research has happened, before even a line has been written or an interview has been conducted, at the very stage where a topic will be selected or who is good for what topic or who is researching what, a certain kind of politics of selection has already taken place. So how would you think about this? You've looked at these processes of research epistemologies, the way they work in a university system. You've obviously looked at it for a very long period of time at a very close critical level. So how would you think about this?
Okay, this is a very, it's a massive topic. I mean, it includes so many processes that one has to really kind of first accept that one cannot discuss all of the dimensions of this debate, but one can somewhat throw some light on some of the issues which both scholars and also even faculty members like us experience. Now, I think the first thing that we need to kind of get a grip of, especially when we think on this particular line, is to understand the first question, which is, what kind of a system are we entering in? What are the structures of this system that we are entering in? So many of us who are within the university system, there are many people who are not in the university system. They have a different kind of a challenge that they have to face. But many of us who are in the university system, we have to face a very complex, rigid structure that exists within these systems, and very difficult to negotiate. So I will speak much more. Probably later we can throw some light on this idea of systems that exist outside of the university. But at least at this point in time, one can throw some light about what are the structures that exist in a system within the university that we generally, most of us, engage in. In my own little bit of experience, there are 2-3 things that is starting to becoming clear to me. And this is something that we have to kind of think deeply about. The first thing is that this idea called a university is a very complex idea. This notion of a university is it's an idea we have to think a little bit seriously about. And the reason we need to think is because we have to see how it evolved as a space. Many of us, when we enter in a very, very innocently, thinking that we are entering a space that respects dignity, that respects self-respect, that gives space to ideas in which we can discuss freely. It is a space in which you can have a free society, a space where people look at each other and converse and talk and discuss. We think on those particular lines, but that's not exactly what the university is all about. Because the university has a set of rules, and these rules are defined by someone who is very dominant. And the way they have evolved over time, we are beginning to actually experience a double layer of what is called the dominant structure. Now, the first layer is generally what is born in Western Europe, what is born in the collective West. And the collective West notion of university is basically to create a space in which they can discuss, they can debate, they can produce knowledge, and so on and so forth. The little bit of history is a movement from what you call religion towards a secular space. So when you're talking about a university, you're talking about a space that is secular outside of the religious framework. But interestingly, with the rise of with the marriage between so-called the university system, a space in which you produce knowledge, and this notion of colonialism, it began to get twisted. The whole university concept got twisted. It began to serve the purpose of colonialism. And when it began to actually serve the purpose of colonialism, it became very clear that for anybody who enters this space, you will have to locate yourself from the location or the gaze of a colonizer. Like the I that you are when you enter a university system, this I is an imperial I, it's a colonial I. So when you enter the university system, you are locating yourself from both the position and the gaze of a colonizer. So this system, this is something that unless you engage seriously, you will not be able to actually unravel. It's very difficult to unravel. And when you do that, anything and everything in which you are engaging in, especially in the domain of knowledge and knowledge production, is to conceive yourself as the center, as in the other word for use for that is to conceive yourself as a subject, as a living subject that is trying now to understand realities which is just objects for you. They're just objects. So in the research process, the researcher is the subject, the person with an I, with emotions, with cognition, with behavior, with everything that goes into that particular process. But everything that you research is objectified as an object for you to research. So if you go into the details of how this came to be in what now is generally called the westernized university, located fundamentally under the structure of colonialism, this is exactly the kind of debates that you get. So we have to be very careful. We are already entering a space in which the history of the creation of that space is basically the production of colonialism, the production of the imperial eye, the production of the objectification of everything else for the sake of my consumption, for the sake of my subjectivity, for the sake of my knowledge. And that is supposed to be the way to do it. and they make arguments of objectivity. This is being objective. This is being neutral. Objective means whatever knowledge I produce is beyond time and space. It's relevant to everybody. And neutral means I'm unbiased. When I objectify you, I'm unbiased. So no one goes into the detail, but this is how basically the debate is. Now, when this particular space actually was located in our country, the dominant within this particular space, the dominant in this country, actually hijacked this space. It was neither secular. It was basically used in order to further the dominance of a particular group. Now, what is interesting here is that most of the dominant don't know why they do this. They themselves are confused because it is not their knowledge. This framework was not born from their reality. It was basically a structure in a system that was basically taken from someone else's culture, and they use this now to further their dominance, further their dominance, further their power, and so on and so forth. And here you have a system. You have a system controlled by a group in which the space of the university is actually borrowed from someone else, but is used merely in order just to dominate. It is not meant for knowledge. It is not meant for anything else. It's meant to dominate. And in that particular system, people like us enter. So we're entering a system in which knowledge is not valued, okay? In which, real deep insights is not valued. It's the only thing that values is don't change the structure. That dominant structure in which I control, you do not touch that. And they have means and ways in which basically they use, especially what we can go into later called the methods, of how they control this structure, disallow this structure to basically not get altered in any way. So in short, just to kind of begin to throw is to understand the context in which we work in, to understand this context, because if you don't understand the context, I see many of my students full of energy, full of vibrancy, full of, I want to engage in knowledge, I want to produce knowledge. By the time they realize halfway, they have already got tired with it. They have already given up. So I used to ask them, why do you give up? Why do you give up this seeking for knowledge? I cannot understand what they do. There is an impediment in every particular path. If I do this, I don't understand. If I do this, I'm told that I'm not good enough. If I do this, I'm told that I don't know English. If I do so there's so many structures that actually was meant not to allow you to do research in the name of that you should do research. So these are the structures that exist in the university system. Many of our students fight their way through to complete their research. It's like a battle. They have to fight to complete. Only the one who has to get a research in India, for many people who come from the community we come from, it is a battle won. It's a huge, massive battle won. But as you said, if you come from dominant society, research is a pastime. Research is simply a pastime. Whether that knowledge is relevant or not doesn't matter. It's the degree, because they have not come for knowledge, they have come for power. So if they they have completed a research, they have gained more power. It is nothing. If you ask them at the end of the day, what exactly have you contributed to, let's say, a good society or better society, to the betterment of human life, to everything else, they'll say, I didn't do research for that. I did research in order to get a job. I did research in order to gain more power. So this is where if you go into I've been observing this for a long time. It is to end here to say this, that when our students do research, it's like a war. It's like, they're like fighting a war, and we don't have so many things in our in our repertoire in order to even win the war. Sometimes many of us lose this, but those who were able to do it, oh my goodness, they have won a major battle in life. But for the others, it has got nothing to do with the production. What is the latest book that anybody has read that will help you understand this country better and transform it for the betterment of everybody? What is the latest book? None. There is none that anybody. What is the book that we go to? Till today, we have to go to Baba Saheb Ambedkar to understand how to make this country a better society. Imagine, what are the other knowledges that are available, especially coming from the dominant? Nothing at all. So these are the complexities of that system and structure. just to begin some thoughts, because I have also to think properly about this. So I'll pass it on to you, Ravi, a little bit. Ravi, you're not able to hear. I think you are muted a little bit.
Yeah. What I was saying is that, it's very interesting because a lot of our students enter the university space with this enthusiasm to do research. A lot of times when I speak to younger scholars and students, like if you ask them, do you want to do research? Like there is a tremendous amount of enthusiasm for that endeavor in itself. But what does research itself mean? What it can do and what are the barriers? There's only a very tenuous understanding. And I think the point that you're making, that the university itself becomes an instrument of domination, an instrument for maintaining structure, that goes against a lot of people's imagination, because we are taught that the university is a welcome space. It's a critical space. And coming from a closed, spatially surveillanced, patriarchal, casteist society, for a lot of people, the university campus is actually a little physically liberating also, right? Because you can move around spaces, you can go to the canteen, you can make friendships and relationships and explore yourself in personal habits and living lifestyles, right? So in that sense, the university sort of presents itself like a slightly open space. But the moment you enter, that openness also comes with conditionalities, of course, and the fact that the moment you enter into using the same so-called liberal or critical frameworks to create knowledge or to challenge the university itself, it presents itself like an extremely opaque structure which has no accountability. Like I cannot use the same knowledge. Like if you're teaching me about power systems, I cannot use the same to question the dean or the administration, because then they will come down upon me with like all the brutality of the power system, and there's no accountability to that. But I want to not go into that domain. What I want our conversation, which you kind of also hinted at, is this idea about this mystification, this mystery around research methods. One of the things that I constantly encounter is this younger scholars, and even when I was starting out, I was like really perplexed. What is this thing called research methods? Like I have at bachelor's, at master's, in PhD, at every level, I have encountered a course called research methodology. I have passed those courses, sometimes with good marks. I have taught this course called research methodology, right? But the way it is used, where any researcher, any methodology is questioned, the only way I sort of got free about it is when I actually, there's that, I think Kubrick film, which says, how I stopped worrying about, the bomb, when like I fell in love with I stopped worrying and I fell in love with the bomb or something of that sort. I stopped worrying about it, and then it's liberating in that sense. But research methodology or academic writing, which is the other vague mystery term. Like you get a young scholar comes to you and you just tell him or her that, oh, your writing is not very academic. It's very personal or anecdotal. Now, these terms are very vague signifiers. They can mean anything, right? But it crushes the soul of the researcher. And I was just talking to Sapna a little while ago, and she was saying that, a professor comes and tells you that, oh, you don't even know this, right? Like just this one statement is going to break you down, and this goes against my expectation of what the university has to offer. So I think the idea to see the university as an instrument of not a very open space to begin with is a good expectation management. But what are your thoughts? Like how do we then step into this process where something vague called research method, something vague called academic writing, and I'm not even getting into the correct literature to cite, the correct people to cite. How do these operate as gatekeeping strategies within this realm? Because they're not supposed to. Research methodology is not supposed to be a gatekeeping strategy, but for a lot of our students, it ends up as that. So what do you make of that?
This also is a very complex subject, but for young scholars especially, one has to, I'll try to kind of engage with this in as simple as possible, because it's a very complex idea actually if you go into the details of it. Now, when our students, when especially scholars from the Bahujan community enters these spaces, especially in the domain of research, when they do courses, that is not too much of a difficulty, because there are spaces where you can engage. A little bit more neutral, a little bit more balanced. You can speak what you want to, and if you're quiet, but you can live through that process. I've seen many of our students, they just live through. They sit in a classroom and they just live through. They just it's like they don't know what is happening and they just live through these processes. But it's not such a difficult place because it doesn't demand too much from you. But the research process is where the difficulty is. Now, one thing one has to understand is this. In this particular space, when our student enters, the minute they enter, especially in the domain of knowledge and knowledge production, like research, they have to locate themselves within the Brahmanical I. This Brahmanical I, the dominant I, the Westernist I, this is very important to understand. You are forced to locate in that I. Let's just call it the imperial I, the colonial I, the I of the dominant I. So you are now asked, locate yourself here, because it is this location that can make you engage in something called knowledge production. Now, so this is something that we have to be clear, because we think that we can come and be ourselves, like many of our students in some places which we teach, where our students are very vibrant. They fight through this process. They're saying, I don't want to be located in that particular I want to be who I am, When, especially Baba Saheb Ambedkar is a very powerful I. You see, they say, I am an Ambedkarite. I want to do research as an Ambedkarite. I have my own methodology. I have my own ways of producing knowledge. People don't like that. That's why Baba Saheb Ambedkar is not liked in university systems, because he's the alternative I that people can actually locate to do research. So when we enter these spaces, the first thing that you are supposed to do is to locate yourself in that imperial I. And in India, it's very clear. There is a structure of a very dominant society that forces you to do that. Now, how does that location, how do they control that location? First of all, they have forced you to locate yourself in that imperial I. But how do they keep that particular structure intact? This is called the research method, because research methods are a set of rules and regulation how you produce knowledge. If I can control the rules of how you produce knowledge, then whatever knowledge you produce is only meant for my consumption, first of all, because I produce the rules. So whatever you produce is understood by me first, because I am the one who created the rules. So our people, even if they produce knowledge, it is not meant for themselves. It's meant for the consumption of the imperial I. It's meant for their consumption. Now, you cannot win a battle when the rules of the game is written by them. You cannot win. Many of our students struggle to change the rules of the game. And they don't know that they're doing that. By saying that you're a Ambedkarite, you are changing the rules of the game of knowledge production. So what they do is, now in order to keep this particular location intact, this imperial I, this colonial I, this Brahmanical I, very powerful to safeguard it, they have something called the methods. And indirectly what they tell you and me is this. Look, you do any topic, doesn't matter. You research this topic, that topic, doesn't matter to me. But use my method. Don't use your method. I'm not interested in your method. You use my method. Because why? My method is supposed to be objective, neutral, but objectivity and neutrality means what? Is the first question that we have to think seriously. Our students have to think. When I'm talking my reality, I'm supposed not to be objective. I'm supposed not to be neutral. I'm biased. I am contextual. I'm just located in a particular space and time, and whatever I produce cannot be generalized. But if I locate myself in that particular structure, then my knowledge would be, my research would be respected. It would be neutral. People will clap and so on and so forth. That's one thing. So what the imperial I, what the Brahmanical I has in order to basically defend that particular structure of power in the university system is the methods, is the research methods. You would be amazed to know that even though they are defending it, many of them don't even know what the research method is. The history of the research methods, look at one particular method called positivism. Positivism, especially logical positivism, not Comte's positivism, logical positivism, was a major force of transformation of Europe. There was the Vienna school. They transformed Europe by a single method of the production of knowledge. It was so powerful that over a period of time, something called metaphysics, if we go into philosophy, actually vanished simply because of this school. They were hand in glove with science. So look at the revolutionary element embedded in so-called logical positivism. Now, when this, so when you are a logical positivist, part of logical positivism is also to engage in such a manner of the cause and effect relationship that unless you're able to prove something, you should not believe it. So many of these logical positivists actually became atheists. They started negating the ideas of God. They started negating the ideas, because for them it's like, what am I doing? If I cannot prove it, you tell me about God and religion and many of these processes. But these are things that you cannot prove. These are all metaphysical ideas. That which you cannot prove is not real. Now, such an idea with such revolutionary elements embedded, and then began to produce knowledge that transformed Europe to a great extent. The European mind has been transformed to a great extent by logical positivism. When it was actually inserted into our university system, you would be amazed. Those people who use the positivist method are the most religious. If you go to their rooms, you go to their house, they have all the pictures of gods and goddesses. It's a contradiction between learning something called logical positivism and using it as a means of production of knowledge for transformation or for insights about reality, and their lives, which is so embodied in a religious structure. So this contradiction you will see in every university. You would be amazed to see. Then the question naturally would ask, how is it now people who don't know the history of how methods have come about and how revolution they came in that context, they will think that probably, this is what logical positivism is, the production of knowledge, let's say, using our survey method, using whatever method that you use. Now, what is interesting to note here is that what this method has become is not actually a means to the production of knowledge for change, transformation, and for a larger, greater good of society. It has become a means to control. So if a student comes, and if I want to control a student, the first thing that I do is, do you know these methods or not? Because if you don't know, then you are not engaging in knowledge. You would, in my prediction, the day our student starts learning these methods and become very good, you will be amazed to see the transformation of the whole structure. Because the people who are currently defending this, guarding this, not allowing others to engage with this, themselves do not know, because they do not practice it as part of their life. They practice only as a skill to maintain the power structure.
But
So
I have a small point to this. Like, when we say that if our students get really good at research method, they're going to sort of transform this. In many which ways, it assumes that there is an objectivity to the methodic knowledge itself. I can be very well versed in quantitative or qualitative research methods or what have you, but if my professor or my teacher or my institution is sort of predisposed towards negating me, they have 100 instruments of doing that. So in that sense, like, how does that get complicated in a society like ours?
In my observation, I might be wrong on this. This is just an observation based on some years of engaging with this process. There is something within the communities that we come from, in which we are beginning to, I'm not saying that we have reached, but we are beginning to value rationality. We are beginning to value reason. We are beginning to value these processes. It's like the minute many people who come from Bahujan community begin to now look at reality and rely on their own capacity for reason and rationality rather than depending on structures to tell you what is right and what is wrong, what is good and bad, what is ugly, what is beautiful. The day you take control of your own life, the day you become self-respecting, something about our people is that they begin to become very rational. We are only in the first stage of the evolution of rationality in our society, because many of us still live in that particular structure. Although we think that we are free from it, but we still live in that particular structure in which irrationality rules the day of the game. Now, with this as a premise, as a base, the more our students become rational, become reasonable, the minute they start thinking seriously, there is rigor in the thinking process and so on and so forth, like what you guys have presented today. One thing that is very good about the presentation today is that rigor is starting to come. And that rigor is grounded on reason and rationality, on a different way of thinking about the world. The minute that kind of a process happens, we will begin to realize that anything called knowledge, especially for these realities, in the structure that they're locating in, is a pursuit of truth. What is that truth? I don't know. But a pursuit of a truth outside of the structure that has dominated you till today. Like Satya Shodak, Jyotiba Phule is the best person who has given an example. My movement is a movement in search of truth. And someone will ask Phule, for instance, but why are you searching for truth? And his answer is simple. Because right now, I am not living my truth. I'm living someone else's truth about me. You see, the day someone becomes Satya Shodak and says, I'm going to pursue my truth, because till today, I am not living my truth. I'm living in someone else's construction about who I am. The day a person thinks like that, that person has already entered the path of freedom, entered the path of moving out of that structure. Now, this structure, in pursuit of that truth, and the other word for truth is knowledge. The minute a person pursues knowledge is also pursuing truth, because truth and knowledge goes hand in hand. The minute that person do that, then they will realize that actually in this pursuit of that knowledge or the pursuit of truth, there are many ways of inquiring about the world. There are many ways of inquiring about the world. And the minute they begin to realize that what is this method of inquiry? How do I inquire about this world? Then they'll begin to realize that there are many ways I inquire. One is called the empirical way, where I directly get into that reality by experience, a posteriori. I produce a knowledge born out of my own experience, like what students have done today. Hardcore empirical research, which means they have soaked themselves in that reality. Using their senses and the cognitive capacity, they have begun to produce a knowledge born out of their experience of reality. Some of them, which we need to go to, there's another way of producing, which is the rational way of producing, production from pure thinking. Like, many people are doing secondary research, many people are doing, research related to philosophy, the ideas of Buddhism, the ideas of Baba Sahib. They're sitting down thinking, what does he mean by this concept? What does he mean by that concept? In this particular process, there's another way of inquiring about the world. So when students begin to realize that actually this research is nothing but in pursuit of truth, I have to develop ways of inquiring, ways to inquire about reality, then they're already in the debate on methods. Now they're beginning to, now this is how I do it. So in research, we generally speak about the methods of authority, where, if students want to know, immediately they will go to find a book by Baba Sahib or a book by some of the scholars and say, these people are authority on the subject. Let me read what they have to say. Like some of you are researching Buddha Vihar. Anybody who research Buddha Vihar will have to go to Baba Sahib because he's an authority on the subject. We'll have to go to Dalit Panthers because they are authority on the subject. We'll have to go to Raja Dhale because he was the authority on the subject. And his conception of the Vihar is very different from other people's conception of Vihar. So the method of authority is one way in which we are engaging. We go to an authority and we find. Then there is a method of the rationality, the method of empiricism. And then many of us also, we come from the reality in which we use what is generally called the intuitive method, or the method in which, it feels right. Like, what am I doing? The knowledge I'm producing feel right to me, feel right to my community. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but at least it feels right in the kind of emotional experience that I have and the way I'm talking to my people. So there is a kind of inquiry which we produce also by this notion of the feeling, rather than merely logic, reason, empiricism, authority, and so on and so forth. And then in due course of time, there is also what we come to know called a rational mixture of a rational method of producing, reason producing. Now, Western European called it the scientific method. Now, we can discuss a little bit about this as we move on, because our students actually are confused here. They don't realize that this is just another way of inquiring about the world. They get threatened. Scientific method means, oh my God, what is that? I don't know. Forget about scientific method. I don't know what is a science and what is method. So scientific method combined means I'll run away from research. But they don't realize that that is just a way of inquiring about the world. It was developed in the West. We should actually read about it, and we should also respect the West and value the West for producing such a method. But that may not be relevant to me. But it doesn't mean that because it's not relevant, I should not know what they are saying. And look, Baba Sahib is the best example. He knew about all of this and he developed his own. So in that sense, and as a matter of fact, Baba Sahib Ambedkar is the example for what it means to refine one's method of inquiry, how to inquire about the world, So so we come back to this. The minute a student engages in the pursuit of truth, one has to engage with knowledge. And for people like us who come from the kind of realities we come, knowledge is not only transformative. Knowledge is not only emancipatory. Knowledge is healing. It's a healing process. And knowledge itself, like Baba Sahib said, it is a material force for change. It might look, we are talking about knowledge, but knowledge itself can become a material force in which a transformation of society itself can take place. We are experiencing that as people who are, a single person, Baba Sahib Ambedkar, produces knowledge that has transformed this reality. And we are the beneficiaries of that, of it turning into a material force of change. So when our students engage in this, naturally they will begin to think, what are my methods of inquiry? Now, if I speak like this, immediately anybody will understand. They'll say, yeah, you're correct. I mean, yeah, what is my method of inquiry? But if I come to class and say, do you know what is scientific method? Have you heard about the logical positivism and what Immanuel Kant said in relation to later what Marx and Hegel spoke about? Our students will run away. It's got nothing to do with their reality. I'm not teaching, I'm threatening them. So naturally they feel threatened because we don't come from a background of social cultural capital where you speak about these ideas in our life. We speak about so many other things, So in that sense, what we are actually forced to doing, unfortunately, but many of our people understand this now. We are not fools anymore. Now we are not innocent anymore. We know this. We are starting to see through this game. So many of us are rejecting, for instance, Marxism. I know many people who are Marxists, and I used to like Marxism once upon a time. And the language that they use is so threatening that it makes me feel small. When actually I'm supposed to partake in something called a revolutionary struggle. What kind of a framework that talks about revolution and that makes the person responsible for change feel small about oneself? Simple. Who are the people who are Marxists in this country? And how have they used Marxism? So many of us know this now. We're starting to see this game, and many of our people will laugh and say, okay, go ahead. It's very good. You're very nice. You're very intelligent. Go ahead. So I used to go once upon a time. I still remember one day when I went to class, students said, arrogance of Marxists. You have not read Marxism. How do you know about reality? You should read Marx first. Look at the arrogance of this structure. And I'm speaking all across. I'm using Marx as an example because they are the best example. Best example from that dominant structure. They are the best example of how knowledge can be used to actually demean me, to dehumanize me, to make me feel small, to inferiorize me, to infantilize me. So I know that game very well. So one day I went back and I said, I also read Marx. I love the idea, but I'm not a Marxist. Please don't identify me as one. I'm not interested in that. So the thing to be understood, these dynamics of how it shapes up. So our students are threatened by the language, and that language is used as a means of power, to keep that structure of power intact. We are starting to understand this, and our students are starting to love research now. I see many students, they love research. They want to do research. They want to produce research. However, the minute, although that particular feeling has come about, they're still stuck in the structure of power, because this is not the only space where they control knowledge. They have created other layers in which they control knowledge. So when our students have produced, our students today have talked about the Buddha Vihar, and they have produced knowledge, the dominant first statement is, that is meaningless, valueless, irrelevant knowledge. It doesn't make any sense. It's not for the greater good. It's only for your good. And our students immediately will feel, "Arey, what did I do here? I mean, is this knowledge valuable at all?" Look at this. Everything that the structure do is to make you to infantilize and inferiorize you. Like that. But then some students say, it doesn't matter whether you use or not. I will use it. It has been meaningful to me because my research was not merely a search for power. It's a search for my truth. For me, a research is a truth-seeking endeavor. For you, it can be a power-seeking endeavor. For me, it's a truth. If it doesn't matter to you, the knowledge I produce, but it matters to me and my reality and my community, just go on like this for a while. You will see how the structure will change, because this dominant structure doesn't know really what knowledge is. If you ask me, they don't know. For them, knowledge is meant only to manipulate, to control, to use power, or to put things in place for their convenience and for their own, for the production of their own reality. So for the dominant in the structure of knowledge, the world was born in their image and for their convenience. Nothing else that matters at all. If you shake that frame, everything will go haywire. But for our people, the world was not born in our image. We know that there are diverse societies all over the place. We know that people who experience the forces, who challenge the forces of oppression, we know that diverse realities, no doubt. And my knowledge need not be only for, for my convenience or someone else's convenience. Knowledge is a beautiful act to participate in the production of something that can transform everything, including my mind, myself, my world, my community, my reality, everything like that. No? But this one clarity you must have. If our students have this clarity that you are actually searching for your truth through the process called research, don't worry about the research methods. How you inquire about the world will develop in due course of time. You need people like us to guide you. You need people like us to tell you, this is the way to go. But the point to be made here is that most of these methods of inquiry are embedded in your search. They're already embedded. It's just that you have to be awakened to that process. This idea of a research method relevant across time, space, place, person is a colonial idea. It has always been a colonial idea. And all people who are invested in colonialism, they want to keep this structure intact, this structure of knowledge intact. But if you look across the world now, there are knowledges produced by everybody across the world. There is an explosion of knowledge and explosion of methodology. So this is a complex subject, Ravi, but this is the one point to make, which I think our student need, because confidence comes from clarity and insight about this game. It doesn't come from, I'll do 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, and so on and so forth. However, having said all of that, I will also say, it does not mean that we should not learn whatever method is being spoken about. Because for us, it's a little bit of it's a burden, but it's a challenge. We must actually appreciate our own methodology, own methods, own way of production, own way of inquiry. At the same time, we must learn other methods. But we should not presuppose that that method is superior to other methods. What method did Babasaheb Ambedkar use in order to produce his 22 volumes? What method did he produce? What did he use? Some quantity research, quality research? Did he use any of those frameworks in order to produce his books? He was trained in anthropology. He was trained in law. He was trained in history. He was trained in economics. He has learned many things. But can anybody tell me what is the method that he used in order to produce the knowledge that he produced? No. His method of inquiry was unique, born out of his experience, born out of his context, born out of his own reality. And who is it who is so fearful about his books, fearful about his knowledge? Naturally. And why are they fearful? Not because he spoke certain things, because he was free from the rules in which you produce this knowledge. And that's why you see this battle in university system, Anyway, I'll stop here, Ravi. This is a very exciting topic, but we can go on. But my mind is not very clear. But I don't know who I'm speaking to, so I'm just sharing with you whatever insights I have. Not hearing you, Ravi.
I keep getting lost in the conversation and I forget to unmute the mic. No, I'm saying it's fine because it's a dialogue. So we have the floor open to kind of take it in that direction. But there's one thing that I kind of want to one thread I want to pull before we kind of run out of time. We are like 15 minutes. We started 15 minutes late. So we have about 10, 15 minutes now. It's really exciting when we start thinking about that, research method is something that, which is very personal and is something that you can innovate and work with and develop. Like there is no set in stone kind of a rule book which is which one has to persistently conform. But there's this sentence that you said, which is very interesting, where you said that I'm not living my truth, I'm living someone else's version of my truth. You were saying that in the context of Jyotiba Phule and the Satyashodak movement. But there's a lot of our younger scholars who are, getting sort of internalizing a lot of oppressor epistemology. So what I mean by that, it's a big term for a lot of our audiences also, is if we have to do research, first of all, in a system like ours, you need cultural capital in education and an educational, and an environment to be academically curious and academically ambitious. Without this academic curiosity and academic ambition, you cannot do research. This is a direct product of cultural capital. This academic curiosity and academic ambition is primarily groomed. If we look where is it produced, it is primarily groomed and created in certain kind of caste sanitized educational spaces with some very super progressive politics. So you have certain kind of schools, certain kind of colleges, certain kind of universities where, they're grooming grounds for this sort of academic curiosity and academic ambition. Now, let's take one of our young students, right? Because of upward mobility or their own resourcefulness, right? Somehow they have landed up in such a space. First of all, it's a matter of pride that you're in a university or pursuing a certain sort of a degree. Now, they may be very critical about their own personal experiences. Like, when I'm experiencing life in my ghetto, or when I'm experiencing life in my mohalla, in my community, I have a very unique insight into how I see certain systems. But inside that university, the very definition of what is critical comes from the politics of that caste sanitized space, which is the case you've been sort of also making, that, this is their game. They set the rules and they decide what is critical and everything. So a lot of our younger scholars end up starting to see the world like them. Right. And this seeing eventually becomes the basis from which their academic curiosity and academic ambition comes from. Right. So I've come from a community, I've come from a certain lived experience, but I've gone to the university and I have sort of been groomed into academic curiosity and ambition by their framework. Ab main वैसे ही देखूंगा. I'll see the world like that. Right. So, that's a very interesting point that you made about, let's say, the research on the Vihar, or which actually is so true. Like, somebody will produce a lot of knowledge on their community and their mohalla and their Bhimnagar. And then like somebody will walk in and say, oh, by the way, in communist politics, we talk about, Cuba and Chile and Vietnam. It presents itself like a transnational movement. And you're thinking, oh my God, I'm just stuck in my little mohalla, and I clearly am not thinking of the world. So I'm starting to see the world through their eyes. Now this becomes my default lens to do any kind of academically curious work. Now we've talked about Marxism, but there are global movements like the feminist movement, which has been co-opted by a lot of industrial processes, the queer movement, mental health, environmentalism. A lot of these have become very useful tools for capitalist knowledge production systems, right? Now, when our scholars are internalizing this and they're trying to fit caste into, so I see a lot of this caste and environment, caste and this and caste and that, caste and becomes the topic of the research. In the context of whatever we've been discussing, can this research be emancipatory? Is there a possibility of some kind of an unpacking here that can be done? Because for a lot of our scholars who've come from that pipeline of caste sanitized spaces, right? Like, upward mobility, parents want to send you to the best school. The best school is eventually end up going to be like a very Brahminical environment because of the nature of the society we live in. So I'm going to internalize this. I'm going to think that, oh, yes, environment, of course, if you present it like that, global warming is happening. You are worried about your mohalla. What is this, right? So then I'm like, yeah, you're right. That the ozone layer is a very big problem, or global warming is a big problem. So I'll be environment and caste, right? Or something of that sort. So I'm not trying to diss on these different movements. I'm just trying to contextualize what it means for us to see the world, see ourselves through their eyes, right? Because these are their critiques of our lives, right? So when research comes out like this, can there be any kind of emancipatory possibilities? How does one negotiate with that inside this system? I know it's a very complicated topic. I'm really sorry.
No. I think we are getting into a very complex domain. Because in my experience, I mean, I might be wrong here, but in my experience, I see this as a process. Like, I don't see it, I don't see it as static in that sense. I see this as a process, and there are many frameworks that are available, or many ontological frameworks that are available, in which we have to actually engage and use in order to have a better insight about the world and a better understanding of this world. So which means, if you were to talk about a subject of this kind, there is one more thing that we have to factor in. These structures are not only in universities. The structure that we are talking about, the structures and the forces of marginalization, the forces of exclusion and oppression, and so on and so forth, they don't exist only within the university system, but it is the space to control. Look at Western Europe. If there's one thing they want to control, is knowledge. Why do you want to control knowledge so much? Why are you so invested in controlling knowledge? Because if you control knowledge, you control the way people see the world. And if you control the way people see the world, then you are reproducing your reality with ease, because there's no one to challenge you on this particular domain. And if someone has reached my level, I will set the new rules and I will produce new kind of knowledges, and then still you will be under me. So knowledge has been used in this whole power play. Knowledge is a tool in the hands of someone who is dominant. But the university system is not the only space. There is other layers of, for instance, the structure of knowledge production that is actually affirmed or provided legitimacy by this dominant structure. When our students do their research, if you ask them, can you publish your research? Is it publishable? The next structure is, you have to publish only in their structure for your knowledge to be legitimate. If you publish in some other structure and the people say, "Arey Baba, that is not meaningful and all," no one will read that. Like, I have many colleagues of mine who tells me openly, when you write books, instead of publishing in Sage and Routledge, why are you publishing in New Vehicle, Tribal Intellectual Connect? Who will read your books? So I tell them, okay, we will see about this in the future. But for me, it is very clear that you have created another structure in which you want to control what knowledge is produced and what knowledge is to be affirmed and what knowledge is to be legitimized. So our students get caught in this next layer. Okay, this next layer also is a very complex layer. Okay, the layer in which knowledge is controlled, what is to be produced, legitimate, what is not to be. In that structure sits groups of people who control all of these books and journal publication issues. And in most of them, you still have the dominant there, which means, like you said, they gatekeep. If you write even one reference of Baba Saheb Ambedkar, whether you have done a beautiful research or not, you are out. You are simply out. Not that there is no...
It's happened to me, actually. It's
correct,
actually happened to me.
It's not that what you are proposing is not valid. It's not that what you are proposing is not insightful, producing and extending the boundaries of knowledge. Simply because of the fact that they have to control that particular knowledge and disallow you to make references that basically challenges them, that transform their control over this structure of knowledge. So if you are doing something in sociology, if you refer to M.N. Srinivas, Andre Bete, they will say, oh my goodness, this is such a good work. So even if our people refer to them, cite their texts, which means locate ourselves within their structure of the so-called imperial I, then you are doing some good work, because I am producing knowledge that is relevant to me, to the dominant, valuable to me. That is something that I think is, really extending this domain of knowledge. So there are many other layers which we have to think about. Now, our students are starting to become intelligent now. There was a time that they were fearful of even publishing. Like I know colleagues who took 8 years to publish one article because they're so scared to submit the article. To submit, forget about writing, to submit, to submit this article, I'm fearful, so I stopped writing only. But many of our people also are starting to understand that, how to get over this. And many people are moving this barrier now. Huh? But the point to be noted here is that in this particular structure of the production knowledge of a particular kind, where we are stuck, especially in terms of the layers of impediment that is put forth in terms of the kind of work that we do and the kind of communities and realities we come from, and our students still being able to actually move ahead. Interestingly, you will see there's a new trend now among our students. Like, for instance, what some of you guys are doing now, a new trend. If we have to work in a structure where everything is defined by you in terms of set of rules of how to produce knowledge, and what is legitimate knowledge, and what is valid knowledge, and relevant knowledge, and valuable knowledge, then I will go somewhere else and study somewhere else and produce knowledge in which I am respected, in which my reality is respected, in which my knowledge is respected and valued. So you'll see many of our people now, it is not only our students want to go abroad to study. No, they want to go abroad to study because there you are respected for who you are. So there are many processes happening on this particular line. Now this question that you asked is related to the question that this is inserted partly as a means, to actually control knowledge, but at the same time, there is also an agency for us. Like if you ask somebody, caste and environment, okay, caste and globalization, okay, caste and let's say media and culture. Suppose now you are studying from these lenses, At the same time, partly it is controlled by the dominant structure of people who control knowledge. At the same time, there is an agency for us. I have seen many students who were actually thought that they were trapped in this structure, but over a period of time, because they did something called caste and environment and caste and all that, they regained agency and actually started giving a very different alternative view, different alternative knowledge. And everybody when students present their research, everybody will say, my goodness, this is a new way of looking. This people actually who value this, who are more genuine. The others will say, this is not good, And the first thing they will attack us is, your language is not good. Okay, your language is not good, And I have seen many of my own students and my many own colleagues now. If you give them something now, they will not look at the content. They won't care about the substance. The first thing is, your language is not good. It's so bad. My goodness. Why don't you first learn how to speak English properly? Then you produce knowledge. It's not worth it at all. This kind of thing, This is embedded in this structure. Every person who comes from a dominant I, imperial I location, they are not interested about your substance. They're more interested in putting you down by using language as a means of control. So this thing is very clear. It works. How our students are becoming intelligent is a different thing. We are able to overcome some of this. And one of the ways is we are starting to create our own institutions. Like we are now producing our own institutions everywhere. Okay. And our people now are feeling more at ease because we have our own institute. Look at this platform today. This is our institution. And we are talking very freely about many things. Students are able to, express fully about what they believe, what they feel, what they think. I'm telling you, with more institutions of this kind, our people will begin to produce a totally different knowledge altogether. Last example, just to close this particular point, if there is one group, historically speaking, one group that has taught me how to go about the process, it is the Dalit Panthers. What the Dalit Panthers, what they have taught me is simply this. The first thing they did is they rejected all forms of dominant knowledge. They said nothing doing. Now I will actually use my own agency to produce my own knowledge. So when Dasal and Dhale began to produce their own knowledge, the dominant structure was, my goodness, how can you do that? You cannot produce your own knowledge. What are the rules of literature? What are the rules of how you produce this knowledge? This is not knowledge at all. So Dasala Dali said, we don't care. Do you think we care? What do you think? We don't care. We are producing our knowledge. So they ruptured what is called the knowledge system. And the minute they began to do that, the second thing that the dominant said was, but who will read your kind of knowledge? Who will read when you're producing all these literature, these poems? Who will read? So they said, but what we are trying to do is not who will read. What we are producing is for our community to read, not for you to read. Do you think I care what you read? The knowledge that I produce is going to be consumed by my community. And the day they begin to consume, they will realize that your knowledge is hollow. There is nothing in what you're saying. And the minute I begin the reproduction of the human around a knowledge framework produced from my own reality, emancipation has begun. So if you look at the history of the Panthers, if there's one thing the Panthers did, and we should all appreciate, is they ruptured the structure of knowledge production, especially in literature. They ruptured it. And others were so fearful, when I read some of the people who wrote against the Panthers that time, they used to say, oh, this is not the rules of literature. You cannot write poetry like this. What kind of poetry is this? You curse God, you curse this person, you use very nasty words, you use words which, cannot be spoken even in a forum of this kind. They said, but we don't care at all. We care. We will set our own rules how to produce our knowledge. And the impact that the literature of the Panthers has made, can you imagine what impact they have made in the past 30, 40 years? Simply because they ruptured the structure of knowledge. They ruptured methodology, they ruptured methods, they ruptured every rule in the book on the production of literature. So in that particular sense, these are good examples to kind of refer to, especially in knowledge production. Very complex subject. One has to really think about this seriously. But anyway, I'll pass it on to you, Ravi, again.
Right, I was again on mute. No, I'm saying that this is a very fascinating conversation, but I think I'm afraid we are running out of time. But I feel like, we are leaving it at a stage where we are leaving our audience, as well as at least myself personally, wanting for more. I think this is a conversation which needs to happen periodically and with multiple stakeholders at multiple levels, because like you rightly said, it's operating at many different levels. There are tangible elements to it in terms of the way the system is tangibly creating pedagogy, the way it is tangibly gatekeeping topics and legitimizing topics, and the way journals and citations politics are working. But it is also working very intangibly at the level of epistemology. And I think at some level, like, you've left us on a very hopeful note that, a lot of our younger scholars are figuring this out for themselves. And, there is a sort of a momentum towards a rational kind of a predisposition to make sense of reality. So I think in that sense, that's a hopeful note to kind of close this session right now, and we hope to revisit this conversation at some point. Thank you so much, Professor Bodhi. It's always a pleasure to listen to you. It's amazing. And thank you so much to all our audiences. We are a little over time and who are still kind of with us. Thank you so much. And we close this today. Please join us tomorrow for all our sessions and our lovely speakers. And of course, the 9 grassroots organizations who are working towards creation of knowledge, careers, research amongst marginalized community youth across India, which is really the flagship of what we are all trying to kind of build towards. That session is going to happen tomorrow from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. It will be a long session. We'll close out the Ayyankali conference with that. I think that's all I have. Professor Bodhi, thank you so much.
Yeah, one last word, Ravi, before I leave. The last thing that probably one should say is that knowledge is emancipation. I mean, and I'm glad to see, especially I've been traveling across the country and meeting a lot of youths, and I'm seeing the value that they give to knowledge. The value that they give to education is tremendous. I think our people are getting into education and knowledge like never before. And the way they're getting also is a very interesting process. So point number one is that people are getting into the whole knowledge process and valuing knowledge and education. And the second thing is that anybody who pursues knowledge as a search for truth is bound to get power. These are not two separate things. But if you fall trap into only pursuing power and you missed out what this search is all about, you will go around in circles. Because then if you need power, or if power is the only thing you seek, I can manipulate you all the time. I can keep on manipulating you. You cannot stop a person who's in search of truth, which means a person who knows what they want. You can only make people who don't know what they want to go around in circles. So the search for knowledge and the search for truth, power will naturally come. I think this is an important thing to kind of put in everybody's head. This is exactly what we do. But we live in a system that is very difficult. We live in a system that does not allow us to verbalize what we experience in our day-to-day life, to talk about the struggles that we have, to talk about oppression and so on and so forth. We live in that system. And in that system, we have to survive anyway. And to do that, you have to be smart. You have to be smart. Ours is not a movement that is reactionary. Ours is not a movement about getting angry. Ours is a movement about being thoughtful, being sincere, committed to your work, being reflexive, being respectful for others. Knowledge is a beautiful, process in which you begin to respect others. Because others don't respect us doesn't mean we should not respect them. And the latest debate in theory, the latest debate in knowledge is the rise of what people are calling margin thinking. We belong to that reality at this point in time. I do not know about the future. We belong to the center, or the mainstream has nothing to teach us. Nothing to teach us on education, nothing to teach us on how to have a good life, on a good society, nothing to teach us. The real ideas is being produced by us. Everybody is coming here. And if that is the case, then the time has come for us to begin to actually value our own location, our own pursuit of truth, and through this thing we call knowledge. So I think that's just one small thing to say, Ravi. It's very important. So thank you so much, Ravi, for everything. Lovely discussion.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Professor Bodhi. You said this, I'll close with this statement today. In your talk, you mentioned that it's very quotable quote. You said that, for us, research is a battlefield. For them, research is a pastime. And I think that really captures the essence of what we are trying to kind of unpack. For them, knowledge systems and research is a career move. For us, it is a means to make sense of our lives, our world, and our future. And thank you for this intervention, because it really furthers that quest for us, quest for truth, and quest for making sense of the world. On that note, thank you, Professor Bodhi. Thank you all our audiences. We'll see you all tomorrow. Jai Bhim. See you. Have a nice evening.